Chapter 1. During the Meiji period, it is said that there were evil spirits eating people after sunset. There are also ghost-slaying teams composed of ghost hunters to slay evil spirits and protect humans. Haruko, wearing an eye patch and earplugs, staggered in the darkness as she lay on a hidden back. As a child who grew up in the forging knife village, it was the first time he had left the village. Because the knife forging village is a very important logistics department in the Ghost Slayer team, it specializes in forging Japanese wheel knives for Ghost Slayer swordsmen. In order to prevent the route from being leaked and being attacked by ghosts, everyone who enters and leaves the forging knife village has to pass through the back of the hidden members of another logistics department of the ghost killing team. Although Haruto has lived in the knife forging village since he was a child, he is not an official knife forging person after all, and he was blindfolded and his ears plugged when he left. It's amazing. It is delivered like a piece of goods by the hidden delivery under him. The whole journey is very cumbersome, and the hidden person who is responsible for carrying it will also change frequently, and each person is only responsible for one part of the journey. Every time it was exchanged, Haruka would take out 2 rice balls pinched by the master from the back basket and hand them to the hidden ones who had carried them before. "Thank you, please enjoy." He didn't know what kind of expression the other party would have or what kind of words he would say. But every time the rice ball in your hand is taken away, then the other party should sincerely accept your gratitude. Why is it so? The last of the hidden members panted down the path, following the crow's instructions with heavy steps. Obviously it doesn't look strong, it's even harder than carrying Mr. Soro Minjayu on his back. Finally arriving at his destination, Kamo left it on the side of the road and removed Haruto's blindfold and earplugs. After not seeing the light for a long time, the pupils of those misty blue eyes shrank, and then slowly focused on Yin's face. The hidden member who was obviously a girl under the scarf was stunned when he saw Haruto's appearance, and a light red rose to his cheeks. "Mr. Birdie, the rest of the road is up to you." Haruto looked at the other party's sweaty face, and embarrassedly touched out 2 more hand sushi. "Thank you, please enjoy." "Did Mr. Kodori carry so many rice balls with him? Did you distribute a lot of them along the way? Is the rest enough to support you in reaching Mt. Fujiki?" "Hey, don't worry." King Gren patted his back heartily. "The master prepared 200 rice balls for me before going out." 200 rice balls? For some reason, the girl's expression under the scarf became resentful. But how did you know my surname was Little Bird Swim?" Haruto scratched the back of his head. "I don't seem to have introduced myself all this time." The members of the hidden group will also talk about anecdotes when they are fine. The girl replied, "Everyone knows that there is a ghost swordsman taught by the sword forging man in the sword forging village, and he is going to Fuji Raid Mountain to participate in the selection. But speaking of which, why did the children of the forging knife village choose to become a ghost slayer? Maybe it's because I didn't have the talent to forge knives since I was a child, and I eat a lot. In order to help me not become a big fat pig, the master had to find something else to do for me." Haruto tough-led the muscles in his arms. "Don't look like I'm slender, I'm actually very muscular." "Well, I always feel that the girl's face is not very good when she says goodbye to him, and she always supports her waist. It seems that the hidden work is also very heavy." Haruto lifted his spirits and lifted the back of his shoulder upward. 14 years, after 14 years, he finally left the square-inch size of the forging knife village today, and is about to embark on the journey of his new life. In the 3rd year of his travels, Haruto learned from everyone's words that he had traveled to the world of Demon Slayer. But because he had only heard about this anime from his roommate in the 2nd dimension in his previous life, he had not seen it, so he was not familiar with the plot of this world. Even the main characters. Who can tell him who the eldest brother, 3rd brother, and crumb boss in his roommate's mouth are, who the head pillar, sleeping pillar, and ninja wife are? For a while, I didn't know if he was watching the royal anime or SpongeBob SquarePants. Although the master has always said that it is dangerous outside the village, there are evil ghosts that roam the world and choose people to eat. The members of the various powerful ghost slayer teams who come and go in the village also prove that the outside of the village is indeed not a paradise. But for the King Gren who came through, if he stayed in the protected village all his life, he watched the master swing the hammer and forge the knife. Blankly. What's the meaning of that life? So at the age of 11, he gave up forging swords, which he had never been able to learn, and learned swordsmanship with his master Gotogawa. Gotogawa was not a cultivator who specialized in training the next generation of swordsmen, so what he taught Haruto was only the simple breathing techniques and swordsmanship that he had mastered. After 2.5 years of exploration and consulting with Mr. Makiko Toshiro, who does not often come to the forging sword village, Haruto has mastered the breath of fire and the first 5 moves. You don't think you should be learning the breath of fire? Yanzu Purgatory Maki Shaolang once stroked his chin and said, "You don't have a will as hot as a flame in your chest." Haruto understood what he meant, and that he really couldn't be as passionate about anything as Mr. Purgatory. However, he did use the move of flame breath when he held the sword. It's weak, though. Master Gotogawa often wondered if he would be able to complete the Oni Slayer Swordsman assessment, survive for 7 days in the Vine Attack Mountain where the demons were placed. He always felt that with King Gren's 3-legged cat Kung Fu, let alone surviving for 7 days, he might have to pull his trouser pocket for a day. Yes, he did. Pull up your trouser pockets. If you find out that you really don't have that ability, go back to the place where the wisteria flowers are overgrown and opt out. I'm also a personal ghost swordsman who has been practicing for 2.5 years, okay, and I have a little confidence in it. Although the master was very worried, King Gren had made up his mind. I'm not going to be able to pass the selection test. Var. Well, after thinking about it so much, I'm hungry. Haruto found a shade tree and sat down, put the back in front of him, took out the kettle and stuffed the nigiri sushi into his mouth. If there is any physical change that the crossing has brought him, it must be that the amount of food has increased greatly, and he is hungry very quickly. He ate up to 300 nigiri sushi in one meal, and ate all the 5 buckets of river noodles green. A large amount of food is quickly absorbed and digested by his body, and then turned into nutrients to nourish his muscles and bones, allowing him to recover his strength and energy more quickly. There's still more than a day to go from here to Fuji MT Fuji, so let's just eat 50 of them for the time being. Before eating the last sushi in the Memori, he rushed to Fuji Strike Mountain. This place belongs to the Sanyashiki family, which is also the generational leader of the Demon Slayer. The Demon Slayer swordsman captures and imprisons some weak ghosts here for the purpose of training novices. As soon as he stepped in, Harukoto saw a dazzling array of wisteria flowers. Haruto climbed the stairs and saw many teenagers standing among the wisteria flowers and torii gates. They all wore long knives around their waists and were dressed in different clothes, and they would give them a cold glance when they saw someone coming up. Harukoto looked around, trying to remember what the protagonist of Demon Slayer looked like. I just barely remember that his name was Tanjiro, and he was wearing a black and green checkered haori when he appeared as a cover. He looked around, but saw no one in the black and green checkered suit, and fell in the corner to see 2 strange teenagers standing with their arms crossed and wearing fox masks. He doesn't look very old, and he stands on the left with flesh pink medium long hair, wearing yellow, orange and green feathers. The other had black hair and was draped in dark red feathers. Strange people. Doesn't wearing a mask when killing ghosts obscure your vision? At this moment, a flower suddenly appeared in front of Haruko's eyes. A row of simplified Chinese characters in Sanskrit on a white background crossed his line of sight. Senior brother, my destined husband. Haruto raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating from running for a long time. Unlike Japanese, which is usually mixed with kanji, hiragana, and katakana, this line of characters is in standard Chinese. What's that? World card bug? The BARRAGE card is in my eyes? Chapter 2. Haruto felt that something was wrong. Because the white characters were still appearing, sliding from the right to the left of his line of sight, and then disappearing from sight. Is this a 13-year-old brother? There is also a 13-year-old rabbit. Woo woo my treasure. Volunteer. Hey, hey, hey. Volunteer. Something unclean got in. Haruto frowned, feeling that the world had suddenly collapsed. Why hasn't there been such a barrage in the previous 14 years? His eyes fell on the sea of wisteria flowers, and he had a guess in his heart. Maybe it. What kind of plot characters did he meet here? Maybe this world is really an anime on a video site, and because of the appearance of plot characters, there is a barrage. His previous 14 years of life had nothing to do with the plot, so if he didn't become a part of the anime, naturally there would be no barrage. Thinking of this, he rubbed his stomach. Well, it seems that my stomach is hungry ahead of time because of overthinking. He was secretly looking to see if the Sanyashiki family was providing the last meal to the teenagers participating in the selection, when the words that crossed his eyes caught his attention. This white-haired brother is really handsome, but it's a pity that he will be gag in the next second. Indeed, in this session, except for the rabbit, he is the most unlucky, and he was taken away by the hand ghost to receive a boxed lunch as soon as he saw him. The white-haired little brother. King Gren's gaze slowly shuttled through the crowd, and then found. The white-haired brother seems to be talking about King Gren himself. Among all the teenagers in the audience, only his hair was a silky and beautiful silver-white medium-length hair with slight curls, and the ends of his hair were faintly blue. Hey? Who? Me? The next second is going to quack. Hey? That's not right, right? Am I not the main character? The font that seemed to be a barrage disappeared from his sight again, as if it was just a dream of King Gren just now. Just as he was thinking wildly, the Sanyashiki family had announced the official start of the final selection, and everyone flocked to Fuji Raid Mountain. Things have come to this point if you run away because of a barrage that I don't know if it's a hallucination. I will be a laughing stock for the rest of my life. It will also affect of the masters who work hard in the forging knife village. Haruto gritted his teeth, and the two strange-looking fox-masked boys just now disappeared in front of him. I have no choice but to take one step at a time. There are many wisteria flowers growing on the outskirts of Mt. Fujikashiki, and these flowers are not widely cultivated by the Sanyashiki family because of their beauty. This flower is extremely disgusted by the ghosts, and the demon swordsman catches the weak ghosts to the Vine Attack Mountain, because they cannot escape because of the wisteria flowers. However, there are no wisteria flowers in the central area of Fuji Raid Mountain, so that the captured ghosts can move freely in it. Haruto clenched the Hinawa knife in his hand, which Gotogawa had prepared for him. Although Haruto has not officially become a member of the Demon Slayer squad, Gotogawa still forged a Hinawa sword for Haruto from part of his share. At this time, holding the knife in his hand, King Gren's heartbeat slowly stabilized. He could feel that the ghost aura in this forest was very heavy. Are there a lot of ghosts? It should be like this, the ghosts in the Vine Attack Mountain are not very strong, otherwise they would not be used as newcomer training. Thinking so in his heart, he remembered his training on weekdays, and began to look for shelter in the mountains and forests. After all, to survive here for 7 days, supplies and safety are indispensable. Haruto looked up, and he seemed to hear someone's screams coming from far away. Is there already a prepared swordsman who has encountered a ghost? Want to check it out? In case. Haruto shook his head. Wasn't it me, the white-haired man, who was given a death notice just now? Why did you start worrying about others again? The clogs fell to the ground and crushed the dead leaves. Haruto frowned, closed his eyes, and his consciousness radiated like flowing water. There was a heavy sound of landing, with malicious whispers. There are ghosts. He immediately pulled out the Hinawa knife and licked his dry lower lip. Wind brushed in his ears, and King Gren held the knife and waved his backhand, but the snowy knife light slashed but cut into the air. Gone? King Gren was stunned, and then his heart tightened. A dark green monster with many arms and muscles appeared in his sight. It was fat and swollen, and made heavy footsteps like a toad walking on several legs. The pair of eyes with small pupils and very fierce looked at it, and they met the eyes of the King Gren. Hey! Harido's hand holding the knife trembled uncontrollably. It was the first time he had seen a ghost. No matter how many powerful swordsmen he has seen in his daily life, he has seen a ghost for the first time. Especially so. Ugly to die ghost. The beautiful female ghost who will become a beautiful woman who seduces a down-and-out talent does not exist at all. Harido's Adam's apple slid up and down, forcibly suppressing the urge to vomit. His heart was beating wildly in his chest, and his limbs were already a little sore. No, it's not a weak ghost at all. The ghost with his hands stood far away, not knowing where his mouth grew, and let out a deep voice. Is it another year of selection? Before I knew it, I had been imprisoned here for almost 40 years. The blue pupils of the clear mist shrank suddenly. 40 years. How can there be a ghost who has lived for 40 years here? According to the introduction of the Sanyashiki family, it is clear that there are ghosts here who have only eaten 2 or 3 people. 40 years. The ghost seemed to recall for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Those fox boys who haven't seen scales for the time being, so I will reluctantly let you be the first lucky one to enter my belly this year." Fox kid. King Gren didn't think much about it. As soon as the words of this hand ghost fell, without giving people any chance to react, a dark green hand flew through the air. Bang! King Gren reacted in time, waved the Japanese wheel knife in his hand, and immediately cut off the flying hand. But immediately, dark green muscles emerged from the smooth cross-section, and a new hand reappeared, grabbing Harido's head. Harido immediately jumped back, dodging the attack of the ghost hand. His toes hit the trunk of the tree behind him a little harder, and he swung his knife forward. Shhhh. Between breaths, the scorching breath gathers in the chest. The blade of the Nichikawa blade that was clenched turned fiery red. Breath of fire, type 2. The fiery red blade of the Nichiren blade slashed a brilliant fiery red arc in the air from the bottom up. It's rising. The flames scorched the dark green muscles, quickly severing the ghost's hand before it could be retracted. Harukoto heard the sound of something jumping in the bushes. Was it a human, or was it another ghost? The hand ghost had his arm cut off and didn't seem to notice the pain, and Harido's body froze in the air, and then he didn't hesitate to rush forward. The blade changed direction in the air, and his strongest move was ready. Breath of fire, wood type. The swinging of the neon blade made a burning explosion in the air, and the blade shook slightly, a little strenuous, and a little reluctant. But in the end, a flaming tiger leaped out of the tip of the knife and swooped straight at the ghost. Yanhu! They! Flaming tiger pounced on the hand ghost with a fierce force, and the light of the fire illuminated the dim forest. Haruko's heart suddenly tightened. He thought it was bloated fat on his neck. It wasn't fat. Instead, the guy folded his arms and hugged his head layer by layer. This cunning guy. In this way, the Yan tiger who was barely wielding it was. Be careful. Suddenly, a hurried voice sounded in his ear. In the forest on one side, a young man with long flesh-colored hair and a fox mask jumped high, and the long knife in his hand cut out turquoise-blue ripples. It turned out that I didn't know when, a cluster of thick arms broke out of the ground without the gaze of Harido, and attacked him directly. Poof! Something is broken. Harido lowered his head, his dark green arm stained with his own flesh and blood withdrawing from his chest, leaving only a hole the size of a human head. It's over, barbecue. Harido went from his chest all the way to the back of his head. The call of the fox boy seemed to be still in his ears, and it seemed to be in the sky. The white-haired boy collapsed on the ground, his beautiful misty blue eyes gradually losing their brilliance. 40-year-old ghost sneaked up on me, a 2.5-year-old trainee. You're a street boy who gives birth to a house. The little bird you King Gren died. End of book. Chapter 3. During the Meiji period, it is said that there were evil spirits eating people after sunset. Ho! King Gren, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes, and in front of him was the master Wu Dao'er. Like all the knife-forging people in the knife-forging village, Goto River wears a fireman mask every day. Under that strange and ugly mask was a small old man with thick and short eyebrows. The little old man still carried a hammer for forging a knife in his hand, and he carried the scorching smell of flames on his body. What's wrong? Nightmare. Seems to be. Haruto slowly stretched out his hand to his chest in confusion, feeling the beating of his heart before he let out a sigh. It turned out to be a dream. Then this dream is too real. He could still remember the powerlessness of the thick ghost hand that pierced his chest, and the power that flowed from every corner of his body. It's just horrible. Now that you're awake, get up, and you'll be there later. Wu Dao'er was concise and to the point, and then went back to forging the knife with the hammer. Just now, because I heard the voice of my apprentice, I was so shocked that he didn't even wear clogs. But he didn't say anything about it, and the whole person was silent like a hammer in his hand. His beautiful apprentice sat under the porch, fascinated by the wind chimes swaying in the wind. Is it really a dream? But why can he remember the picture of the hand ghost covering his neck with his arms so clearly? And the boy with long pink hair, wearing a fox mask with his fellow disciples? In the end, he must have killed the ghost, and I don't know if he contacted the people of the Sanyashiki family to send his body back to the forging knife village. Haruto is saying. In dreams. I don't know what Gotogawa's expression will be when he sees his corpse in his dream. Stunned, sad. Or do you pound the knife blank in your hand without saying a word? King Gren's thoughts ran away, floated out of the Wuda family, and floated to the village, faintly sensing a person with steady steps hurrying here. It's hidden. Haruto immediately came to his senses and got up from the floor to clean up his back. It was heavy, full of 200 rice balls that Wu Dao'er had pinched out last night. Back, Nikiran knife, and Haori. He walked over to the hanger, on which were 2 pieces of feather weaving. One was his own, with a red and yellow flame pattern. The other is from the 5-Bucket River, which is a somewhat quaint Saiyan landscape embroidered feather weaving. In his dream, he died wearing this red and yellow feather weaving. Haruto raised his eyebrows and put on the landscape embroidered feather weaving. When he arrived at the door of Wuda's house, Wu Dao'er put down the work in his hand and turned his head to look at King Gren. His eyes were stunned. Master, I'll wear this today. The young man stood at the foot of the hall, wearing a Saiyan feather weave and a long knife at his waist. It's really a bit like the son of Wu Dao'er who has been dead for 30 years. At that time, Ryaji, who had just become a member of the Ghost Slayer team for a short time, said to him in such a high-spirited manner, Father, I'm going to wear this today. Although the Haori is no longer the original Haori, the high-spirited face is very similar. Wu Dao'er's throat rolled, and he nodded stunned, okay. Haruko, wearing an eye patch and earplugs, staggered in the darkness as she lay on a hidden back. Well. Although it was the first time I had left the village of the knife forger, I always felt that this road had been walked in my dreams. He still took out the rice balls to comfort and carry his hidden when he was delivered, and at the same time said loudly, Thank you for your hard work. When the last Hakumi Haruto was placed in the designated place, she took off the boy's blindfold and earplugs, and lost her mind in the blue eyes that shrouded in mist. Haruto's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were fixed on hidden eyes. What's the matter, Mr. Toriu? Yin hurriedly asked, Is there anything rude about me? King Gren hurriedly said, No, I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. This hidden appearance turned out to be exactly the same as the one he had seen in his dream. Then Mr. Toriu, the next path is up to you. Hakura said exactly the same thing as he remembered, and Haruto handed over 2 rice balls as usual, but didn't talk to her much because he was drumming in his heart. Wrong. Something is very wrong. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and stood on the side of the road not knowing what to do. In case of indecision, let's fill our stomachs first, he thought as he ate rice balls in the shade of a tree. If everything in the dream is real, then what is his situation now? Read the file? Will some of what happened before happen again? Haruto looked into his chest and imagined it being opened into a hole again. The best news now was that he already knew where the hand ghost would appear in the first place, and he just had to avoid it and walk around. Or find a swordsman with strong swordsmanship to follow behind. He thinks that the boy in the fox mask is very good. Thinking of this, his stomach was half full, and he also had confidence in his heart, and he stood up and ran towards the Vine Attack Mountain. The sea of wisteria flowers in the Vine Attack Mountain is beautiful and dazzling. Haruto climbed the long staircase, and the exact same image appeared in front of him as in his dream. The cold eyes of the swordsman, the 2 fox-masked teenagers standing in the corner. Senior brother, my destined husband. After a few more strange barrages, Haruto held his breath and came. Lords. Death notice. Teacher Crocodile is so strange, this white-haired and green-shirted guy is so handsome, it's just a one-frame trick. Hey? Has this phrase been used before? Haruto frowned slightly, doubts rising in his heart. The previous one appeared once during the Battle of Infinity City later. Indeed, looking at this face, I thought it was a member of the protagonist group, but I didn't expect it to be a dragon set hhhh. I feel like I'm the most handsome character in the whole work, the melancholy white-haired PR with blue eyes. It's a pity that the strength is pulled, and I can't save the rabbit. Barrage becomes. Isn't it the same? His pupils were fixed on the words that drifted by, and yes, there were no words like karma and lunch. And he also said that he would appear again in Infinite City War. My destiny has been changed? And please, why does the barrage have to whip his strength? Has my Repo crossed the dimension? Besides, I'm just a personal ghost swordsman who has been practicing for 2.5 years, don't put the hope of saving anyone on me. And what does that word say, Ching Rabbit? If you judge the importance of the characters according to their clothing and painting style, in addition to yourself, the most likely main characters in this scene are the 2 young men in fox masks. And Haruto vaguely remembers that the hand ghost had said something like those fox boys of scales before he fought him. If you guess correctly, it should be the 2 teenagers in front of you. The long-haired boy with pink hair had seen it when he was dying before, and he should have been a very gentle child when he heard the voice and tone. And the young man next to him who was holding a long knife and dragging coolly. It's not easy to get along with at first glance. Sunny secretly moved a few steps to that side, intending to follow them at the beginning. Chapter 4. Bad. It seems to have been lost. Harukoto walked vigilantly in the woods with a knife in his hand, secretly complaining in his heart. What the hell are these fox-masked boys, who are fanatical fans of what the hell? How come they run faster than rabbits when they hear the ghost scream or prepare the ghost to kill the swordsman? He just hesitated to follow a little closer, and the 2 boys ran away. So in the end I was alone? Hey, at that time, it was better to report this matter directly to the ushers of the Sanyashiki family. There are 40-year-old ghosts in the Fuji Raid Mountain for selection, which is not at all true. But if you say it, you will be asked how did you know about it. Obviously you haven't started the selection yet. The thought of facing these cumbersome explanations makes Haruto's head grow. As he thought so, something seemed to run through the woods around him. At the same time, a foul smell of decay entered Haruto's nostrils. He didn't even need to diverge his consciousness to look for it, he immediately clenched the hilt of the knife and looked around vigilantly. It is the smell of the ghost. Oh! A black shadow suddenly cut through the cover of the leaves, waving its sharp claws and striking Haruko. Haruto took 2 steps back, pulled his sword out of its sheath with the hilt of his sword, and drew a circle in midair with the shiny blade. Sting! The sound of the blade slicing through the demon's arm was unusually clear and pleasant, and the demon howled and jumped back, not daring to step forward, only looking at him with those eyes the size of a pinhead. Compared to the last time I encountered the hand ghost, this evil ghost is much weaker. Haruto hadn't even used his breathing technique, and he cut off his arm with his sword skills alone. He adjusted his breath quickly, and through those terrifying eyes, he saw the demon's thirst for his flesh. "I'm hungry, I'm hungry." The demon stuck out its long tongue, saliva dripping from its tongue, and after a long hesitation, it waved its claws again. Breath of fire, 1 type. The center of the sunny man moved forward and dragged the blade back, and the scorching flames burned in his chest. With a whisper of ignorant fire, flames ignited on the Nichiren knife. He leaned forward, brushing the demon past him, a hot knife light brushing his misty blue eyes. Gollum! In the middle of the staggering, the demon was slashed with a sword. The ugly head that rolled to the ground and the torso that had lost its head fell to the ground, gradually turning into flying smoke. Haruto returned the knife to the sheath with a neat movement, and he turned around and glanced at the corpse of the demon and breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, the first successful ghost killing was recorded, and I want to eat a big meal when I go out." The first night of the vine attack was always the hardest night of the entire 7-day ordeal. Everyone needs to be fully focused and anxiously waiting for the first light of dawn to come. Haruto traveled through the woods with his excellent perception ability, and the other ghosts in the entire Fuji attack mountain were really not much of a threat except for the hand ghost. He walked along the mountain path, trying to get away from the woods where he had last seen the hand Oni. When it was still dark, a teenager came in front of him. He carried a fainting swordsman on his back, and Haruto noticed that the swordsman was wearing a dark red feather weave. "What's going on?" Haruto asked. He stepped forward and hugged them, and sure enough, the fainting one was one of the fox boys. His fox mask was gone, and under his black messy hair was a very delicate face. "Well, even if I fainted, I felt very arrogant, and I was really a difficult person to get along with." The young man with the back kept his mid-haired style and looked panicked. "I don't know. It was a teenager with the same fox mask who handed him over to me, and I was about to find a safe place to stay." Haruto blinked. "The hair color of the person entrusted to you is flesh-colored. Where did he go?" "That's right, it's very young to hear." Murata wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and pointed behind him. "I probably went up the slope over there." Sure enough, good-looking people are warm-hearted. The warm-hearted Haruto thoughtfully, "What is his name?" "Yoshio, Tomioka Yoshio, that's how the boy named Rabbit introduced him." It turns out that the word is. Haruto suddenly realized, and then patted Murata on the shoulder. "Then this child called Yi-young, I'll trouble you." "No hempet, do you want me to take care of him alone?" "Of course, since you have promised others, you must do it." Haruto pumped him up with his fists, and walked in the direction of his fingers. "As long as it's not the area of the hand ghost, even if you go in a little bit. No problem, right?" As for why he wanted to follow him, the first thing that came to Haruto's mind was the scene where Rabbit appeared and tried to rescue him before his last death. And judging from the barrage, he survived this time, but instead of dying, it might be the rabbit. Haruto can't comfortably accept letting others bear his own fate, especially a teenager who once tried to pull him out of a desperate situation. He walked a long way in the footsteps of the rabbit, and met many reserve swordsmen, and whenever he asked, someone would always point out the direction to Haruko. "Ah, I know, that soft-voiced boy? He's helped us a lot, and I wouldn't have survived if it weren't for him." He went down the hill, and when he heard that he had killed a lot of ghosts along the way, he was out of breath. "He just left. He is really a kind person. I hope we can all pass this selection." Everyone's attitude didn't seem to be as cold as when they attacked the mountain gate, and they didn't know what Rabbit had done to make these people respect him. Haruto wiped the sweat from his forehead as he walked, and then walked forward. But that's where the hand ghost is. Fuji Raid Mountain. How can there be such a monster? The rabbit clenched the handle of the knife, from the fingertips to the arms and thighs, all of which were overdrawn from the long run and the repeated use of breathing methods, and trembled slightly. He pushed the mask made by his master Tsuki Zojinji to his ear, revealing a pair of silver eyes staring at the hand ghost tightly. Fox boy. They. Deep voice was sharp with malice, and the disgusting dark green muscles of the hand ghost surged, transforming arms into arms to attack the rabbit. Reunite with your fellow disciples in my belly. How can you say such a thing? How can you do such a thing? So many of Master Scale's excellent children were actually eaten by him. The long knife in the rabbit's hand shook, severing those arms with blue waves like water, and the toes drove the whole body, and the agile point was at the arm that the hand ghost had time to retract, and rushed towards the head wrapped in the arm. It's unforgivable. Breath of water, 3 types, flowing dance. The blade of the sun wheel is wrapped in the flow of water, and the figure of the rabbit is close to the hand ghost. When the blade touched the head of the ghost, he was shaken. The Nichiren knife, broken. After a long battle, not only his body reached a critical value, but even the knife in his hand could not withstand it. Rabbit's heart sank suddenly, and he had already seen the hand ghost squint, and one arm quickly lengthened and hit his head. S.A. I don't know where a hot wind blew from somewhere, and a touch of cyan slipped in front of me, and the hand that was a fatal claw in the eyes of the rabbit was cut off with a knife. Before he was about to get a headshot. The evening breeze blows the long silvery white hair, and the light blue ends gently scratch the smooth chin. The young man in front of him bent over and holding a knife opened his eyes, and the tip of the knife was a scorching flame. The little bird swims in the sunny day, and arrives in time. Chapter 5. Haruto galloped along the mountain path, and in a state of full concentration, he could easily agitate his lungs and put himself into a state of total concentration. The barrage in sight was overwhelming. A large widow's scene ahead. Rabbit. Ah! If it weren't for the fact that Rabbit had killed almost the entire mountain, he wouldn't have died due to exhaustion and broken knife. As soon as the rabbit dies, it will be escorted at the same time. Will it die? The boy in the fox mask? Will it definitely happen if it's on the barrage? But the history in their mouths is what the Qing people have experienced now, and for the present, history is not an established thing, but can be changed. In the distance, he saw the blue sword light dancing in the dark green ghost's claws. In the world of barrage, will there be a sunny person rushing to the rescue? The toes touched the ground, and in a trance, Haruki remembered the last time he died at the hands of the hand ghost, and the rabbit also rushed to the rescue. Only this time, the positions of the two seemed to be reversed. Close at hand, the rabbit danced and came to the front of the hand ghost in an instant. Behind the pouring of swords, it was not the neat sound of the demon's head being cut off, but the ding. The rabbit's knife is broken. In the nick of time, Haruto didn't notice that the barrage in front of him had disappeared, and he slammed into the ground, and hot air erupted from his nose. The blade dragged the flames, and a Shiranui swayed out with an unstoppable momentum. The ghost hand that ran for the rabbit's head was cut off with a knife. The rabbit was only distracted for a moment, and then immediately reacted, tiptoed a little on the hand ghost, and landed behind it to place the broken knife in front of him. One after the other, one flame and one clear water, the two teenagers faintly formed an encirclement of this huge demon. King Gren's face is light and breezy, and his posture is very handsome and dusty, but he has actually begun to leave his soul. The feeling of being pierced through his chest by a hand ghost was so real that he was a little startled when he saw those vicious and evil eyes. Oh, it's a pity, it's just a little bit. The hand ghost rolled his eyes and looked back and forth between the two teenagers. Fox boy, what are you going to do to fend off my attack next? The yellow eyes gurgled and turned, and the hand ghost lowered his head and let out a treacherous laugh. Hey, hey, hey. That guy who scales up to the scales will not only prepare a disaster mask for his disciples, but even the swords he gave him are so vulnerable. Haruto blinked his eyes in confusion, although he didn't know who the scales were, but looking at the pale appearance of the rabbit's face, he should be a very important person to him. Long-winded. The white-haired boy raised his head and lowered his eyes. Human feelings. Will the ghost know too? There was no pity in those misty blue eyes, only pure disgust and indifference. This sentence suddenly made the pupils of the hand ghost shrink. He remembered again. When I was caught by that damn scale, under that big Tengu mask, there were such cold eyes. It suddenly became frantic, and dozens of hands on its side slammed the ground together. Damn the scales, damn the scales, damn the scales, damn the scales, why is it still ghosting after 40 years? The hand ghost no longer focused on the rabbit, it let out a terrible roar, and several ghost hands rushed towards the white-haired boy together. Kill him! Kill him! Gouge out his scaly-like eyes and swallow them in his stomach, just like those fox boys. Be careful! The rabbit's hurried call coincided with the voice in his memory, and King Gren raised his eyes, and the sword in his hand shone brightly. This big guy doesn't know what stimulated me. What did I just say? I didn't work so hard to beat the rabbit. Is it aimed at me? Haruto struggled to deal with the attack of the hand ghost, but fortunately, although his breathing method was very rubbish, his swordsmanship was very superb. The figure swept over and rolled up the dead leaves, and Haruto swung the Nicola knife to cut off several arms again. Boy, you can't beat me by cutting off my arm. Haruto let out a few low gasps, and his limbs began to gradually become sore. Is he too wasteful? He always feels that the breath of the flame will repel his body, and no matter how good his body exercises, he can't always stay focused for a long time. Ran away? Probably not. Haruto felt the presence of another swordsman in this space. That is, concealed and ready to launch a deadly attack. Haruko's use of regulating his breathing to relieve his soreness soothes his pain, and as soon as his heart moves, he immediately attacks the hand ghost. His footwork was so flexible that Mr. Makijiro once commented that if he hadn't been born in such an era, Haruto would have been a very good swordsman. But in the era of demons eating people, it was useless to have excellent swordsmanship. If you can't combine it well with the breathing method, you can't be a good ghost slayer. Then sooner or later, bad luck will befall him. Haruto bent down to dodge the flying ghost hand and pursed his thin lips. The hand ghost's eyes gurgled and rolled, and in its sight, those cold eyes got closer and closer. Come on! Come to me! Scales! Die in my belly! Those yellow eyes suddenly narrowed, and they found it. This kid's flaws. Hand ghost didn't have time to think about it, and all his arms poured towards the white-haired boy. I'm going to rip this guy to shreds, gouge out his eyes and pull out his tongue. What human feelings! It's all fart. But a sense of crisis suddenly surged in the hand ghost's heart. Where's that fox kid gone? As soon as the thought popped into its head, a low murmur rang in its ears. The breath of water, of the wanton. Rabbit with the broken blade suddenly appeared behind it, its body as light as the flowing water of the blade. No way! His knife is broken. I can't cut off my head with a full knife, let alone a broken knife. Strike tide! A turquoise blue light swept over its head, and the hand ghost felt the world turn upside down. Cut off! In the sight of the hand ghost, his huge body began to turn into ashes. The hand that ricocheted towards the white-haired boy really hit him, and Haruto took a solid punch and fell to the ground like a bird that had hit an airplane, and let out a low cry. It's done. He struggled to maintain his writhing features, and let out a long sigh of relief as he watched the smoking hand ghost. Finally killed. The rabbit fell to the ground lightly and looked at him worriedly. "Are you okay?" The young man with long pink hair frowned, and sure enough, as he said in the barrage before, he was a very gentle child. "No. For the time being." Haruto relented, and his ears moved, and he heard the half-dissipated hand ghost head muttering to himself. "Unwilling, unwilling. I obviously paid so much to be strong. Damn scales, it's all because of him. And the guy who turned me into a ghost. Because of him, I also ate my brothers." The yellow, vicious eyes widened suddenly. "Brother?" Haruto stared at it indifferently. "Gray-haired boy, you're wrong." As if remembering something, big tears rolled out of the eyes of the hand ghost. "Ghosts are changed by people, how can ghosts not know human feelings? Brother, please wait for me, hold my hand." Chapter 6. Returning to the shrine where the wisteria flowers bloomed again, Harukoto saw the head of the black man. The swordsmen who successfully passed the selection of the ghost-killing team talked left and right, and their faces were more happy for the rest of their lives. The rabbit stood under the torii with his arms crossed, his broken knife stuck in the scabbard and honestly hanging from his waist. Tomioka Yoshi stood next to him, and under Murata's care, he found Haruto and Rabbit, who were in a coma for a long time, and joined the battle without saying a word. "This is my fellow Tomioka," the rabbit once quietly told King Gren. "Don't look at a child who likes to have a stinky face, in fact, he is too timid." After hearing that the rabbit was almost killed by the hand ghost, Tomioka's face turned white. In order to reduce the burden of the rabbit holding the broken blade, the black-haired boy behaved very desperately. At this time, they were watching Haruto frowning and looking for the usher of the Sanyashiki family to comment. "I said, isn't it too much for a ghost who has survived for more than 40 years to appear in the selection? Don't you check it every year? Such a big guy has been in the mountains for 40 years, do you know how many teenagers with infinite possibilities in the future he eat?" The inductor's expression was very solemn. "I'm very sorry, although we have done a detailed examination. Do you know how much physical strength it takes to stay in such a mountain every day, and do you know what physical strength is for a swordsman? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Haruto." Suddenly, there was a soft voice like a breeze. Haruko turned around, and a young man with long black hair and a handsome face appeared in front of him. He has beautiful purple eyes. The only fly in the ointment is that there are some horrible scars growing near his left eye. But even so, he still had a gentle smile on his face. "It's been a long time, is Mr. Goto okay?" The boy waved his hand, and the usher bowed to him before retreating. "It's Yayashiki, the current leader of the 15-year-old ghost-killing team, and Haru and he know him. Although their identities are very different, they are about the same age, and they have met several times in the Forging Knife Village. When we met for the first time, Yaya, who was 6 years old at the time, had been the Lord for 2 years, although his face was still childish, but his speech and demeanor were already very dignified and generous." Birth house. Haruto opened his mouth, and wanted to call him by his usual title, but then he thought that he had passed the selection of the ghost-killing team, so he changed his words. "My lord, master, he is very good. Last time I saw him was 2 or 3 years ago, and Yaya didn't have those scars on his face at that time. Wait until these scars cover the entire face." Haruto lowered his eyes and stopped thinking. Yayashiki's bright eyes flickered, and the smile on his face became gentler. "If you don't mind, would you like to go into the house and talk?" He pointed sideways to the shrine. "You haven't met my wife yet, her name is Tianyan, and she is the daughter of the priest's family." Of course, of course. Only by marrying the children of the Sanyashiki family can the curse of fate be delayed, and the lifeline can be moved to the age of 30. This is the fate of the Sanyashiki family is the punishment of the gods for the birth of the Anime Suji lineage in the Sanyashiki lineage. Haruto squirmed his lips, and finally could only nod. "Mr. Scale, Mr. Tomioka, come with you. The two fox boys glanced at each other, combined their tiptoes and nodded. The daughter of the Shinken family, Amini, is a very beautiful and gentle girl. She married Yaya when she was 13 years old 2 years ago, and gave birth to a pair of twin daughters for Yaya. King Gren, Rabbit, and Yiyang knelt on the smooth floor, and Tianyan served them tea. The latter two were a little cramped. They didn't understand why the main guild of the Ghost Slayer team would appear here and entertain them, especially when it was just a final selection. Unlike the crampedness of the rabbit and the brave man, the King Gren seemed a little emotional. The difference between pinching mom is obviously less than 1 year old. Why does this guy have both a wife and a daughter, and he has practiced for so many years, but it is difficult to even see a girl of school age? Not to mention the village. There are all firemen who are crazy about the ore and the carbon furnace, and even when they come out to select, they are all boys like Rabbit Yiyang. Haruto stared at the teacup in front of him with resentment, sharpened his back molars and said, "I want to eat." The rabbits are all stunned. "When I met my lord." "Say you want to eat?" Yaya Shiki didn't care, and even bent the corners of his eyes to show a smile of "I knew it would be like this." "Tianyan, I'm sorry for you." Sanya went down to prepare the meal, and Yaya sat cross-legged on the futon, first looking at the two fox boys who were worried. "Is Mr. Scales okay?" The rabbit straightened his waist and replied seriously, "The master's health is very good, and he has been going out on a ghost hunting mission recently. Thanks to him, the area around the narrow foggy mountains is so safe. Thanks to him, I was able to cultivate such a good swordsman for the two of you. Mr. Scales is not only an excellent pillar, but also an excellent breeder." King Gren pricked up his ears. "Cultivator? He just needs a good cultivator to help him find out the gaps and fill in the difficulties on the path of cultivation. If I can hear your praise, the master will be very happy." The rabbit smiled softly. His eyes were similar to Yaya's, and they both had a gentle glow. "Later, you can tailor your body shape in the position you just now and get your respective Ghost Slayer uniforms. The next step is to receive the jade steel, which is the material for forging the Nichiren sword, which belongs to you and will be forged and delivered to you within 10 to 15 days. This point must be no stranger to King Gren." Yaya looked at Haruto, his eyebrows crooked. "Who will be the knife forger assigned to me?" Haruto asked. "Who do you hope it will be?" "As long as it's not Mr. Iron Mocha," Haruto replied. "I don't want to be chased by him with a kitchen knife after war." He shuddered at the thought of the strange knife-forging man with wind chimes on his hat and the sturdy muscles. Yaya chuckled, and the bright smile made Tianyan, who stepped into the house, slightly distracted. "The meal is coming." She was followed by two servants of the maternity house, each with a heavy food box in his hand. "I haven't asked you what the amount of food is like." Tianyan smiled embarrassedly and put the two delicate food boxes in front of Rabbit and Yiyang. "Don't bother, madam, this will do." The rabbit looked at the large amount of food in the lunch box, and then glanced at the nearly 20 boxes in the servant's hand, and hurriedly waved his hand. "These are too many, it is impossible to eat them." For the first time, Tomioka's face showed panic. "1 box is enough." Tianyan was relieved. "That's good, I'm still worried that there will be less preparation." Under the shocked gaze of Rabbit and Yiyang, she put all the 20 food boxes beside King Gren. 20 boxes! Stuffed with grilled eel yellow rice. The white-haired young man picked up his chopsticks and folded his hands reverently at the food. "I'm going to start." In the eyes of the two fox boys, boxes of lunch boxes were wiped out, and the eels and yellow rice seemed to have fallen into a bottomless black hole. Haruto is pious and attentive to food, completely ignoring the barrage that starts flowing again. Rice pillar name scene reservation. "Okay, it's a 15-year-old and beautiful lord." Laughing to death, both Rabbit and Yiyang were scared out of the original painting. I hope the two teenagers know that the Lord called them here probably just to let Haruto have a full meal, ha ha ha. Chapter 7. Yaya. Sanyashiki Tianyan pushed the door into the house and saw Yaya Sanyashiki sitting on the side of the porch. She stepped forward and gently placed her hand on her husband's shoulder. They left. Yaya stared at the wisteria flowers swaying in the courtyard, and smiled slightly on the side of his face. After choosing Yugong and receiving the team uniform, the three gentlemen received their crows. Somewhat unexpectedly, Mr. Toriya was given a parrot, white and a gentle blue, the same color as his hair. Parrot, like him, is a different person. Yaya was stunned for a moment, then raised his lips and smiled. Tianyan, you can call him King Gren, he likes to be called by his name. Okay. The relationship between Yaya and Haruto seems to be very close. Amini remembered the bright smile that Yaya had on her face when she walked in with a food box. It had been a long time since she had seen such a happy smile on her husband's face. Quite the opposite. To her surprise, Yaya shook her head. Although Haruto and I have known each other for a long time, we haven't seen each other much, and our relationship with each other is not close. However, this person is different from others, although they have only met a few times, they are very reassuring to place their emotions on him. Yaya Sanyashiki fell into reminiscences. He was a very intelligent and generous person, and he was different from ordinary people since he was a child. When I first met him, I was 6 years old and he was only 5 years old, and I felt that he and I were the same kind of people from that point on. It's just that my broadness and maturity are pretended, but in fact, I am still a cringe-proof child at heart, and I have to muster up the courage to sit in the position of the Lord. But Haruko is different, his early wisdom and maturity are revealed in his actions and words, which is very enviable. Tianyan poured him a glass of water. She doesn't often hear Yotsuya talk about the past, so it sounds interesting now. He never called me Lord, although he had been living in the knife-forging village, following his master, Mr. Gotogawa, as a knife-forging apprentice. But I heard that he didn't have the talent to forge knives, and he has been carrying charcoal and transporting materials for Mr. Wyuda since he was a child. He called me Birthhouse Shiki Boy, and even older I was Birthhouse Shiki Boy, and it wasn't until today that he called me the First Lord Sama. Yaya couldn't help but chuckle, but I obviously think he is biting his back molars. Bertie Mr. Haruto's meal seems to be huge. Yaya looked at Tianyan for a moment, then grinned until he coughed violently. Tianyan hurriedly patted him on the back, and it took a while to smooth out Yaya's chi. What kind of rice seems to be a lot of food? Yaya raised his voice, this guy is a rice bucket. He once ate 300 nigiri sushi in one meal. The little bird that was almost abandoned, Yu King Gren, is planning to return to the narrow foggy mountains with Rabbit and Yiyang. The relationship between the three teenagers has become a lot closer because they have fought side by side, and the Rabbit is a very gentle teenager, and with him around, Harukin has also changed his first impression of Yiyang. Although this dark-haired teenager is always expressionless, he is just not good at expressing himself, and he is kind-hearted and a little timid. Going to the narrow foggy mountains to visit the water pillar scales left is not a whim of the Qing people. In fact, finding a real cultivator to discover and correct his mistakes in breathing is something Haruto has always wanted to do. Although I hadn't seen this Mr. Scales in the forging knife village, the swordsman who practiced the breath of water was calm, steady, kind and gentle, which made Haruto decide to offer to go to Mt. Sasagiri with them. That's how it should be. The Rabbit nodded, you saved my life, I will definitely not shirk these little favors. It's just that. Can I ask you for something? Speak. The Rabbit glanced at Yiyang and said, the master loves us very much, so before going out, he will carve a mask for the brothers to ward off evil spirits. Haruto moved his gaze to the fox mask he wore on his side, and immediately understood what he was going to say. If Mr. Scales knew that the apprentices he sent were all devoured by the hand demons because they were wearing the masks he made to ward off evil spirits. It's cruel too. Don't worry, I won't talk about it when I get to the narrow fog mountains. A grateful smile appeared on the Rabbit's face. Thank you very much. Tomioka exhaled softly, you are very smart. Headless and brainless, with a somewhat condescending tone, if it weren't for the sincerity on his face, Haruka would have suspected that he was provoking himself. No one would say thank you in that tone, for your bravery. The white-haired boy patted him on the shoulder, you communicate with others like this. It's going to be hated. Yi Yong's face turned pale, showing a little overwhelmed. Senior brother, I didn't get hated. The rabbit laughs so spoiled. You're smart. How did the senior brother say this? HHHH. A BARRAGE floated in front of him, and even Haruki was amused. Is he like that at home? Yes, Mako always said that he was an older brother who didn't know how to speak. I can talk. It's not that you're physically dumb, it's that you're mentally dumb. Mr. Birdie. Just call me King Gren. Mr. Haruto. It's Ching people. 3 teenagers who had just experienced the test of life and death walked down the mountain along the wisteria flower path, and the noise of teenagers sounded after a long time along the way. The rabbit held the hilt of the broken blade, and the scent of wisteria flowers blew across his face. In front of him was a serious righteous man chasing after Haruto and telling him that he was not without emotional intelligence, surrounded by vegetation full of birds and insects under the sun. What's going on? A different feeling welled up in his heart. Why do you? In your heart will there be an illusion of a new life? It's like being embraced by the sun for the first time in long time. He grabbed his fleshy pink hair and didn't want to chase after him anymore. Hey, slow down. The foothills of the narrow foggy mountains. Mako pushed open the door and saw that the master was standing in front of the house and looking up at the place of the mountain road. Under the mask of the eternal great Tengu, I don't know what kind of expression it will be. Teacher. Mako called softly, and Scales turned around for the next time. Are you awake? Don't worry about the teacher, Rabbit, and Yi Yong will definitely come back safely. The girl with dark green hair tilted her head and smiled brightly. They are the best swordsmen in the narrow misty mountains except for Mr. Scales. Zojinza nodded, and then suddenly there was a sound of flapping wings in his ears. It was the crow of the scaly left, and at this time it was flapping its wings with a dumb voice. It's past, and the rabbit and the righteous have passed this election. After decades, Zojinza finally heard the good news of his disciple. His shoulders slumped slightly, and he let out a long sigh of relief at the surprised smile on his face. Great, finally! Rabbit and Yi Yong are back with their friends. Go and prepare food, go and prepare food, go and prepare food. The rabbit said, the kid named King Gren. Special, don't, kin, eat. Chapter 8. Sunny came to empty narrow fog when the sun was setting. Earlier, he sent Soku, the parrot that loved the blue sky, to convey the news that he was about to go to Mt. Sasaigiri. Gotogawa's answer was, your sword forging master Steel Tsuka Hataru is waiting in the knife forging village to discuss the forging of the Nichiren sword with you. Haruin. Is it really the more you are afraid of something, the more you are afraid of something? So it's no wonder that the guy from the maternity Yakuzaki smiled so happily when he heard him say that he didn't want Steel Tsukasa Hataru. Well, when you go back, bring a few Matere balls to Mr. Iron Mokeza, and I hope he won't lose his temper because he was a few days late. In front of the wooden house at the foot of the mountain, Haruto saw the grey-haired incumbent Tsuki, who wore a mask of the great Tengu with the same workmanship as the two of them, and the whole person looked mysterious and calm. Standing next to him was a thin and short girl, wearing a short kimono with a plum blossom pattern, with long dark green hair, looking very innocent and cute. She tilted her head slightly and smiled shyly at the white-haired boy. They. 3 of them first greeted Mr. Scale, and Haruto handed over the gift he had purchased from the village at the foot of the mountain, and then faced Mako, and found a beautifully wrapped gift from his back. Visit the gifts. Zhen's turquoise eyes suddenly widened, revealing a hint of dazedness and surprise. It's for me. Well, I heard them say that there is a young sister at home, so I picked it on the way. It's not a valuable gift, so please accept it. King Gren nodded as expected, not to mention visiting other people's homes. It is normal to simply go back and bring a gift to family or someone you know. It's strange that these two boys came back empty-handed. Two fox kids, when did you buy it? The rabbit's face was embarrassed, and he spread his hands at Zhenhu. I am a poor bastard, you know. Yiyang nodded, I do have money, but I forgot. It's better not to say that. Mako thanked him and went back to the house with the present. The room is not big, but the four masters and apprentices live together, which is very warm. Mr. Zojinji is indeed a very good talker, especially when he sees that Yiyang still takes the initiative to communicate with Harukoto despite his expressionless face. The house was small, and they set up a stove outside. Scaly Zo recently prepared a large amount of meat and vegetables, which made the rabbit secretly relieved. Did the teacher take out all the food from the cellar? He asked quietly. It's not. Zojinji was silent for a moment and replied, I heard the name of little bird Yuhara from the mouth of a knife smith. He remembered the way Hotaru of Steel Tsuka danced in front of him. How can a 10-year-old child eat a whole pig? My lord seems to be familiar with Haruin, too. After all, I am a child who grew up in the sword-forging village, and I have a lot more opportunities to meet the lord and the pillar-level swordsman. When it was dark, Haruto sat by the fire, skillfully threading the pickled fish on the iron drill and inserting it into the soil by the flame. If there is a lotus pond around, wrap the pickled fish in lotus leaves, then smear a layer of pond mud and throw it into the fire. When the mud is cracked and opened, the fish inside will be very tender and juicy. This is a Chinese cooking technique. Both Mahashi and Yoshiyang sat by the fire and listened to him, adding ingredients to the cast iron pot hanging from the charcoal fire with their hands and feet. Sister Mako's eyes are shiny and really cute. This guy has a wooden expression, and he doesn't know what to hear. After a few people had eaten almost, Harukoto said the purpose of his trip to Scales Zo. The swordsmanship is good, but the fusion with the breathing method is too bad. Zojinji groaned, and then said to Haruko, have you mastered all the moves of the flame breath? Haruto shook his head, so far, I have only mastered 5 kinds. Show me. So the boy put down his chopsticks, picked up the Hinakura knife and stood in the middle of the clearing. Showing Yanhu in front of a bunch of swordsmen who were calling for water was unexpectedly a little nervous and embarrassed. Haruto adjusts his breathing and puts himself into a state of full concentration. Breath of fire, 1 type. Scaly took a closer look with his back and the light from the blade illuminated his fiery red mask. Yanhu trembled and rushed out from the blade, and Harukin gasped for air with some exhaustion, soreness oozing from every joint. He turned his gaze to the left, and the white-haired old man paused and said, no offense, but I think you should give up the flame-breathing method. Hey? Haruto was a little overwhelmed. Left walked up to Haruto and took his arm out of his sleeve. You've met Purgatory Makijiro, right? What kind of person do you think he is? Haruto pondered and replied, Mr. Makijiro is a very enthusiastic person, and although I always bother him about his cultivation, he is not impatient at all. Purgatory Makijiro can become an excellent flame breath swordsman. Apart from family rumors, the most important thing is his character. To practice the breath of fire, you must be enthusiastic and cheerful and have a flaming faith, but unfortunately, I can't see both of these things in you. Said. That he was not meant to offend, but the words of Scales Zo were not merciless at all. If you choose the wrong path forward, this path is destined to fail to lead you to success. Wrong choice. Roads. Haruto raised his hand and touched his chest, where his heart was beating, but he didn't have the same fiery enthusiasm as Mr. Makijiro. Your swordsmanship is very superb, comparable to that of a pillar-level swordsman, but the fusion with the breathing method is too poor. Zojinji shook his head. The fusion of swordsmanship and breathing is a talent problem, and the problem of poor talent is difficult to solve. even if it is a cultivator, there is nothing that can be done. Find a belief that ignites your passion. Zojinji said, or join the hidden, where there is not much danger. Haruto was a little disappointed, but he still thanked Zojinji seriously. After that, I'm going to participate in various ghost hunting missions. Do you have to keep stumbling forward like this? Don't be discouraged, I'm sure there will be a solution. He patted him on the shoulder, a gentle smile in his silver eyes. What did King Gren send you? Righteousness. I'm just a little curious. It's none of your business. On the knife stand in the house, there is a Japanese wheel knife of Makotsuo on it. On the round blade, a wisteria-shaped spike is newly wrapped. Even the cloth bag was neatly folded and put into a drawer. Chapter 9. Master, his aunt. As soon as he walked to the door of the forging knife village, before he got down from the hidden back, Haruto waved at the location of his home in his impression. Wu Daoerhee, who was wearing the mask of the fireman, raised his head and knocked on the railing with the iron rod in his hand. Over here. Haruto immediately turned 180 degrees and waved his hand. Over there, I'm back. Yin put him down, took off the earplugs and blindfold, and took a few breaths. Mr. Toriu, I'll send you here. King Gren took out some small gifts from his back and gave them to this Yin as usual, and then raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. You can call me King Gren, this unknown Mr. Yin. Hyde took the materai balls wrapped in oiled paper and replied gratefully, I'll enjoy it. Sunny people. Seeing off the hidden members, Harukoto first put down the back of the basket, took off the feather weaving on his body, and put on the inner lining on the railing. Then he picked up the basket of charcoal he carried every day, picked up a shovel and rushed to the charcoal house, and came back to fill the corner of the house with charcoal. Gotogawa couldn't see the expression under the mask clearly while wearing a mask, and he didn't speak until Haruto finished filling the charcoal pile and patted the charcoal ash on his body. Is the food at the Scales family delicious? The careful-eyed Wuda River is online again. King Gren snickered in his heart, but replied with a serious face, Mr. Scales' family lives in the mountains, and the supplies are not so sufficient. But the live fish raised in the mountain spring water still tasted very good, and I ate 24 of them alone. Then you. And there's a girl in Mr. Scales' house, and she's very cute. Gotogawa was silent. He looked at King Gren, then at the forging knife village, and then at the forging knife village, and said, That's really good. What is the girl's name? How many years did she have a child? Where did her parents go? And are they also prepared swordsmen? King Gren looked at the fireman mask that slammed his face, and hesitated. It's called Genhu, and the surname should also be Scaly. How many years has Miji been this? The air pressure around Wu Daoerhee became lower and lower, and finally turned into an angry fireman. You only remember that you ate 24 mountain spring fish, but you don't remember the birthday of other girls. Oh. Why am I embarrassed to ask when we met for the first time? You live with the rice bucket for the rest of your life. Not long after passing the selection of swordsmen, Haruto, who was summoned by the Lord, was defenseless in front of the sword forger, and was reprimanded by Wu Daoerhee for a long time. Ghost knows why Gotogawa is so concerned about the major events in Haruto's life. Especially after I heard Harukoto mention that he was a year older than him, and his playmate who likes women's clothing, Yaya == got married at the age of 13. If it weren't for the lack of school-age girls in the forging knife village, Haruto felt that he might have been married off sooner than that guy in the delivery house. That guy from the steel tomb has been waiting for you to come back since I got the news of the demon slayer. When your white parrot got the news that he had postponed his return, he was furious that you had wasted his precious time. After being taught a lesson, Gotogawa put his hand into the sleeve cage, and this posture was almost exactly the same as that of Scales' left ear. It doesn't matter much, I came back with a lot of materai balls. Thinking of the back, King Gren slapped his forehead, that's right. He fumbled around his back and pulled out 2 paper packets. It was a gift he brought to Gotogawa, a new pair of clogs and a new piece of hayori. Yuri is the same cyan landscape embroidery as his body, but it is more in line with the figure and style of the old man than the one on the Qing man. Wu Dao'er took the gift, and his first reaction was alertness. Did you buy a gift for that girl named Zhenhu? Bought it. That's good, I'll leave it to you. Master. King Gren said helplessly, with my appearance, it's hard not to get married. Wait, why should I marry this word? It's hard not to get a wife. Wu Dao'er's gaze lingered on that exceptionally superior face for a moment, and he said in a low voice, it's this face that is the big trouble. It's really annoying to only say half of it every time I speak. Haruto carries a large bag of matere balls across half of the village to visit Hotaru Tsukasa. Hotaru Iron Tsuka is an eccentric guy who is often dismissed as a swordsmith because he is disgusted by swordsmen. If the Yoji of MT Sasagiri is just not good at communicating with people, then Hotaru Iron Tsuka is suffering from the cancer of communication. However, Gotogawa said that this knife smith focused all his attention on making Nichiren knives, so it is understandable that even if communication is a little difficult, after all, people with skills are always imperfect. In the summer, Hotaru Iron Tsuka always likes to go to the mountains to practice, where he has a small knife forging house, and when the practice rises, he will run around the mountains shirtless and showing his strong muscles. It will always be treated as a wild boar coming down the mountain. Haruto finds him in front of the wooden house in the village, and Hotaru Tetsukasa is talking about something with Tetsugamari Gangzo, who is also a knife blacksmith, talking about something in front of the drawing in front of the table. If you want to make the knife sharper, you can only compress the thickness of the blade, but if it is too thin, there is a risk of breaking. That's why there are high demands on the forging technique, and it's really difficult to be both thin and hard, he says. It's all to blame on that stinky boy, the swordsmanship is so good, but the breathing method is so bad, just continue to be an apprentice. Hey? Who are you talking about? Haruto flattened his mouth and raised his voice and walked over. Excuse me. Mr. Tetsusan. Mr. Hotaru. Hotaru turned her head, her eyes under the mask staring at Haruto. You're finally back, little bird boy. Hotaru doesn't like the name Hotaru, and Harukato doesn't like the surname Kotaryu, and each of them jumps on each other's lightning points to make it a tie. Haruto put the pack of matere balls on the table and looked at the drawings. Is it my knife? Yes, yes. No swordsman has been in such trouble as you. Hotaru Iron Tsuka opened the oiled paper bag, and Haruko could immediately feel that his mood had improved. The grilled mochi balls drizzled with sweet soy sauce are so attractive that even muscular hunks can indulge in them. Haruto rubbed his stomach and looked away from the cold matere balls. Don't listen to the steel mound with a hard mouth, in fact, he is happy to hear that he is going to make a knife for you. Iron Cave Mori Gangzang whispered in Haruto's ear, I am proud to have snatched your right to forge the sword from Mr. Wudu's men, and drew this drawing overnight. The drawings on the table showed that they had been changed countless times, and the paper was a little rough. Can you read it? Hotaru took off her mask and stuffed balls into her mouth, revealing a beautiful man's face under the ugly fire boy mask. The blade is thin. Haruto tapped with the data marked on the paper. In order to maximize the advantages of your swordsmanship when you fight. King Gren, who knew his own problems, sighed, you are a professional in forging knives, and I can't give any constructive advice. It's just a little bit. Hey! Haruto pointed to the blade and stem on the drawing, can you make it look better? I doubt your taste. Hotaru Tsukasa, who still had a wave head wrapped around his head in a scarf like a Kansai grandmother, stared at him silently for a few seconds. Then hold the roasted mochi ball and turn it into a boiling kettle. I'm going to kill you. Unforgivable. Chapter 10. Haruto's new knife was delivered to him 13 days later. Probably stimulated by his comment that he had bad taste, Hotaru Tsukasa put a lot of thought into the appearance of this knife. He shrunk the blade and lengthened the stem to make it easier to hold in both hands. The handle of the knife is wrapped with a lilac and white rope, and the overall sheath is snow white, which looks to match the color of Haruto's hair. Such a beautiful sword should be used by the swordsman of the breath of Kazumi or the breath of water, and I will leave it to you. Hotaru Iron Tsuka proudly handed him the knife, leaving a threat, treat it well, or I will kill you with my own hands. Harukoto drew his long knife and danced a set of swordsmanship in the courtyard, the sharp blade shining with a silver glow in the sunlight. Now that he has passed the selection and the new knife has arrived, the next thing to come should be the mission that the sky brings to the ghost-killing team. But after waiting for more than a week, the sky just circled in the blue sky every day, as if it was disconnected from the headquarters. Bewildered Haruto one day stopped the Minjai Singming, who was about to go to the soup pool, and he learned from the words of the Gotogawa that this man, who had always been very gentle towards people, had been promoted to the rank of pillar in the new rock pillar. The size of Grief Minjai Singming is really big, and even a well-developed King Gren standing in front of him will feel that his height of 170 is not enough to see. He was dressed like a monk, with short shaved hair, a string of huge Buddhist beads around his neck, and a hanging of 108 Buddhist beads around his hands. The eyes of the sorrowful Minjai Singming are completely invisible, and he always recites Buddhist scriptures with his hands folded, but his perception of the changes in the things around him is more sensitive than that of some people with sound eyes. What's the matter? He politely unfolded his hands. Congratulations on becoming the new rock pillar. Sunny people congratulated him first. Congratulations on passing the swordsman selection and becoming a member of the Demon Slayer. Although King Gren and Bai Minjai have met a few times, they are not familiar with each other at all. Although this guy's attitude towards King Gren is kind, it always reveals a hint of distrust. Maybe I was traumatized when I was young. Haruto comforted himself with this reason. After all, most of the people who joined the Demon Slayer were basically burdened with hatred. If it weren't for the fact that Mr. Maki didn't show up at Forging Knife Village recently, King Gren decided to get straight to the point. Mr. Bai Minjai, it's been almost a month since I joined the ghost-killing team, and it's been about 10 days since I received the knife. Why haven't I received the mission sent down? Grief Minjai Singming replied, the Buddha said that everything has a fixed number, and it is not to be said, not to ask. But I can still answer this question. The reason is that there are too many people. Too many people. Haruto raised an eyebrow. There are more than 20 new swordsmen in this year's class, and there are not many ghosts that meet your level. King Gren was dumbfounded. It turned out that there were too many graduates, and the ghosts who met the level couldn't be assigned to him for a while. Didn't you say that the Ghost Slayer team was very short of manpower, and why was there a shortage of ghosts? That's Mr. Haruto, waiting is also a kind of practice. Sorrowful Minjai's voice was firm and gentle, and his attitude actually became much better. If you can't always make progress in the breathing method, you might as well temper your body to be stronger. Is this your suggestion to me, Mr. Bai Minjai? Do you pay attention to the distress of strangers when you are suspicious? A smile tugged at the corner of Haruto's mouth, and he didn't know if the other party could sense it. Thank you, Mr. Bai Minjai. Hey, hey, hey. Haruto did muscle training bare-chested in front of the knife forging house, running with boulders on his back, replenishing charcoal for every knife forging family around him, and constantly swinging his knife and chopping. He trained as he had done for the previous 2.5 years. Grief Minjai Sing Shen. Wu Daoer he put his hand in his sleeve cage and watched him practice, muttering in his mouth. It's the big monk who appeared in the village a year ago. I remember that he was brought back by the Lord himself, and I heard that he was rescued from the front of the beheading table. Gotogawa's sources are much more extensive than Haruto's, and he touched his mask and recalled, I heard that he was originally a monk in the temple and adopted many children. But one day, the children were killed by the ghosts, and after he killed the demons with all his strength, the surviving children pointed out that they were murderers and sent to the execution ground. If the Lord hadn't appeared to save him, it is estimated that he would have died a long time ago. No wonder. After Haruto finished 500 handstands and one-handed push-ups on the ground, he switched to another 500 with the other hand. Sweat slid through his muscles like a stream, smashing into the ground and pooling into a puddle of wetness. It's no wonder that he was suspicious of his young self when he didn't join the Ghost Slayer. It turned out that it was because he had experienced betrayal. And to express kindness to himself again is because Harukoto has passed the assessment of the ghost killing team, and the 14-year-old boy is no longer a child, he is a warrior who can stand side by side with Soro Minjaru. Haruto continued to train without saying a word, and when every muscle had been fully exercised, he held back the pain all over his body, picked up his knife and began to perform swordsmanship. The swordsmanship without the breathing method is sharp, and there is a burst of sound of breaking through the air between the dance of the blades, as well as the sound of softening the roots of the sword. Wyudower he was wearing the green mountain feather weaving, and his face was calm. 30 years ago, Ryaji was also standing here wielding a Nichiren sword. 30 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and the ghost who killed Ryaji it must have been the 12 ghost moons. Every time he thought of his son's ashes placed in the bedroom, Wyudower's hand would tremble uncontrollably. No, you can't tell Haruin. Haruto is a gentle child, but his skills are only that, if he tells him, this child will definitely go to the ghost for revenge. Wyudo, this is your grievance, don't drag it down on the child. Wyudower he took a deep breath and opened his eyes, and suddenly saw a touch of white waving his wings in the night, hovering beside Haruto. Chiba. Fishermen often go missing near Chiba Plains. It was the sky that brought the message of the demon slayer. Hey, are you here to live? King Gren flexed his index finger and let the sky fall. There are more than 15 missing, and 5 dis-level swordsmen have been summoned. Wyudower he looked at King Gren and didn't say anything, just nodded calmly. Rest assured and get ready to go, I'll have food ready for you. Be careful, if you encounter a difficult ghost, run away, and run as far away as possible. The true thought was silenced in his throat, and Gotogawa went back to the house to make Haruto's signature rice balls. I always feel that the master is very worried. Haruto looked at the old man's back, sighed lightly, and raised an eyebrow at the parrot on his fingertips. We'll come back safely, do you think so? Not necessarily. You might as well say something auspicious. Chapter 11. Located in Chiba Prefecture, southeast of Tokyo, Hirano is a town that makes a living from fishing. When Haruto arrived, the atmosphere in the town was completely different from what he had thought. It is full of hot spring inns and seafood shops, and there are many residents and tourists who come and go. There are no doors and windows closed, no fear, the fishermen go out fishing with their fishing gear on their backs, and the conversation is very relaxed and peaceful. The fishermen are missing, said the owner of a hot spring inn, who was a little surprised to learn of Haruto's intentions. What's missing? They've all run away with those inferior geisha. An elderly woman sitting in the inn scoffed, I didn't even care about the children who were waiting to be fed at home, and I left my newly born wife and geisha to fool around in Tokyo. Ran away. Some time ago, there was a festival, and a lot of low-class geisha came from Tokyo, and it was like this every year. Just a little more this year. The boss shook his head, men, how can you be the opponent of these geisha? You will be deceived in 3 or 2 with empty pockets, and you have to take your life to run to the big city to make a living. Well, even the wife and children at home are ignored, can these still be considered men? The old woman was very disdainful, that young Hui of the Mahjong family, who usually loves Sayori so much, is it not that the figure of the running person is gone? Haruto nodded thoughtfully, does it have anything to do with the festival activities? Or is the festival just a coincidence? Have any swordsmen dressed like me come here lately? The boss looked him up and down, there are wandering swordsmen, but I haven't seen anyone as well dressed as you. Thank you. After asking the old woman again about the location of the assay house she had mentioned, Haruto reluctantly glanced at the fresh snapper and lobster on the cupboard of the hot spring inn, wiped her saliva and left. For now, let's catch this possible demon first, and wait until it's over to celebrate and feast. On it. He went to the mahjong house mentioned by the old woman, but there was no one in the house. Neighbors told him that Sayori had gone out fishing early in the morning and had been fishing for many days. Didn't she just give birth? Well. Life. The kind neighbor shook her head. Her man has run away, and the family has not much food in stock, and if he doesn't go fishing, he can't even afford to eat. Sayori is also a stubborn person, unwilling to accept our food, saying that there is always a way. You're dressed up very brightly, are you a relative of Sayori? I heard that her family used to live near Asakusa, and her family was in business. King Gren politely said a few perfunctory words, and his heart was a little heavy. The wind outside is wet, mixed with the salty smell of seawater, and such an environment can cause great harm to the body of a woman who has just given birth. And he looked up at the darkening sky and quickened his search. Finally, he found Sayori among the returning fishermen. It was a very young girl, with a burlap turban on her head, a beautiful but pale face, and a basket on her back. A cloth bag was tied around her chest, and the faint cry of a weak baby could be heard. She wore a pair of worn-out clogs, white and scarred from the solace of her feet to her calves. There was only a shallow layer of shellfish in the basket, but these alone had already consumed all her strength. She passed by Haruto and dragged her tired body towards the house. The expressions of pity from the people around her made Sayori clench her fists. Pushing open the door of Mahjong's house, the room was unchanging and deserted. She put the basket in the corner and took Rika out of the cloth pocket on her chest first. This is a well-behaved girl. Younghui was very happy after she was born, and it took a long time to look through the dictionary to get the name. But those people will say in private that because she gave birth to a daughter, Younghui ran away with the geisha. Really, what do they know? Younghui will never abandon her and their children. She and Younghui. When I escaped from Asakusa, I made an oath to the gods. Tears slid down the woman's soft cheeks and dripped down the baby's face. The hungry baby stuck out his tongue to lick it, but he couldn't eat it, and then let out a cry like a kitten. Sayori woke up in shock, but she hadn't eaten enough for a long time, and she didn't even have enough milk. At this time, someone knocked on the wooden door of Mahjong's house. Sayori looked up and saw a white-haired young man with a knife hanging from his waist and an extraordinary handsome face. He carried a backpack behind him, and lowered his eyes as if to avoid suspicion. "Sorry, I'm sorry to disturb me." Dressed up and outstanding looking. Sayori jumped up from the ground with endless despair and fear on her face. "You've found it here." From Asakusa to Hirano, she scurried around the yard, throwing everything she could see. Haruto inexplicably dodged the clutter. "Asakusa? No, I'm from. Anyway, I'm not from Asakusa." He raised the paper bag in his hand. "Do you want to eat something? Even if you don't, your child may have to eat." At the mention of the child, Sayori's sanity seemed to have come back for the time being, and she stared at Haruto vigilantly. This beautiful face always reminded her of some bad memories. "I don't need mercy," she replied through gritted teeth. "It's really hard-mouthed. Even if such a person dies and pushes it into the furnace, it will be 2 complete pieces of mouth skin that will be pulled out." Ching sighed secretly in his heart, but said on his lips, "This is not mercy, it is a transaction. I want to know something about your missing husband, and if you don't mind, these things including this pack of baby cereal are the payment. Adults can withstand hunger for a few days, but children cannot." Sayori glanced at Rika in her arms, and after a moment replied, "Come in." King Gren pushed the door and walked in, but did not close the door to avoid suspicion. He put the rice noodles and some cooked food he bought from the town store in front of Sayori, and then sat far away, took out his lunch box and began to eat. Chiba is a seafood paradise, and the eels produced here have a special milky smell. After a simple frying, it is neatly stacked on top of the sweet potato rice, and the color is golden and attractive. Haruto ate it sweetly, and Sayori's throat rolled. She first washed rice noodles for Rika and fed them with a wooden spoon before picking up the same eel rice in front of her and swallowing it in a big gulp. Well, even in a state of hunger, she still covered her mouth with her sleeves and was dignified and generous, coupled with the frightened look of Asakusa she just mentioned. Perhaps, it was not the geisha who hooked the fisherman's soul, but the fisherman who won the geisha's heart. Chapter 12. Yang Hui disappeared 3 days ago. When he returned from fishing that day, he went to deliver fresh seafood to 2 hot spring inns, but he didn't come back until late. Does he often come home late? No, never. After Rika was born, he never returned late. Haruto rubbed his chin. Then the problem is with those 2 hot spring hotels. Sayori just shook her head. I don't know. The boy hesitated for a moment, then asked, why do others say? Your husband ran away with a geisha. That's there. Sayori raised her voice and shouted, and with her voice, the half-asleep Rika was frightened and cried quietly. Her momentum was discharged, and she hugged the baby and shook it gently. Rika, my Rika. After a while, Sayori whispered, maybe this is retribution. Haruto didn't speak, and made a deaf look. 3 years ago, Yang Hui, a young man from the countryside, met Sayori, a geisha from Asakusa, at a festival in the town. Sayori is very beautiful, and she also has the means to hook up with men, but Yang Hui, who came from a small place, failed to resist the temptation and abandoned his parents and minor siblings who raised him, and followed Sayori to Asakusa. What can a teenager who can only do fishing do when he comes to bustling Tokyo? Of course, it's all kinds of lowly and dirty work. A teenager who grew up in the countryside under the expectation of his parents lived at the bottom of Asakusa, and it was painful to watch his beloved Sayori return to the life of Israel. Sayori is not without true feelings for Yang Hui, and when she was lonely in Tokyo, it was Yang Hui's love that gave her the confidence to survive. So one day after the new year, the 2 absconded from Asakusa together. Sayori stole the bustard/mother's money bag, took Yang Hui on the train to get rid of the tracking of the Flower Street, and finally boldly settled in Chiba Prefecture, which is adjacent to Tokyo. Relying on that money, the 2 young couples lived a good life. Yang Hui fished to support his family, Sayori became a virtuous helper, and his husband and children lived a harmonious life. But Yang Hui made a vow to me in front of the gods that he would never betray me for the rest of his life, and that he would live with me for a long time. Sayori shook her shoulders, tears silently sliding down the bridge of her nose. It's not settled yet. Haruto said, what are the names of those 2 hot spring inns? Sayori raised her head and her eyes were blurred with tears. What does that mean? Maybe it's really the problem of the hot spring inn? What are you working so hard for? Maybe it was unwilling, or maybe it was really the absolute trust in her husband. Haruto got the names of the 2 hot spring inns. One of them is called Wankaisha, and it is the one he inquired about when he first arrived in Hirano. A layer of goosebumps appeared on Haruto's arm. A hot spring inn filled with delicious sea bream, fresh lobster, and sweet king crab, and there may be a man-eating demon hidden in it. It's just horrible. He was so stunned and broke in. If someone closes the door and beats the dog, then he's a stupid dog. Let's go to another one first. Haruto made up his mind and decided to go to another hot spring inn called Rigaya before the other members of the Demon Slayer arrived. In the dark, the fishermen who had been tired from the day's work all day pulled their clogs to the town's brightly lit hot spring town, and if Tokyoites go to Asakusa and Yoshiwara Yukaka for fun, then the hot spring town of Hirano is a good place for Chiba people to relax. They Hothouse was opened in the most prosperous location, and Haruki wanted to blend in with the crowd to enter, but was stopped by the guard at the door. Swordsmen are not allowed to enter. The open road is not passable, and you can only take the dark road. Haruto effortlessly jumped over the wall into the hothouse, wrapped the Hinawa knife in Haori, and swaggered around the hot spring inn. It looks no different from the hot spring pools of later generations, with a large number of people soaking in hot water like dumplings in a hot towel on their heads. To the naked eye, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with. Haruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his consciousness spreading out like a wave. Well, it turns out that not all hot spring hostels are here to soak in hot springs. There are those who rub the bath, there are those who pinch the feet, and there are. King Gren raised his eyebrows, jumped over the houses that were running towards the great harmony of life together, and carefully swept the houses in those dark places. Nothing was found. Could it be that he is really the Emperor of Europe? That Wanhai society is a real haunted house? He frowned and regained consciousness, and as he passed by the harmonious house, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why is there one less person conscious? The vague consciousness of a man and a woman who was still there just now is only a woman left. It's going so fast. Have you already left? Haruto sensed that something was wrong and turned and walked that way. The closer you get, the clearer the interior of the room becomes in your consciousness. He saw a woman half-seated in the single hot spring of the house, her long hair scattered, like a well-fed beast, licking her palms contentedly. The palm of the hand. The muscles are staggered, the bones are thick, and the nails are sharp. It's clearly a ghost claw. The woman sitting in the hot spring is a man-eating demon. At this moment, the long-haired female ghost felt being spied on, and pouted into the air, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Humph! Haruto snorted, and consciousness flooded back into his body like a tide again. The first time I tried to act as a sentinel to investigate the situation, I happened to see the image of a demon eating people. Haruto ran wildly, and the Aoyama embroidered Haori on his body trembled as he ran, and the Hinawa knife had long been held in his hand. Bang dang! The white-haired boy came to his consciousness and probed the demon's house and kicked open the wooden door. The room was empty, not to mention the evil spirits, not even a figure. Only the single pool of hot springs was still steaming. Escaped. He stepped forward and looked out into the hot springs. Oh! In the slightly yellowed spring water, there are countless human bones. This room. It's the lair of that long-haired female ghost. These human corpses are people who don't know when they died, and all the flesh and bones of their bodies have been devoured. I don't know if there is a body of Yukiase in it. Squeak! He was kicked open by the sunny man, and the wooden door that had been closed due to the rebound was pushed open again. A girl with jet black hair timidly poked half of her head in, her eyes as clear as glass beads full of timidity. Excuse me. Who are you looking for? Haruto didn't speak, and quickly glanced back at the hot spring. The yellowish hot spring water had an obvious smell of sulfur, and the pool was clean, as if the corpses everywhere just now were all hallucinations of the Qing people. Are you a guest on my reservation? Can you start now? Seeing that Harukin didn't speak, the girl exposed half of her body, and the neckline of the kimono almost fell to her waist, revealing a large piece of snow-white skin on her upper body. Haruto narrowed his misty blue eyes, and a mocking smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. This aunt, or grandma, the guy who turned you into a ghost didn't tell you. To meet a ghost swordsman with keen senses. He bent down and grasped the knife, and his body shattered into a full-drawn bowstring. Do you want to get rid of the smell on your body first? The hot breath ignited the chest, and the long knife swung to ignite a fire tree and silver flowers. Chapter 13. The snow light of the sword mixed with the flames slashed out like thunder, and it was in the middle of the girl standing at the door. A blood streak instantly split diagonally on the girl's face, which was as pure as snow, and scarlet blood flowed half of her face. Hat! The girl let out a chuckle. Her slender and white fingers suddenly swelled and thickened, and her nails became very sharp. The long hair stretched out in an instant, almost filling half of the room. Ah, Lala, young man, you really don't know how to pity the fragrance and cherish the jade. The long-haired female ghost stretched out her hand and gently brushed her face, and the blood stain immediately recovered. I saw that you had a beautiful face, and I was going to let you enjoy the pleasures of the world and eat you again. Who knew that it turned out to be a stinky swordsman who didn't understand the amorous feelings? The long jet black hair that surged together was glued together, and the Haruki was disgusted to watch. I don't know how long this female ghost has been here, and I don't know how many people she has eaten. Looking at the momentum of her body, she is already about to be comparable to the hand ghost of Fuji Raid Mountain. Small space is not conducive to the evacuation of the Qing people, and when they go outside, they are worried about causing a commotion, and they are even more afraid that the evil ghosts will choose people to eat. Haruto frowned, the sword in his hand flickered, and he repelled the long hair flying towards him one by one. Demons are different according to their talents, and some will awaken their own blood ghost magic. Maybe it's a move similar to a sword move, or maybe it's a long hair like a female ghost. Hard as iron, it makes a crisp metal crash when it comes into contact with a sword. But no matter how hard the hair, it comes down to hair. Haruto raised his head, fire dancing in his eyes. Female ghost's heart jumped, and her long hair skyrocketed, sweeping all over the world, trying to entangle this handsome white-haired swordsman directly to death. The jet black hair immediately wrapped Haruto into a cocoon. It's like the countless men who have been attracted by her charm that the female ghost has eaten. Who? She exhaled lightly. What's the matter? The posture is so big, I thought I had met some powerful character. Her long hair can be used as her feeding cavity, and she can start eating while she is wrapped in food. Countless long hairs will turn into spikes with mouth parts, piercing into the body of food, starting from the internal organs to turn the enveloped human into a white bone wrapped in thin human skin. And so on. Why is it so hot? The humanoid cocoon of the long black hair suddenly emitted a scorching smell, and the firelight flickered, and with a low cry of clenched teeth, the tightly contracted long hair actually cracked inch by inch. Breath of flame, wanton type, flame vortex. The thin blade unstoppably sliced through the layers of black hair, and a vortex of flames bloomed from the swinging blade, burning the black hair in an instant. Even the burning flames spread down the long hair all the way to the source. Humph! The long-haired female ghost snorted and automatically cut off her long hair. The black hair fell to the ground one after another, burning rapidly in the overlap. Yanhu's swordsman. She grinned and bared her teeth. It's really troublesome. Haruto immediately jumped high on his toes, and the black hair that reappeared weaved in front of him, and was cut off by the light of the sword he wielded. Very good, the momentum is in full swing, so continue to maintain the state of breakthrough. He puffed up, his white hair fluttering behind his ears. Bell, bell, bell. After a few consecutive battles between the long hair and the Nichiren knife, the female ghost's face was bruised, and her hideous face was no longer as pure as it was just now. Damn, damn, damn swordsman! A terrible roar came out of her mouth, and the long hair on the back of her head poured out, go to hell! Whew, whew! Haruto, who knew he couldn't last, jumped around the room, dodging the long hair that pierced the house like a torrential rain. His gaze was firmly locked on the source of those long hairs, and the blade waved, and he approached the female ghost in an instant. His heartbeat seemed to slow down under the gaze of the hideous grimace that gradually dilated in his pupils. Suck! Waves of hot air surged in his chest, hot air flowing between his lips and teeth. The blade in Haruto's hand drooped, as if a scorching sun had risen from the blade. Breath of fire, type 2. The blade went from the bottom up, and a scorching wave of air swept through the room. The hot sky is rising. Sting! In the waterfall's black hair, the blade of the flame burned in a trajectory. The monstrous head flew high, rolling and smashing against the wooden window, then rolling to the ground. The body that had lost its head was also unable to support it, and collapsed limply on the ground. Hoo! Haruto gasped heavily, soreness and weakness rolling in every muscle, and his palms trembled to the point that he could barely hold the Hinawa knife. No, no. It's not going to go on like this. In this world, there are not all such weak ghosts. He clenched the hilt tightly, and his fingertips were a little white. What if I encounter more powerful demons in the future? What if you encounter the 12 ghost moons, the lower strings are winded, and even the Ghost King Oni Dance Suji is not miserable? Just like now, if you don't kill a combo, are you waiting to die? Haruto looked at the burning head, and suddenly his pupils shrank. In his sight, a white barrage rolled again. And that barrage isn't a fun whole job, it's dangerous. 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 A large row of dangerous words hovered in the eye sockets, making goosebumps blow up all over Haruto's body. Isn't the long-haired ghost already dead? Her head started to burn under the burns of the Hinawa knife, didn't it? Cold sweat dripped from Haruto's forehead, and the unknown danger was the real horror compared to the known danger. White hair handsome brother. My little lover. Yuguo came back to incense during the period. SRDS Japanese legend says that the wet girl and the cow ghost have always acted together. Senior brother has finally arrived, but it's a pity that my friend is gone. Who's here? What do you mean by a wet girl and a cow ghost? King Gren's vigilant breathing is going to be unobstructed. Have any plot characters arrived here? The most important thing is that the long-haired female ghost is indeed dead, but why hasn't the ghost energy in the house dissipated yet? Is there no real death or is there another ghost? There seemed to be some noise outside, and countless people screamed outside, making the whole hot spring town boil. What happened? King Gren turned around blankly and wanted to open the window to see what was going on, but he didn't expect the window to open by itself. A large, slime-covered octopus tentacle slammed open the wooden window and swept through Haruto's waist. In the midst of the whirlwind, Harukoto wanted to draw his knife, but found that his limbs were numb and he couldn't move at all. The suction cups on the octopus's tentacles injected toxins into his body as soon as they first made contact. Haruto was weakly caught and pulled out of the hot house, and in the gradually dimming vision, he saw the monster outside. It was a huge octopus ghost with a bull's head, curling its body and stuffing it into its mouth. Ha! Is this the cow ghost? The girl is referring to the long-haired female ghost he just killed? Wanderers fled the hot spring streets, and there were cries and shouts everywhere. In the lens of Haruto's line of sight, a young man with messy black hair, blue eyes, and dark red feathers is rushing towards here. His expression was anxious, and his eyebrows were tightly wrinkled together. Sunny people. Hit the street, Tomioka. No, I hit the streets. It was dark in front of him, and he was stuffed into the mouth of the bull ghost. The little bird swims in the sunny people, and then dies. Chapter 14. Boy, boy. Haruto's body shook and woke up, and the residual pain of being chewed up before he died made him moan in pain. In front of him, the boss of the Wanhai Club who woke him up looked embarrassed. Is there something wrong? Angina. It took a while for Ching to recover from the residual pain on the nerves, and her face was as pale as her hair. He recognized that he had just arrived in plane, so he calmed down and asked, "Hair. What's going on?" "I'm just going to ask what's going on." The boss breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was unhindered, and said with some complaints, "You fell down as soon as you came in and didn't open your mouth. If I hadn't been quick to hold you, maybe you would have to fall all over your face." Haruto stood up from the ground and shook his head. "Sure enough, I went back in time. After each death, does the entire plane rewind time to before you died?" He walked out of the hot spring inn and looked at the hostel with the sign of hot house hanging on the opposite corner of the street, and frowned. 2 ghosts. One is located in the hot house, and it is a female ghost girl who uses her hair as a blood ghost. The other bull ghost doesn't know the exact location. The body of the bull-headed octopus, the tentacle suction cups have toxins that can paralyze the nerves, and the blood ghost technique is unknown. What is the relationship between the two ghosts, and why does the cow ghost not appear in the first place, but immediately after the wet girl is killed, it jumps out? King Gren no longer thinks about those twists and turns, and simply returns to the evening sea society. Guest. What's serving now? He said, pointing to the seafood on the cupboard. Sea bream, snow crab. What kind of wet female cow ghost goes to the side first, and then fills the stomach first? Yoshiyuki Tomioka arrived a little later in Hirano, and Kanzaburo, his crow, told him that a member of the Demon Slayer had arrived before him. As for who it was and where it was, Kanzaburo could only shake his head helplessly. Yiyang, I'm very old. So Yiyang could only wander the street until his eyes were drawn to a hot spring inn with people at the door. What happened? Good fellow, I heard that there is a kid from out of town who is in contact with Hokkaido and Masa. Yato, isn't that guy the famous big stomach king of Hirano? Yes, the guy who ate 200 sea bream sushi in a row some time ago. Isn't he known as the sumo wrestlers in all Tokyo who can't eat him? That young man from out of town has white hair, and he looks really handsome. White-haired, handsome, and with a big stomach. A few words were adjusted and reorganized in Tomioka's head, and no matter how they were combined, they could only spell out the name of the little bird Yuharito. So Yiyang picked up the long knife, squeezed through the crowd of onlookers like a swimming fish, and entered the store. The first thing I saw was an oversized fat man sitting at the table, combing his sumo wrestler's hair in a bun, sweating profusely and frantically filling sushi into his mouth. Several sushi chefs around him were also sweating profusely, and their hands moved so fast that they almost forgot about the craftsmanship and could barely keep up with the pace of diners. Across from the oversized fat man sat a teenager with long white hair. Compared to Kazuma Hokkaido, who was sweating profusely, the boy ate with ease, taking a bite of sushi and swallowing it into his stomach without chewing too much. Tomioka stood at the table and looked at Yato with a look of pity. How dare you compare to him? How can you eat him? Not to mention the more than 20 boxes full of eel rice on Fuji Raid Mountain, the amount of 24 arm-length pickled fish on Mt. Sajiriyama that shocked real mushrooms for a whole year is enough to eat. What's more, after eating the 24 pickled fish and a few large bowls of hot pot, King Gren can also easily dance a set of combos of flame breath with a knife. Such a person. There may be another world in my stomach. Although the size of the two is very different, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Hato Kazuma is at the end of his rope, and the young man from other places is. I think I can eat 100 pieces of sushi. Don't eat Yato, admit defeat, don't hold up to death. The crowd didn't know who shouted that. Hokkaido Kazuma, who was originally resigned, got on the head for a while, slapped his fat palm on the table, and directly scooped up the sushi rice in the bucket with a rice spoon and filled it into his mouth. Haruto was startled, and was wondering if he should come too, but the movement on the other side suddenly stopped. He choked. Someone in the crowd shouted in a panic. It's over, it's blocked from the stomach to the esophagus. Haruto looked up. Hato Kazuma's eyes were straight, his white and fat face was red, and he felt like he was about to suffocate to death in one breath. Good guy, don't eat if you can't eat. Haruto was about to cross over to give him first aid, but a young man with a straight face stood beside him. He first lifted the kettle and poured water into Yato's mouth frantically, and when the big man saw that he couldn't do it, he turned the long knife in his hand and slapped the handle of the knife heavily on Yato's stomach, chest, and abdomen. After a few times, Yato finally spat out the sushi rice mixed with water with a wow. He collapsed on the ground and gasped for air, but his life was saved. The surrounding spectators were in an uproar, but they didn't expect to see a big stomach king compete and almost kill someone. Volunteer. King Gren's eyes lit up. are you the one who was assigned the task? As he spoke, he pushed the sushi in front of him. Tomioka's eyes swept over the mess on the ground, and he shook his head slowly but firmly. I'm not hungry. What's going on? King Gren chuckled and said, don't mention it, this inexplicable person. I'm here to eat something, and I ran up to compete with me for the big stomach king without a head, saying that whoever lost bought the other party's order. But looking at the current situation, Yato went to a small half-life, and he may not be able to get up to settle the bill. A farce ended hastily. Haruto paid for his meal to the boss of the Wanhai Society, but was shaken by the kind-hearted boss and whispered, thanks to you, voila, how good business I do in the store now. Haruto chuckled as he looked at the overcrowded hot spring inn, then counted out the coins again. Please prepare some takeout food for me, and a box of baby rice noodles. He also remembered the loss of her husband, Sayori, and if she didn't prepare this, she and her child Rika would be hungry tonight. With a confused Yi-Yang, he went to visit the Mai family, and Sayori was still so vigilant. Haruto, who already knew that there was a wet girl in the hot house, didn't stay long and left with Yoji-Yang. When did you arrive? Asked Tomioka. It's close to noon. I haven't seen him for half a month, and Yi-Yang's hair seems to have grown a little. Why didn't I write back to you? Haruto complained, I thought you hadn't received it, but I wrote several letters in a row. You gave me all the letters that Genhu took to read. Yi-Yang pouted, and the content of your letter is a mess, and it is written about the past. Really? That girl knew from the rabbit that you saved him, and she was inspired to take you as the goal of struggle. Yi-Yang looked at the dark sky and brought the topic back on track. What happened to the disappeared fisherman? Haruto remembered the clue he had asked for in the Evening Sea Society. It's also a story. Have you ever heard of the legend of the wet girl and the cow ghost? Chapter 15. In traditional Japanese folklore, the names wet girl and Ushiki always appear together. They cooperate with each other, and generally the wet girl lures the humans, and then the cow ghost preys. A human woman drowns in the sea, and the undead turn into an evil spirit that attacks humans, which is the origin of the wet woman. And the origin of the cow ghost can even be traced back to the Heian period of the great shogun Minamoto Yorimitsu. Of course, there are no such ghosts in folklore in this world. The stories of these ghosts are all fabricated by people who have encountered cannibal demons. All the demons that exist in the world were originally human, and they were transformed by the Ghost King Anime Tsuji Miura through his blood. So, how do you know there will be two ghosts? Yi-Yang looked puzzled. You have only been there for half a day. Crumbs, am I going to tell you that I've been fed an octopus once? Haruto replied solemnly, it's perception, I feel the breath of two different ghosts. Some people are born with super 5 senses that others do not have, such as the sense of smell of charcoal, so this explanation Yi-Yang easily accepted. So what now? Haruto looked up, the lantern had been turned on, and everything was the same as before he died. The difference was that the last time he was alone in the hot house, he was about to break into the wet girl's lair. And now he stared coldly at the hot house not far away from the perspective of a bystander, and next to him stood Tomioka Yoji who was holding a knife. What to do? Could it be that killing the wet girl is the only way to lure out the cow ghost? What is the relationship between the wet girl and the cow ghost? Since it's not a twin ghost, after one party is killed, it should be hidden deeper according to the ghost's personality. How could the cow ghost rush out immediately? Haruto was distressed, and his eyes suddenly froze when he looked at the hot house. The innocent girl who came out of the hot house in beige cherry blossoms and obedience. Isn't it just a wet girl? That long silky hair, how much it kills people, he still can't forget it. Yi-Yang followed King Gren's line of sight, stopped breathing, and immediately clenched the Hinawa knife in his hand. It's a ghost. Wait. Haruto held his arm and lowered his voice, don't rush, see where she goes. Calculating the time, at this time last time, I should have blended into the hot house, and I was scanning the entire hot spring in with my consciousness. It was at this time that he found the wet girl who ate people, and he took a knife to kill her. Haruto had a vague clue. Do you want to go out after eating people? Using Haruko's excellent consciousness capture, the two followed the wet girl walking in the dark far away from the lively hot spring street and came to the remote coastline. Came out to eat. The maiden slashed her arm, and blood gushed madly from the wound and spilled into the sea. In the dark distance, a huge shadow moved from the depths of the sea. Goo goo goo, goo. It was the grinding sound of mucus on her body, and the bull-headed octopus monster appeared on the shore, starving at the wet girl, and a few tentacles rolled up on her limbs. The limbs were torn off and there was a frightening chewing sound, followed by several pops of limbs being reborn. The girl's voice sounded very angry. Hey, it's almost there. This is my deserved. The cow ghost's voice was very low, and after chewing, he suddenly became angry. It's all the smell of men. Poof, a tentacle ejected out, piercing the woman's chest directly. I said, you're almost there. The girl's hair flew out, wrapping around the tentacle that pierced her chest. Her face was very impatient, hiding in a hot spring hotel. Only men will come. Slut, slut, slut. The tentacles of the bull ghost slapped the water frantically. You don't want to. I don't want. Yes, yes, I'm a slut. The wet girl sneered. Who made my man a ghost with no ability? I was frightened by the ghost slayer swordsman who passed by a few years ago, and I only dared to hide in the deep sea all day long. How can there be melons to eat? King Gren and Yeong glanced at each other and pricked up their ears. That's a dangerous fellow. The cow ghost stopped slapping his tentacles in the sea. He's stronger than any swordsman I've ever seen. But His Royal Highness Tong Mo didn't give us the blood to hide. We want to eat more people. Weak ghosts will be forgotten by adults. They. Wet girl's expression became very hideous. If you can't even enter the lower strings in a few years, you will be. It became his fertilizer. Tong Mo? King Gren raised his eyebrows suspiciously, and was about to ask Yeong if he had heard it, when a barrage suddenly began to float in front of him. King Gren's scalp tightened, but fortunately, there was no death warning on the barrage, and there was no danger full of screens like last time. Grinding head, why is he again? Why does Tong Mo like to turn men and women into ghosts so much? After drinking the blood of the upper string, it is still so weak. You can reopen. Laughing to death, my eldest husband and my little husband listen to gossip. Yan Yi is really funny. Wait a minute. Tong Mo is the second wind. Haruto gasped, knowing that he had received great news. You must know that since the ghost killing team has been fighting against ghosts for more than 100 years, the ghost killing team's intelligence on ghosts has only stopped at some lower ghosts. Not to mention that the Ghost King Anime Suji is not miserable. Even 6 of the 12 ghost moons under his command are mysterious existences for the ghost-killing team. Few words I learned today are important information for the Ghost Slayer team. However, this news could not be reported directly to Yayasan Yashiki because he could not explain the source. Yeong gently touched Haruto's arm. Can't wait any longer, that octopus is going back. In the distance, the wet girl and the cow ghost had finished their strange eating, and the huge octopus was curling and about to return to the sea. Haruto nodded slightly, and the sky hovered over the plains, and if they noticed that a demon swordsman was coming, he would immediately let them come to their aid. Now that you're ready, let's go. The two teenagers parted left and right, and the clogs on their feet made a rustling sound on the fine sand, and the bull ghost immediately turned his head vigilantly. Haruto was the first to attack the maiden in front of him. He had already fought her once, and in the face of her long hair, the breath of flame that could burn was even more advantageous. Yeong jumped, and a blue sword slashed at the bull ghost. Watch out for his tentacles. King Gren reminded loudly, and the sword light went out to cut off the long hair around him. Bastards! Just two hairy boys, what are you afraid of? Seeing that the cow ghost was shrinking in the sea and didn't dare to step forward, the wet girl scolded angrily, "A guy who has no ability, he has no ability when he is a man, and he still has no ability when he becomes a ghost." The white-haired boy in front of him had a sharp sword technique, and he almost swung at her fatal place, as if he was very familiar with her attack method. Under such pressure, the wet girl retreated one after another, and was almost half of her face chopped off by a move one no shape, ignorant fire. Seeing that the wet girl was hit hard, the cow ghost finally stopped hiding. He stretched out his tentacles to attack Tomioka, and after being deftly dodged by the latter, his huge body leaped onto the shore. I thought there was nothing I could do, but the wet girl turned into a long snake tail on her lower body. When the two of them confronted each other, King Gren and Yeong glanced at each other, and they both knew it in their hearts. The war is about to begin. Chapter 16. Haruto concentrates on dealing with the wet girl. The speed of the girl who grew the snake tail has improved significantly, and compared to the time when she was in the embarrassed room, the girl is more dangerous now. This is like eating a hot spring pool, the strength of human beings. Smack! The long snake tail flicked at him, and Haruto raised his blade to block, but was knocked to the ground by the huge force that even the man with the knife. He quickly got to his feet and dodged the attack with a fluff before countless strands of hair pierced his body. Haruto! Tomioka had to look this way distractedly, but his opponent was even more difficult, and 8 wriggling tentacles continued to disintegrate his water breath. Focus on your opponent! Haruto shouted, and once again he nimbly dodged the long tail attack of the wet girl, and the solace of his feet stomped heavily on the rocks on his side, and the whole person jumped high like a predatory eagle. The long hair that flew towards him and was dodged became a helping force for his progress, and his toes dotted on the tight, stiff strands of hair as he galloped towards the wet girl. Ding 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 ding! The needle-like black hair attack was blocked by the blade, and Haruto finally approached the wet girl again. Feeling the danger of her life, the wet girl immediately tossed up and truly became a big snake. The blade of the flames severed one of her arms, and the strong smell of blood spread. Roar! The bull ghost, who was fighting Tomioka, roared, and even stopped paying attention to the swordsman who had cut off his octopus foot, and turned around and squirmed quickly towards Haruto. What's the situation? Haruto quickly backed away, dodging the tentacles with suction cups. Unexpectedly, the cow ghost did not continue to attack him, but rolled up the arm that the wet girl fell into the sea with his tentacles, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. The crunching sound was incessant, reminding Haruko of the last time he had shoved it into his mouth. The two swordsmen took a momentary respite, and they exchanged glances shoulder to shoulder, neither knowing what was happening. I said, "That's enough." The girl suddenly became furious as she watched the cow ghost eating like a hungry wolf, and her black hair like a waterfall suddenly turned around and aimed at the cow ghost with 10,000 arrows. The sound of puff and puff was endless, and the bull ghost was pierced all over, and the blue blood stained the sea even bluer. Pain, 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 the cow ghost roared and sliced through the hair with his tentacles, trying to pierce the wet woman's chest with his tentacles as he did kill all its prey. But on the head of the huge bull, the two huge bulls' eyes just turned wildly. Don't fight? Haruto was a little disappointed, but now was a good opportunity, and he put his shoulder on the top of Yoshiyong, who said he understood. Blue water streaks and red flames emerged from the two blades, and the swordsman once again charged at the demons. Deal with these bugs first, the wet girl screamed, and the wound on her severed arm popped and another arm grew. The white-haired boy had come to the front with the flames in his arms. She knew that the ghost's weakness was her head, so she quickly retracted her hair and firmly protected her neck. Hit the snake and hit the 7 inches. Who knew that King Gren shouted, and the blade swung towards the belly of the wet girl. The black hairs surged and went to wrap around the abdomen. It's fickle. Haruto chuckled lightly, and the hilt of the knife in his palm turned. Although I am not a woman, I am just as fickle. With his strong physical control, his body twisted extremely in the air, rising from the original sinking form. By the time the wet girl reacted, Haruan's face sneered at her. Breath of flame, 3 types, chi flame. Just one knife, a top-down slash. The blade sent an arc of flame, and in the enraged eyes of the maiden, her head flew high and landed on the craggy reef of the shore, then rolled into the water. Haruto, who slashed the wet girl with a single sword, did not let up. He jumped back immediately after landing quickly, and the next moment the octopus tentacles that flew into him pierced through where he had originally fallen. Tomioka bravely stepped forward, and the Hinawa knife in his hand pulled layers of ripples. Harukato used his footsteps to drive his whole body to leap up, and the long knife in his hand made a burst of knife sounds. Water breath, 1 type, water slash. Breath of fire, 1 type, shiranui. The young swordsman staggered, the 2 Japanese wheel swords intertwined, and the fire and water fused together. At the last moment when the head of the cow ghost flies, the tentacles with venom hit Haruto's chest hard. Poof! He heard the sound of his own broken sternum, and flew upside down, smashing into the soft sand. The huge bull's head flew up and burned along with the octopus's body. Call. Finally solved. Mr. Birdie, came an unfamiliar call in my ears. The intrusion of the toxin made his vision darken, and Haruto looked up with difficulty to find a middle-sized teenager kneeling over to support him. It's called Murata? Haruto closed his eyes and fainted. Dark. There was a boundless darkness in front of you. What's going on? Am I dead again? King Gren was a little dazed. Couldn't he go back in time after this death? Fortunately, the confusion did not last long, and the familiar barrage flew in front of him. Ghost destroys ancestral memories to kill HHH. I didn't expect to see memory killing in the Gaiden. So is the white-haired husband hanging? I want to know too, hey. A pillar of light suddenly appeared in a dark space, and in the middle of the pillar of light was a very young-looking man. You die, Kita. An old man shouted at him, the Hino family will never marry the Koyo family, unless I die, you will never marry Mihoko Kushiro. As soon as the light and shadow turned, he appeared on the beach wearing a kimono and stepping on clogs, and staggered a few steps forward. Mihoko. What appeared in front of him was a girl who had been pushed to the shore by the waves, and who had long since died. The girl's appearance is pure and beautiful, and she has a face that is exactly the same as that of a wet girl. Mihoko. Kita trembled and fell to her knees, picked up Mihoko and cried bitterly, God-sama, why are you treating us like this? I don't know how long he cried, until bloody tears flowed from his eyes, and a soft laugh echoed in his ears. Sure enough, it's you, grinding your head. Tong Mo came out to bask in the sun. The first Crumb ghost under the Crumb boss. Kita raised her head, and a handsome man in a Western-style kimono suddenly appeared in front of her. He has colorful eyes, white oak hair, and a gentle expression and a soft speech, which can easily make Mrs. Oda let down her guard. Do you want to be a member of the cult of Elysium? The handsome man ignored Kita, but stretched out his hand towards the dead Mihoko. If you don't speak, you will acquiesce. His nails were sharp, cutting through his palm, and a few drops of blood drifted into Mihoko's mouth. As for your... He turned to look at Megami, who was already trembling with fear, and after a moment's thought, grabbed his neck and threw him into the sea. Let's die completely, and don't be a fetter to my disciples. He hummed something softly, and he was in a very happy mood. Oh yes, I've saved a beautiful kid again. Chapter 17. When Haruto woke up slowly, he couldn't even tell whether it was a dream or reality, and whether time had gone back or not. Until 2 men appeared in front of his eyes. Rabbit. Yi Yang. Haruto closed his eyes and opened them again, making sure it wasn't a dream before he let out a long sigh. Good news, the wet girl and the cow ghost have done it, and they don't burp themselves. But why are you here? As soon as he spoke, he felt a tingling pain in his chest, and it was very uncomfortable to breathe and speak. The object of his inquiry was the rabbit, who appeared inexplicably, and he remembered that the last person he saw before fainting was obviously from Murata. Seeing the pain on his face, he hurriedly motioned for him to shut up. You have 4 broken ribs, and it may take 2 weeks to recuperate. As for me, the location of the mission I received was in Ueno, only half a day's journey from here, and I was originally here to find Yi Yang, but I didn't expect you to be here. What is this place? The injury did not surprise Haruan, and he looked around. This place was very unfamiliar. But judging by the decoration of the wisteria flower pattern painted on the wall, this is supposed to be a wisteria house. Sure enough, the rabbit replied, this is a vine house in Kyunyi, because it is very close to the place of the battle, so you are temporarily placed here, and we will also deal with our own injuries here. Only then did King Gren notice that in addition to himself, who was lying in bed, Rabbit and Yi Yang were more or less injured. The rabbit had bandages around his arms, and the brave had some minor scratches on his arms. I think I've seen Murata before. Oh, that guy is unharmed and has gone home unscathed. He also accepted Hirano's mission to kill ghosts, but he was only bedridden for 2 weeks. Sure enough, I'm still too vegetable. The 2 teenagers noticed that the breath on the hospital bed suddenly languished. Hey! The brothers looked at each other, not knowing what was happening. A hand ghost, a pair of male and female ghosts, and 2 ghosts that are not ranked can easily kill him. Not to mention that if he encounters 12 ghost moons in the future, even the worst ghost is estimated to be able to beat him. Haruto looked at the wooden ceiling and fell into emo. Is this the end of this life? They pillars who came and went in the forging knife village killed the string like a dog, and I was killed like a stupid dog by the string. The rabbit looked at the silent King Gren, and sighed secretly in his heart. In such a ghost-eating world, depression often comes from a lack of strength. He poked at the worried Yi Yang and motioned for him to go out with him, telling Haruto to be quiet for a while. On the 4th day after King Gren woke up, Yi Yang and Rabbit received the task and left the Fuji house. The ghosts are still doing evil in various places, and the pace of the ghost-killing team cannot be stopped. His body, which had practiced the breathing method, recovered very quickly, and after a week, his injuries were no longer serious. Bidding farewell to the owner of the Fuji house, Haruto rode a carriage to Tokyo, and then took the train from Tokyo back to the village of Forge. After 2 weeks of going back and forth, there was no major change in the forging knife village. Uedaoer, who learned from Sora that Haruto was injured, saw that his face softened a lot after seeing him come back safely, and the next day he bought a lot of big stick bones and came back to cook soup for him to drink. Returned to the familiar home, but there was always something wrong in King Gren's heart. After Gotogawa told him a piece of news, his mood was even worse. Yanzu Purgatory Makijiro's wife, Purgatory Ruhuo, has passed away. This was a week ago, when Haruto had just gone out to kill ghosts. I mean, you learned your breathing from him, and you should go anyway. It should. Haruto's face was gloomy. Purgatory Makijiro and his wife Ruho are very affectionate, and they have a pair of sons named Kyojuro and Senjuro. When Haruko arrived at the Purgatory mansion, it was already dusk, and a young man who looked similar to Purgatory Makijiro was sweeping the ground. Excuse me. Purgatory Kyojuro looked up, and in front of him stood a white-haired young man, wearing a brand new snow-white robe and a familiar Hinawa knife at his waist. The boy's movements didn't look very convenient, as if he was injured. Haruto swallowed the question from his mouth, and the boy in front of him and Mr. Makijiro were carved out of the same mold, with the same red and yellow hair and big eyes that resembled owls. I'm the little bird of the Ghost Slayer team, Yuharu, and I'm half an apprentice of Mr. Makijiro, and I'm here to mourn. Please come in, I'm Purgatory Kyojuro. They. Big-eyed boy put down his broom and led him in, the deceased mother has been buried, but there is a mourning hall. On the mourning hall in the hall, there was also a smaller Maki Xiaolang kneeling. He turned his head to look at it with teary eyes, and quickly wiped away his tears when he saw the stranger. "This is my younger brother Chihiro." Haruto seriously knelt down and bowed to the spirit card of Purgatory Ruhuo. Although I had never seen it before, I could still tell from Mr. Makaijuro's words that this Ruho lady was a woman with a strong heart and a very gentle heart. He heard the sound of clogs on the floor. "Who's coming?" Purgatory Makijuro came to the front of the house and was slightly startled. "Haruto." Haruto saluted, "Mr. Makijuro." Purgatory's gaze swept over the Hinawa knife hanging from his waist, and lowered his eyes. "Have you bowed?" "Father." Kyojuro hesitated. Haruto frowned slightly. "Mr. Makijuro. Why would such a thing be said?" "They." Purgatory Maki Xiaolang in front of him seemed to be a different person. His face was full of stubble, his eyes were bloodshot, and his spirit was depressed, and he was like the enthusiastic and cheerful Mr. Yanzu before. "They." Death of his wife was a real tragedy for him. "Okay, I'll leave. Although there are still many questions in my mind that I want to consult, Haruko is not a person who does not know how to read eyes." Now that the house was under low pressure, there was no reason for him to stay any longer. When he got up, maybe the action was a little big and involved the unhealed wound on his chest. King Gren snorted and immediately broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. "Mr. Haruan." Seeing Shulang's face changed and he came up to help. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Makijuro looked at Haruto's frightening face because of the pain, and his eyes alternated between light and dark. "What's going on?" he asked. "It's okay, it's just that I hurt my ribs when I went on a mission, and it's no big deal." Haruto shook his head. He and Mr. Makijuro were both teachers and friends, so he didn't want him to worry about himself. Who knew that Purgatory Maki Xiaolang didn't speak for a long time, and squeezed out a few words from his back molars in a deep voice, "Useless people." Haruto suddenly raised his head and looked directly into the eyes of Makijuro in Purgatory. "This is a very serious sentence. Reprimand." Such words would come out of Mr. Makaijuro's mouth, or are you here to blame Haruto? Maki Xiaoru looked into his eyes and smiled miserably. "You and I are both useless people." Chapter 18. Haruto was stunned. He looked up, and the eyes of the Purgatory Makijuro were full of tears. You go, don't come again." Maki Xiaoru lowered his head and said after a while, "I have already resigned from the position of Yanzu, and the affairs of the Ghost Slayer team will have nothing to do with me in the future." He squirmed his lips, probably trying to apologize for the remark, but in the end he kept silent. This enthusiastic and cheerful man was deeply devastated after his wife left, and even gave up the ghost-killing career he once loved as much as his life. Haruto leaves the Purgatory house, and young Kyojuro comes to give him a ride. "Does your body matter?" Kyojuro asked with concern. He was almost exactly the same as his father, with the same passion and concern and a burning heart. "If it's out of the way, you don't have to send it far. Father's words are not really accusing you, he is just having trouble with himself, so don't take it to heart." Haruto chuckled lightly. "I know. Just..." He looked back at the Purgatory house in the setting sun, and said with some melancholy, "Has Mr. Maki really decided to leave the Ghost Slayer? Since the birth of the Breath of Fire, there has never been a vacancy in the position of the Flame Pillar. Now that the Purgatory, Maki Xiaolang is gone, who should fill the position of the Flame Pillar? His Royal Highness Sanyashiki has not yet approved my father's departure." Kyojuro's eyes sparkled and he replied, "I'm already ready to join the ghost-killing team, and I'm working hard to become a pillar for my father." With his back to the sunset, Purgatory's eyes were as hot and bright as his father's, and the faith burning in his chest was hotter than the sun. At night, a cold wind blows from the top of the mountain, the stars scatter, and the moon and stars brightly dot the sky. Because it is heavily protected by the Demon Slayer squad, there is no need to worry about man-eating demons at night. Harukoto lay on the meadow. The tip of his nose was the smell of grass mixed with the faint fragrance of wild flowers, which made his mood extremely calm. After greeting the Wuda River, he ran to the mountain and stayed for 2 or 3 days. Said it was cultivation, but he just lay aimlessly on the ground and stared at the sky in a daze. Mr. Maki lost his faith, and the faith in his chest that supported the breath of the flame was gone. Kyojuro has strengthened his faith, his aura is firm and steady, and he may really become the next Yansu. And what about him? What about Haruko? What is his faith? The white-haired boy tossed and turned on the ground and thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't find an answer. He didn't know who his parents were since he was a child, and he always lived with his uncle. After his uncle died, he kowtowed 3 times to Wudaoerhi, who came to mourn, and then followed him to the forging knife village and became an apprentice under Wudaoerhi. His life is as simple as that. Killing ghosts is not because of hatred, but because he needs to do it. Man-eating ghosts are no different from innocent people, they need to be sent to the sun, scorched by the sun and turned into ashes. Without firm conviction in his chest, and without a firm conviction in a passionate mind, he will not be able to become a good swordsman of the breath of fire. That's what Haruto has been thinking about these days. You and I are useless people. The tearful and tragic words of Purgatory Makijura seemed to still echo in his ears, pressing Ching's heart sullen. Useless people? Who? Me? The boy stared at the sky, connecting the bright stars with his gaze. I'm a 20-year-old street worker who travels to another world. From a weak bird who can't pick up his shoulders and can't lift his hands, he has become a super strong swordsman with 8-pack ABS. Call me useless? I can. Non-recognition. It's just that the breathing method is not suitable for the body, and since the breath of the flame can't satisfy me, let's change the breathing method. Haruto doesn't know that a normal demon slayer swordsman can't use 2 different breathing methods. He only knows that when he occasionally schemes Demon Slayer Blade, the protagonist Tanjiro in it sometimes uses the breath of water with blue ripples, and sometimes he uses the breath of fire with fire. It shows that swordsmen can use 2 different breathing methods. The water is calling, the wind is blowing, the thunder is calling, or I am going to ask Mr. Baiminjaya for advice on Yanhu. The stars in his line of sight were connected into a series of arcs according to his thoughts, and there was a sharp edge hidden in the softness. Haruto closed his eyes, and he seemed to have turned into the sky, leaping deep into the sea of sky. Clear nights are refreshing, and such a beautiful scene should not be mixed with evil spirits. His thoughts fluttered under the night sky, to touch the moon, to kiss the stars. Something seemed to stir in his chest, as if he had inhaled a large mouthful of minty air, and his mind was clear. The cold air poured into his chest, making his limbs seem to float in the air. The stars in front of me are connected, like constellations, and like sword moves. Harukoto traced the sword moves in his mind, his body leaping up from the grass and gripping the Hinawa sword that was set aside. In his ignorant sight, the white barrage squeezed the screen. Famous scene scheduled. Brother King Gren finally abandoned Yanhu and turned to the path of creating his own breathing method. In addition to Tanjiro, the second macho man who can use 2 sets of breathing methods. Upstairs, Haruto appeared a lot earlier than Tanjiro, and Harukoto is also the first to be ranked in order. Old male. Hataru covered her ears and tossed and turned on the bed. Damn it! Who the hell doesn't sleep at night and keeps making a sound in the mountains and forests? He ran to the mountains to practice just to avoid these inexplicable sounds. After enduring it for dozens of minutes, Hataru Steeltsuka jumped up angrily, didn't even wear the fireman mask, and rushed out of the door with 2 forged kitchen knives. Oh! Steeltsukasa Hataru turned into a super-grade spell spirit, carrying 2 kitchen knives and trotting all the way to the source of the sound. Let me know who it is, I must kill him with my own hands. The stinky boy who disturbs dreams. With A muscular arm swinging 2 slashes to cut through the bushes in front of him, Hotaru finally found the guy who kept him awake at night. The white-haired boy stood in the starlight, holding in his hand the neon knife that he had painstakingly forged. Move, turn, stab, slash. His footwork is agile, his body is steady, and his hand holding the knife is as steady as a rock, except for the sound of the blade breaking the wind. It is indeed a beautiful picture of strength and beauty. It's just... Isn't this kid surnamed Zioniyu the Breath of Fire? Why is his blade blue-purple like an aurora? Is the blade of any breathing method blue-purple? Hotaru ironed Tsuka, holding 2 kitchen knives, crouched in the grass and pondered. The most important point is that this knife is based on the conditions under which Haruto uses Yanhu, and it will definitely not be able to exert the full strength of Haruto, who is not Yanhu. The swordsman he was in charge of using the Hinawa sword he created couldn't exert his full strength. This is simply the biggest failure of his knife-smithing career. Haruto let out a long breath and fell to the ground, with irrepressible joy in his heart. There is no exhaustion and muscle soreness when running the Breath of Fire. Although this breathing method that he explored in the operation of the stars does not know how powerful it is, at least it will not consume his physical strength like Yanhu like crazy. Giggle. A strange sound suddenly sounded in his ears, and Haruki immediately looked around vigilantly. While sweeping through the bushes not far away, he almost scared out of the original drawing. An unknown creature with extremely low air pressure crouched there and clucked and shook wildly, and 2 shiny kitchen knives reflected an eerie glow in the moonlight. Damn, it's scared. Cluck. A muscular hunk jumped out of the bushes, his eyes bloodshot, unforgivable. You're fucking Hotaru Tsukasa. Let me forge you a new sword. I will not allow my swordsman to carry such a sword. Chapter 19. A few days later, in the knife-forging village, Haruto stood calmly in front of the wooden figure for training with the newly forged Hinawa sword. Grief Minjayu Seeing Ming stood behind him. Although he couldn't see, he could control everything in front of him through his consciousness. Good pure power. He folded his hands and took a deep breath. It's like putting people in the sea of stars. In front of the wooden figure, Haruko, who was holding the sword, whispered, "There are no stars during the day." Because there are no stars during the day, his strength cannot be used to the fullest. Ghosts haunt the night. Grief Minjayu replied. That's right, it doesn't matter if there are no stars during the day, because ghosts only haunt at night. Haruto sank down and took a deep breath. Star breath, one type, bright tears. His figure was like a clear star that suddenly alternated between light and dark, and disappeared here, instantly appearing in front of the wooden man. The blue-purple blade was like an aurora, and the blade slashed forward with a little starry. The wooden man's head flew high and exploded from the inside out with a popping sound within seconds of flying. Bai Shenshen's wooden head fell to the ground, and he couldn't help but be stunned by the sorrow of Minjayu. What a powerful move! Coupled with this ghostly flickering body, ordinary evil ghosts can't parry the power of this blow at all. Haruko's footsteps didn't stop, and he turned around and slashed at the broken wooden man on the other side. Star breath, type 2, spark burns. The sharp Hinawila knife flew across the wooden man's body, starlight burst out from his limbs, and then a soft light appeared on the wooden man's chest. Boom! Behind the seemingly soft starlight was a damage that the training wooden man could not withstand, and its chest exploded entirely, burning a large hole from its chest to its neck, and its head gurgled and rolled to the ground. The last wooden man. King Gren turned the blade of the knife, holding the handle with both hands against his chest, and the stars behind him were dotted, and even the sky was a little dark. An indistinct full moon appeared in front of him, and in front of such a beautiful picture of the night, he lowered his voice and whispered. Star breath, 9 shapes, moon. A little sword light slashed across the bright moon, and the wooden head that represented the bright moon cracked slightly, and a bright star appeared in its place. There is no longer 100 stars as good as January, no longer any stars holding the moon. I want to call this heaven and earth. There are only stars left. The tips of Haruto's toes landed lightly on the ground, and he returned the knife to its sheath, but his breath did not fluctuate for a moment, much stronger than when he used the breath of fire before. Grief Minjihu seemed to be in a trance. Mr. Iwasaki. Haruto scratched at his white hair. How strong is this breathing technique? By Minjihu's side, it's stronger than I expected, King Gren. Without the right breathing method, no matter how powerful a swordsman is, he is like a pearl of dust. That's right. He suddenly remembered something. 9 shapes, have you already comprehended the 9th move? Sure enough, he was a genius-like swordsman. Not only did he understand and comprehend the new breathing method overnight, but he even... No, I don't. Haruko's eyes widened. Genius is genius, I'm not a pervert. He just thinks that the skill of the moon is really strong, and it is very unrecognizable to rank it in the front. Coupled with a 3-type detailed star worship dough that can enhance perception and speed up the recovery of the body, it is already remarkable that he can roughly construct 4 moves in one night. Grief Minjihu Seeing Ming stared at him deeply. Maybe in the future. There really is one more star pillar in the 9 pillars. Haruto chuckled softly. Become a column? Become a column. Can that guy not die? Will those civilians be able to walk freely in the night? Become a column. It's not just the end. His goal has always been to end this dark age brought about by anime Suji. It's just that now, the chances have gone from being impossible to very small. Because he had to accept the task of killing ghosts, Haruko, who was always in and out of the forging knife village, didn't want to always trouble the hermit, so he decided to find a place outside the forging knife village as a foothold. There are so many houses in the Sanyashiki family to choose at will, and I will charge you the rent appropriately. Is this a letter from the guy Yayashiki, or is it pure on the surface and dark on the inside like when he was a child? Haruto pursed his lips and drew a big 8 on the reply. There is an empty house in the Purgatory family. Kyojuro's kid was very enthusiastic, but Harukoto was worried that it would irritate Makijuro again, so he politely refused. Then in the end, only remained. Come on, let's build you a house together, soon. Haruto held the letter paper, and a soft and watery smile seemed to appear in front of him. Say Sajiyama. It doesn't hurt except that the air is thinner. After Wu Daoer finished cleaning up his things, he was silent for a moment and replied, that girl named Genhu. Master, she's still a little girl. You can book it first. It's not impossible to get married when you are old. You've never even seen it. I'm not a feudal patriarch, you don't need my consent if you like it. King Gren carried the bag on his back, and after plugging his ears and being carried out by the hermit for a distance, he could still hear Wu Daoer shouting in the distance, you must hurry up and start a family. Maharaja. I've really only spoken to her a few times. The narrow foggy mountains are not small, and Haruto did not choose to build a house next to the Scales family, but built his own house in a place that was neither too far nor too close. After all, these people from the Scales family are not really family members with him, and it is not good for him to get too close to disturb them. He just wanted to ask Mr. Scales to guide him in his cultivation once in a while. After all, he was a professional cultivator. But things seemed to have come as a surprise to the Sunny people. On the first night of the house's construction, Haruto fell silent as he watched Rabbit and Yoshio appear at his house with their respective futons. What does that mean? It turned out to be a boys' dormitory. I'm not here to join this family, crossed out, you're here to join mine? Rabbit remembered what the teacher had told him before, the 3 of them are always safe, and no one will be eaten by the ghost in his sleep. He shook his head and smiled, laying his quilt on the floor. What Mr. Scales means is that since you want him to guide you, then our schedules must be aligned. Every morning at 6 o'clock in the morning I go up the mountain to train, and I have to go back to my house before 12 o'clock, otherwise I won't have anything to eat at noon. Yu Yang still had no expression, but there was still a little excitement that could not be suppressed between the words. Our room was given to Jenhu. Why is she still a little unhappy when she has such a big room for nothing? Stupid bunny. The girl with long dark green hair looked at the small cabin at the end of her eyes from afar, her face wrinkled and her mouth pouted. Smelling the real mushroom's emotions, Zhou Jinji also felt puzzled. That's right, why are you still a little unhappy when you have such a big house? Chapter 20. The misty mountain is covered in mist, and every morning a few teenagers break the silence in the mountain on time. A boy who climbs a mountain with a boulder on his back and is a ghostly girl jumping in the mountains and forests. Young demon slayer swordsmen and reserve swordsmen sweat their sweat on this mountain, all in order to cut off one more demon head in the upcoming battle. When I came to the narrow fog mountain, I knew what devil training was. Compared to his own training in the forging knife village, Scales Zhou deserves to be a top cultivator in recent times. In the training he scheduled, Haruto, who had rested for 2 weeks due to a rib injury, quickly returned to his peak form. Gradually, the total concentration of breathing was no longer enough for Mr. Scale. The concept of Chongzhong appeared. The so-called constant middle refers to the state of maintaining total concentrated breathing for a long time. Whether eating, sleeping, or going to the toilet, keep every cell in your muscles in a state of full concentration of oxygen. Although it is very difficult to stay always in the middle, the rewards are also very high. Harukoto could clearly feel that his body had been significantly strengthened, and even his swordsmanship, which had been unable to improve, had entered a new realm. The teenagers who run the mountain every day have become a unique scenery of the Sasagiri Mountains, rain or shine. Only one day when a crow or parrot lands on a young man's shoulder, someone will leave the team, put on the uniform of the Demon Slayer team, and rush to the mission site to kill the evil spirit. More than half a year later, the 3 teenagers sat in a row, and the girl with dark green long hair stood behind her with a smile on her face. With a pair of scissors in her hand, she cut the 3 teenagers' long, cumbersome hair short. The long flesh-colored hair of the rabbit is very fine and soft, the black hair of the righteous is very hard, and the hair of the Haruto is the most interesting. Cut off the light blue ends, and the white ends will turn blue again in a few days. A snow-white figure swooped down after circling the sky twice. Commissioned by Lord Iwajiki, commissioned by Lord Iwajiki. Haruto flexed his index finger and let the sky fall on his finger. His broad palms were covered with calluses and scars, the result of a year of training and ghost hunting. Sora shook the feathers off his body and ate the back of a fish stuffed by Haruto. Commissioned by Lord Iwazu, Takano Kawamura is suspected of being haunted by ghosts, and entrusted to XIN level team member Kotoryu Haruto, go quickly. I also know that I am a XIN level player, and the pillar actually entrusted me with. He muttered and complained about the great monk, but his movements were not slow at all. Shake off the broken hair on his body, take a quick shower and change into a ghost slayer uniform and his own Heiori. Takinagawa Village, what kind of place is this? Kitato-shimagun, Tokyo Prefecture, if you go on a run, you shouldn't be able to go for a day. Go and go back quickly, Makoto is about to go to the final audition. Haruto smiled and rubbed Mako's head, don't worry, I'll bring you a gift. That's not what I mean. Makoto smiled helplessly. I want it too. Tomioka turned his head and looked at him very seriously with blue eyes, gift. The rabbit bent his silver eyes and smiled very brightly, come back safely. Gifts seem to have become a promise for teenagers, and they don't have to bring anything back, and returning safely is the best gift for everyone. Mr. Zojinji was still wearing the blue corrugated feather weave and the mask of the great Tengu sitting in front of the house. Haruto was stunned as he said goodbye to him, and then took out a from the house fox mask. This mask is exactly the same as that used by the boys of the Scales family, and it was carved by his own hands. Haruto had no scars on his face, so stars became image features instead of scars, carved on the side of the mask. Scaly left to hand it to him in silence, and after a few seconds, he said, if you don't mind." The white-haired boy took the mask and put it over his face like a rabbit. "Well, it really doesn't affect the line of sight, no wonder Mr. Scales wears it every day." The expression under the mask of the great Tengu seemed to stretch, and Haruto heard a slight laugh. "Go ahead, I'll get you something to eat when I get back." Zojinji patted him on the shoulder, "Don't forget to go back and see your master." As night fell, Takano Kawamura in Kitato-shimagun, Tokyo Prefecture fell into a panic. Recently, rumors have spread in the village that fierce beasts from the mountains have come down to eat people, and many villagers have been eaten at night. But how could that be a beast? The doctor at the medicine hall went to see the scene of the villagers' deaths, and when they returned, they instructed his wife and 2 daughters to close the doors and windows at night and not go out. Shinobu shrank in her sister's arms and was tightly wrapped in a quilt by Chini. Chini hugged her and whispered in Shinobi's ear, "Don't be afraid of Shinobi, if you close the doors and windows, you will be fine, and no one will hurt us." Although she said this, she seemed to have no confidence and kept shaking. How can that be a beast? Blood splattered an entire wall, more like a perverted murderer than a beast. They whispered conversation between her father and mother crept into her ears, and Chana's mind kept flashing through the horror novels she had read. Instead, he hugged his sister and kept muttering to himself, "It's just beasts, they can't break through of the house." There seemed to be a howl in the village, and the sisters hugged each other and shivered in the room. His father was already downstairs with an axe, and his mother was by his side. Whether it's a killer or some beast, it should be hard to hurt them. But the next moment, they heard something banging on their wooden door. The father downstairs shouted loudly, trying to scare off the attacking beast, or the murderer. Bang! The beast broke down the door. Chini and Shinobu widened their eyes in the darkness, and immediately turned over and ran downstairs. "Shinobu, you stay here." 14-year-old Chini whispered to her sister. "I have to go down. If it's a gangster, I can help." 11-year-old Shinobu was very tough. She picked up the wooden stick placed in the room and rushed down the stairs with her sister. But what did the sisters see? A bloody, fanged reptile flew up and pounced on his father, moving so fast that he was thrown to the ground before he could even react. Then it was. I broke my neck in one bite. Blood from the major arteries spilled out, splashing all over the walls in bright red. The one that bit wasn't a beast at all, it was an ugly-looking demon with horns on its forehead. Ah! The mother screamed violently. She looked at the daughters who rushed down and didn't know what to do, and when she saw her husband who was still struggling on the ground, she didn't know when she had the strength in her hand, and she raised the axe that fell to the side and slashed at the evil spirit. Poof! Before the axe fell, her mother looked down and saw that a thick, hideous ghost claw had pierced her chest, and she pulled out her heart with one claw. The sisters didn't even have the strength to call for help, and they looked at the murder in front of them, and their heads went blank with horror. Chini grabbed Shinobu's clothes tightly and dragged her behind her. "If you all have to die, then let Shinobu be the last to die. God-sama, what kind of demon is this that crawled up from purgatory?" The demon shoved the warm, beating heart into his mouth, and then looked viciously at the 2 sisters in the room. Fresh heart. Chapter 21. The evil ghost was already close in front of him, and Butterfly Shinobu could already smell the stench emanating from the evil spirit from the thick smell of blood. She looked at her sister, who was trembling with fear but still resolutely stood in front of her, and there was only endless despair left in her mind. Why? Why is this happening? What the hell did the family of 4 do wrong? My father has been treating patients all his life, why did he fall into such a situation? She clearly knew that her sister Butterfly Chini's flesh and blood could not stop the evil ghost in front of her. After my sister is torn apart, the next one will be herself. But that's fine, when you walk through the Santa River, you won't be lonely when you are accompanied by your family. Chini bit her cheeks tightly, her pink eyes widened to the maximum, full of horror. The sharp-horned ghost stopped, its ears twitched, and it looked out of the room in disbelief. There were footsteps outside the house. It was also mixed with low breathing, like a traveler who had been running for a long time. Lights in the house flickered like stars twinkling in the night sky. The demon smelled the danger, and it planned to strike first, reaching out to grab the pink-eyed girl in front of it. Suddenly, a bright sword light flashed, and a gust of cyan wind swept in front of it. Hey! As soon as it looked down, its hand fell. When I looked up again, there were no two girls in front of me. Hey! Who is so fast? Butterfly Shinobu saw it very clearly. It was a white-haired boy in a blue feather, and his speed was like a phantom, flashing quickly through the window. In the blink of an eye, the boy appeared among the ghosts and the butterfly sisters. Drawing his sword from its sheath, he slashed off the arm of the demon that attacked Chini. Then the white-haired boy bit the blade of the knife with his teeth, put his left and right hands around the two sisters, and quickly retreated to the open space outside the house. It's cumbersome to say, but in fact it all happens only between breaths. She looked sideways at the boy, and all she could see was the fox mask on the side of her face and her slightly floating chest. His sideburns were sweating profusely, and his body was dusty, as if he had come from far away. The young man took the long knife from his mouth and held it in front of him, and whispered to the sisters, "Can you still stand up?" His gaze swept over the corpses of his butterfly parents in the room, and he exhaled heavily. It's still a step slower." Chini forcibly propped up her frightened legs and hugged Shinobu aside. "Even if you can't help, you must not cause trouble for the teenager." Seeing that the girls had moved to a safe place, Haru turned her gaze to the man-eating demon in front of her. The innocent man who was killed in front of him made him angry. Since he got the news, he has been running all the way, and he has not even had time to drink a sip of water, and he has run alive from the narrow foggy mountain to here. As a result, it was still a step slower. There are still innocent people dying in front of their eyes. The sharp-horned ghost's pupils shrank, and it smelled death from the young swordsman's body. It was the evil aura that had condensed on its body after slaying the ghost many times. It should have run away sooner. King Gren crossed his chest, the starlight flashed in his eyes, and his figure disappeared in place. Breath of the stars, one type, tears of light. In the eyes of the demon, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of its vision, and the beautiful Hinawa knife with a cold aura made it have nowhere to hide. In the eyes of the young butterfly ninja, the blue-purple blade touched the aurora. And the evil ghost who ate several people in the village and brutally killed their parents was beheaded with just one knife. The demon's head gurgled and rolled to the floor, and his eyes were still filled with reluctance and fear. How so? How could it be? It looked at its vanishing body. I have eaten a lot of people, I have tried so hard to eat people. How could it be defeated with a single sword? Ignoring its madness before death, Haruto stepped forward and carefully examined the bodies of the man and woman. The male deceased had his throat bitten and had died from excessive blood loss. And the female deceased? A large hole had been cut in her chest, and in this era, it was impossible to survive without a heart. Haruto let out a long sigh, and couldn't even bear to look at the two girls outside the door. What should I do? In such an absurd world, even both parents are struggling to survive, and how can the two girls who lost their parents overnight live? Neat footsteps sounded outside the house, and the hermit wearing a team uniform and a face towel arrived at the scene to deal with the rest. They collect the remains of the victims, pacify and dispose of the survivors, communicate with the local police department, record the records of the Ghost Slayer team members and report them to the headquarters, and the Ghost Slayer swordsman in charge of killing the ghost can only leave silently. Haruto walked out of the house in silence, only to see the two rescued girls looking at him with eager pleading. "It's hopeless, it's a complete death," he said in his heart, and shook his head at the two with great difficulty. The little girl with long black hair immediately fell to the ground, and large tears continued to pour out of those beautiful purple eyes, and then fell to the ground. The slightly older girl hugged her tightly and knelt on the ground and wept silently. It is always the case of people who have a blood feud with demons. The dead die in infinite pain, and the living will always remember that terrible picture and will spend their lives healing that night. Haruto could only pass by them silently, as if he had done something wrong. If I had come 20 minutes earlier, even if it was 10 minutes, maybe these two children would not have lost their families. He saw that the young lady Yin stepped forward to comfort them and forcibly helped them out of the place. The villagers' lights were on, and they looked here with fear and curiosity. There were also people from the police station, and the hermit was very good at dealing with them. Where will they go? Haruto asked. I mean, the girls. Mr. Birdie. Yin, who was stopped, nodded to him. I heard that there are relatives alive, and they may be sent to relatives. Ah, under the fence. But it's a no-brainer than wandering around. In this day and age, it may be a blessing of the gods to be able to live well. After the pair were sent to a relative's house, perhaps they would never see each other again in their lives. Haruto didn't even ask his name, and stood in the early winter evening breeze and rubbed his arms. It's really cold. It's cold and biting, and there is no human touch at all. South-southwest, south-southwest. The sky hovered in the air, guiding him to the next mission. Woodcutters are frequently missing in the mountains of the south, south, and west. The work of the demon slayer swordsman is really busy. The hermit looked at the sky and said to Haruko, "Thank you for your hard work. It's hard work for each other." Haruto put his back on his back and headed for a new mission point. Chapter 22. The sadness of witnessing the family's life and death did not stay in Haruko's mind for long. Life and death have always been the main themes in the game against evil spirits, and a person who is good at empathy cannot become a good swordsman. King Gren came to Muyun Mountain mentioned in the mission, and it was still early in the morning. The scenery of Muyun Mountain is very good. The mountain is steep, the mountains are stacked with vines like clouds. It is a good place to enjoy the sunrise in the early morning. But at this time, a warning sign has been set up at the foot of the mountain. There are fierce beasts on the mountain, and tourists are not allowed to enter. I don't know if it was placed by the local government or made by the hermits. The first thing he saw when he stepped over the warning sign was a large patch of withered plants. The plants were like pests and diseases, the surface was covered with spots, and they were completely dead. Haruko's clogs stepped on it, and immediately crushed the dead leaves into powder. He looked at the withered plants at his feet, a little thoughtful. There is a ghost breath. Rustle. The Geta ran through the jungle, and he ran around the foothills before sunset, and saw many of these withered vegetation. The vegetation was also mixed with the smell of human blood, which made Haruko even more sure that there was a ghost here that could manipulate plants. Instead of simply hunting with claws and fangs, he awakened the blood ghost technique, and such ghosts are generally more difficult to deal with. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, he found a shrine dedicated to the god Inari in the mountains to rest. The incense here looks good, indicating that the evil spirits in this area have just arrived. Haruto took off his mask from the statue as a sign of respect, but the cumbersome process of visiting the shrine was not carried out. He doesn't believe in gods, or the so-called gods of this world. No god came out to stop Anime Suji when he was born, and no god punished him when he killed an innocent. On the contrary, all the punishment and suffering were piled on the heads of the Sanyashiki family, and they were made to endure illness and early death for generations. What a ridiculous god! There were no clergy in the temple, but there was the scent of wisteria flowers, and it was probably just a matter of evacuation. Haruto sat on the futon with peace of mind and took out food from his back to replenish his strength. Today was a clear night, and the stars hung in the sky, bringing him infinite strength. The boy put the Hinawa sword on the ground and put his hands on his chest. Star breath, 3 types, detailed star worship. The detailed star worship fight originated from the ritual of worshipping the stars in Taoism, which is intended to communicate with the stars and drive away demons and cure diseases. Haruto's consciousness seemed to leap into the starry sky, and every grass and tree around him appeared in his perception, and even the praying mantis lying on the grass pole was clearly visible. Feel the tide spreading outward, found it. In the middle of a clump of freshly withered plants, a dark shadow pounced on a man who had descended the mountain, and was feasting on his chest. Haruto had a knife in his hand and ran there as fast as he could. Come on, watch the white-haired little husband kill ghosts. Dream Girl is online. Today is another day to indulge in the appearance of a sunny person. Zyoken Gren, come out quickly and fencing with me. Ah no, there won't really be a to see the King Gren Gaiden, right? Is it good to focus on the plot? Can you wear your pants well if you are so enthusiastic in the battle of King Gren's promotion? The barrage in front of him scrolled, and Haruto struggled to find the keywords from so many spicy barrages. What does it mean? Haruto looked at the back of his hand, and what was hidden there was his own level of the Ghost Slayer team. Originally, it was XIN rank, but after completing the task of Takano Kawamura, it should be promoted to Gang rank, which is not fast by any means. The promotion in this barrage should not be a simple team-level promotion. Become a column? As soon as the idea came to him, Haruko denied it in his mind. From the establishment of the Ghost Slayer team to today, there are only 9 top pillars. There will be a shortage, but there will definitely not be 9 more. It is very difficult for the Guy Demon Slayer to be promoted to pillar. Killing 50 ghosts, or killing 12 ghost moons, either of these two conditions is very difficult to achieve. There are very few demons that can be active under the nose of the public, and it usually takes 3 or 4 years to kill 50 demons. And it is even more difficult to encounter a 12 ghost moon. They generally live in seclusion, and the members of the Ghost Slayer cannot touch their whereabouts at all. Even if you meet. It remains to be seen whether the Demon Slayer swordsman succeeded in hunting ghosts, or whether the 12 ghost moons added another success. In the past year, due to Haruko's injury and studying the breath of the stars, the number of ghost hunters he has only reached 10. Rabbit and Yeong have become self-level swordsmen, and only he is still hanging on the XIN level. But the barrage is just a whole job, and it doesn't lie. Is it? King Gren's heart chuckled, and the answer was already coming out. He had already come to the place where the evil ghost was eating people, and in front of him was a large area of withered vegetation, and a thin evil ghost was squatting on the ground, chewing incessantly. Someone's coming, he said slowly. The skinny demon turned around and wiped the blood from his hands on the white priesthood of the man below him. Is it a priest in the temple? It was the wisteria that he lit to burn the incense, but on the way down the mountain, he met the evil spirits. Haruko's eyes moved upward, and when he looked at the evil face, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was a demon with short black hair and 3 crossed scars on his face, which looked a lot like the leaves of a ninja shuriken. His ears are very pointed, like those of 2 goblins, and he wears 2 golden earrings on each of them. What made King Gren throb was that in his eyes full of whites, in the tiny right pupil, there were 2 words written. Lower 3. 12 ghost months, the 3rd of the last quarter. Haruto's breathing seemed to freeze in his abdomen. Lower string ghosts? Why are there 12 ghost moons here? It's a swordsman from the Demon Slayer. The lower 3 ghosts twisted their necks and shook their noses. Do you smell it? Haruto didn't know who he was asking, so he simply didn't say a word. Fortunately, Xia-san didn't expect his answer, and he seemed to be moving his muscles slowly, which made Haruki a little confused. This cleric is thin blood, right? That's right. If it weren't for the priest who ate the thin blood of the sick leaves, it is estimated that King Gren would be fighting the streets here. Haruto's gaze quickly glanced over the barrage, and suddenly realized. It turns out that the lower 3 are called diseased leaves. It turned out that his strange behavior now was because he had just consumed a thin blood. Thin blood is a very rare constitution in the Demon Slayer world, and the rare one is a very high-level ration for the evil spirits. 1 thin blood is worth 100 ordinary people for a ghost. The flesh of the bloodless gives the oni a hangover, which reduces their movement speed and attack speed after eating. So, Haruko's eyes were even more solemn when he looked at the sick leaves. After eating a thin blood, if left unchecked, the strength of the diseased leaf will be greatly improved, and it may create more killing karma in the future. And now, it's the only time to kill him. Chapter 23. Hey, you seem to know who I am. Diseased Ye wiped the blood running from his mouth with the back of his hand, grinning and revealing a row of sharp fangs. The golden pupils stared at Haruto tightly, and a drunken flush seemed to appear on his cheeks. The third of the second string. Haruto gripped the hilt of his sword and retreated in a lunge, ready to attack. Did you see my eyes? The corners of the sick leaf's mouth rose to reveal a strange smile. He raised his hand to open the lower eyelid of his right eye, and made a grimace like a child. Uncle's name is called Sick Yet. He stretched out his palm to Haruko, and the vegetation under the boy's feet quickly withered as Haruko's rapid tumbling and retreat. Blood demon magic, blight. Sure enough, each ghost's blood ghost magic was related to his name. The sick leaf missed the blow and didn't take it to heart, and continued to press down on the palm of the sunny man, and moved faster and faster. The boy moved to dodge, and one accidentally touched the withered vegetation with his toes, and even the bottom of the clogs was mostly corroded. Haruto's face remained unchanged, and his toes were a little heavier on the ground, and he pounced straight on the diseased leaves in front of him. Star breath, 1 type, bright tears. King Gren's figure flashed, and in the next moment, the sword light went straight to the sick leaf. The Ichino type of star breath is extremely fast, not inferior to the thunderbolt in the thunder breath, and this move is stable and fast to attack, always working wonders in battle. But today I met my opponent. The blade did not encounter any obstacles in its progress, nor did it feel like any object had been cut open. King King's heart sank, and he quickly turned his body in the air and used the bright tears again. A black shadow tore through the afterimage left by the young man in the green shirt, and the sick leaf let out a huh and landed lightly on a tree. Haruto landed safely on the ground, glancing at the treetops. I don't know when a black armor hook appeared on the hand of the sick leaf, and judging from the scars on his face and the extremely fast movement speed, the sick leaf should have been a ninja in the human period. You're moving at a decent speed, is it a column? Sick Ye shook his head and denied his opinion. No, I have also eaten a lot of pillars of the ghost killing team, and they are not as weak as you. Haruto's eyes narrowed slightly. If I hadn't just eaten a delicious meal, you would have broken your hands and feet by now, and you would be lying on the ground and squirming. He stretched out his long tongue like a snake letter and swept the edge of his lips. Come again. Before the words fell, the black shadow slapped directly on the facade, and King Gren hurriedly raised the sun wheel knife to block, snort, and a series of sparks immediately splashed in front of him. The boy immediately turned around and flew up, kicking the devil with a pair of scissor kicks. The sick leaf flipped a few backflips in a row, and with a return blow to the blood demon technique, the dead spell was defeated, and the King Gren knife chased after him with a sharp point. Star breath, type 2, spark burning. The twinkling stars caught up with the diseased leaves, starting with the starlight from his ghost claws, connecting the limbs, and finally making a pop in the chest. Bright red ghost blood spilled on the ground, emitting a foul stench. The body of the diseased leaf flew back in midair, and then the ghost claw hooked the branch, and one of them turned over and squatted on the treetops. He looked down at his chest, where a black hole had exploded, and grinned for a moment, the flesh on his chest squirming, and then recovered in a few moments. All the bells and whistles. He commented on Haruto's moves. The weakness of the ghost is in the neck. You don't know it. 12 ghost moons. It lives up to its name. On weekdays, this move of the sunny man will be exploded all the way to the neck, and finally the ghost's head will be blown to pieces. However, when he came to the sick leaf, he could only leave a small invisible wound. Is that all there is to it? Sick leaf's offensive did not weaken, and he leaped up from the air. A new generation of demon slayer swordsmen too disappointed me. He raised his palm high, and Haruko's heart jumped and he immediately rolled to the side. Who knew that this time the palm of the diseased leaf was not pressed down, but raised? Blood demon growth. Ching's heart chuckled, and the secret was not good. Just as he was about to fall, a tree suddenly broke through the ground, covered with diseased purple-black branches and leaves. Hell! Haruto forced his body to twist, but he couldn't completely avoid the growing trees. Poof! The pain in his shoulder was severe, and a branch easily pierced his left shoulder. The branch that pierced into the body suddenly burst into suction, and streams of scarlet blood were sucked in by the branch, and then fed back to the body of the diseased leaf. Haruto immediately swung his knife and cut off the branch, which immediately withered, but he bit his muscles and couldn't take them off. The redness on the sick leaf's cheeks became more and more obvious, and his emotions became more and more high-pitched, and contrary to the high-pitched emotions, the movements of his limbs became more and more sluggish. The opportunity. Ha! The after effects of alcohol seemed to be getting worse and worse. Sure enough, it was the mellow blood that moved me even more. He didn't know what he was talking about, and the only sound in the night sky could be heard of a sharp blade cutting through the air. Bright tears. The sick leaf still dodged quickly, but this time the movement seemed to be a little slower. The blade slashed across his neck, leaving a thin wound. Damn it! The sick leaf smiled, and opened his palm to King Gren at hand. Blood demon surge. A large cluster of twisted and diseased vines erupted from his palm, shooting down the falling King Gren. Bell, bell, bell. He swung his neon blade with a quick swing and slashed through the vital vines that flew to the head. Poof! His limbs were pierced by vines with the sound of tooth-aching punctures, and like the branches, the vines continued to suck his blood and infuse it onto the body of the diseased leaf. Your blood! Your blood! The effect of thin blood was exerted to the extreme, and the tongue of the sick leaf began to be unclear, and he couldn't even say what he wanted to express. King Gren endured the severe pain and raised his knife to cut through the vines. He is no longer complete in his body now, but fortunately, his beautiful face is fine, and he still has to rely on this to beg his daughter-in-law. Blood, what's wrong with my blood? Without further ado, Haruto didn't want to leave him a chance, and the blade shook, ignoring the pain in his body and converging the power of starlight in his body to the Hinawa knife in his hand. He turned the blade of his knife and held the handle with both hands against his chest. The starry sky seemed to have dimmed a little because of him. Behind the sunny man, the star map is flourishing, and a bright moon rises above the head of the diseased leaf. When he drank too much, the sick leaf also felt a huge danger, and his pupils were already a little dilated, but he still raised his hands and pushed them forward together. Blood demon technique, the wood of embrace. A huge tree flew out of his palms and slammed into Haruto in front of him. The full moon is about to shatter. The strength of the whole body has been exerted to the extreme, but the bright moon trembles, as if it will be broken at any time. Star breath, 9 shapes. Moon. King Gren gritted his teeth in the face of the hugging giant tree, and the green tendons on his forehead were exposed. The full moon is not broken. The Hinawa knife in his hand was thrown out by the sunny man. Bang! The white-haired boy was hit hard by the giant tree, and was knocked out dozens of meters like a bird with folded wings. Hee. Sikye sneered twice, and was about to say something, but felt that his vision was slipping. Gollum! The black-haired head fell lightly on the grass, and the spinning blade still completed the mission of the moon, grazing his neck and sinking deep into the trees behind him. Haruto forced a breath, and only after seeing the head and body of the lower 3 begin to burn, he rolled his eyes and fainted. I'm out of breath, I've actually killed the 12 ghost moons. Master, Mr. Scales, Rabbit, Yiyang, Genfu, Sanyashiki boy. Whoever it is, come and see I actually killed the 12 ghost moon. Chapter 24. The crow fluttered its wings and flew over Tokyo Prefecture. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad, Yaya Sanyashiki drank a bowl of decoction and let Shinkro rest on his shoulder. The 3 diseases of the lower strings in Wyun Mountain, Yefu, the ghost killer, the ghost killing team, the gang-level swordsman, the little bird, Yuking Gren. Yaya's hand on the medicine bowl paused, and it wasn't until Shinai repeated it twice that a smile came to his face. In the narrow foggy mountain, the shirtless Yeong cut off several wooden stakes that were together, and was stunned when he heard Kwanzabaro's words, "Kill the 12 ghost moons." Wouldn't that be a pillar? The real mushroom beside him seriously rewound the wisteria flower spike around his blade, and sighed, "It is worthy of Brother King Gren." In a village in Tokyo Prefecture, the rabbit touched the crow's head, and his silver eyes were full of interest. 12 ghost moon. In the forging knife village, the crow of the sorrowful Minjio was reporting the matter to the great monk and Wudao Bai Minjio clasped his hands together and showed a smile after a long absence. It seems that the Pilla's team is going to grow. Only Wudao lowered his head and raised his head again, and asked softly, "King Gren, are you all right?" "Sunny man, he's not so good right now." The hermit's party arrived just in time, and they laboriously pulled Haruto's Hinawa knife from the tree, collected the clergyman's body, and sent the fainting Haruto to the nearby Fuji house. Haruto's body is full of wounds, large and small, and the whole person looks like a broken doll. His skeleton was as if he had been struck by a locomotive, and there were few intact bones in his chest. The puncture wounds from those vine branches were also very difficult to deal with, and the plants that remained in the body were like canine barbed arrows, biting the muscles of King Gren's body. The healer of the vine house was afraid of infection, so he could only dig up the piece of meat along with the vine branches. The operation lasted all night, and blood flowed and soaked a dozen sheets. If it weren't for Chong Zhong's breathing, maybe Mr. Toriu would have died a long time ago. Haruto lay in the vine house for a week without knowing his life or death. Except for the faint breath that proved that he was alive, his face turned pale like a corpse. He woke up a week later and saw the sky beside his bed. "If you're not dead, let's visit the headquarters after you're recuperate." Kang Kong opened his mouth. This is the original words of the Lord. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and a young man with long pink hair stuck his head in. "Hey, you're awake." Haruto was dying in pain, every bone and muscle in his body screaming that they were going to die, and he could only breathe deeply to soothe the oxygen. But taking a deep breath always causes his chest to rise and fall, so the shattered sternum is like riding on his head and beating him, making him groggy. "Why are you again?" Haruto struggled to spit out a hoarse voice from his throat. "Are you working part-time at the Fuji house?" The rabbit raised his tightly bandaged arm. "Funny, it's good to have a little conscience. I'm injured and I ran so far to see you. Tell me, 12 ghost moons, how did you do it?" So, the realism of killing the third of the lower strings came to my heart. Haruto looked at the ceiling and blinked, and let out a long sigh with palpitations. He ate a priest, and it was a thin-blooded. The speed is so fast, and it can also be ninjutsu, and the blood ghost art is strange. If it weren't for the dilute blood in the body of the diseased leaf, it is estimated that King Gren would not be able to kill the diseased leaf if he went back 3 times. Rabbit could hear the loss in his tone, so he smiled softly and sat down on the edge of his bed. The strength of a swordsman is to improve his strength in actual combat. It's a tough time, and when the same opponent appears in front of you after the injury heals, you'll be able to deal with it easily. The pillars are also like this, the limit is broken in real combat. Compared to the same batch of swordsmen, you are already very good. Listening to his comforting words, Haruto's mood did improve a little. There was a knock on the door, and the female healer of the Fuji house pushed the door in, holding a medicine tray in her hand. "Mr. Zyutoru, it's time to change the medicine. Do I need to avoid it?" Rabbit pointed to himself. You can go downstairs, everyone is preparing lunch. The healer nodded politely, but when he looked up, he saw the big eyes of the white-haired boy. Lunch. The female healer nodded, that's right, there is black pork from the village today, and everyone is discussing whether to make pork chop rice with sauce or roasted black pork. Eyes widened. Black pork. The rabbit covered his face and kept hinting to the female doctor with his eyes, please, don't say it. Or stew to make pork soup ramen. Pupil dilation. Of course it has to be a braised, it hurts. A desperate roar resounded through the vine house, and the rabbit covered his ears. I said you should be quiet. I'm going to eat. How do you eat? It's painful to chew and swallow. I'm going to eat. The rabbit released a big move. Even if you are not afraid of the pain of chewing and swallowing, you must always excrete, right? He gestured to his injured hand with his eyes. I can't help you. Do you want this lovely young lady to help you? Please, you're a breathing swordsman, you won't starve to death if you eat a few less meals. The rain drenched the sky, and the destruction was very exquisite. Haruto, who had a wound touched by his roar, lay on the bed and wept silently. In the end, he didn't abandon his teammates to enjoy the food by himself. He watched the female healer remove the gauze that wrapped Haruto, and couldn't help but feel numb when he looked at the wounds. Fortunately, the puncture wounds avoided the chest and abdomen, otherwise it would have been. The healer shook his head, took out the cotton wool that had filled the hole, and filled it with new ones. If it hurts, you can shout it. The female healer sighed in distress, and she couldn't breathe when she looked at this pain. You see, the white-haired boy has tears in his eyes. After a few more days, the powerful vitality of the breathing swordsman was manifested. After the finger-thick blood hole healed, Yeong rushed over after completing the task, and carried Haruto back to the Misty Mountains on a stretcher with the rabbit whose arm had healed. Actually, I didn't have to be in such a hurry, but Haruki knew that Mako was going to participate in this year's final selection. I've lived in the narrow foggy mountains for more than half a year. This girl with a light voice and a lively and lovely personality has been regarded by him as a real sister. My sister went out to participate in such a big selection, and of course these few of them who were brothers must be present. Brother King Gren. Seeing the three of them appear at the foot of the mountain, Mako threw away the firewood in his hand and screamed and pounced. Tap, tap silly girl. Bunny, who had been running all day, slapped the girl's head and stopped her from pounced. Go and clean up the bed. Haruto raised his hand with difficulty and grabbed the blue ripple feather weaving on the left side of the scale, teacher scale. The great Tengu mask stared at him. The young man said weakly but firmly, black pork. I'm going to eat black pork. Chapter 25. Of course, there was no black pork at home, and Scales Zo touched King Gren's head recently, put his hands in his sleeves, and ran towards the mountain like a fluttering blue butterfly. The posture of the sleeve cage was a little familiar, and it reminded Haruki of the master who was far away in the forging knife village. The master also likes to put his hands in the sleeve cage under his armpit like this, but it is not so light to run. When it was close to noon, the rabbit set up the stove, and the firewood was prepared, and the real mushroom took out the cooked chestnut from the hearth with iron tongs, peeled it off and stuffed it into the mouth of the sunny man. Chestnuts in early winter have a dense texture, and 2 chestnut trees grow behind the house, and when the season comes, they flutter and drop chestnut hairballs on the ground. I don't know which of the wild boars hiding in the COL was unlucky, and the blue feather weave appeared on the mountain road, carrying a swarthy wild boar on its body. Wild boar at this time is actually not very tasty. Before the weather gets cold, they will eat lots and lots of things, cover themselves with fat, and then spend the winter in the sunny and sheltered mountain calls. If the wild boar that was dragged out of the cave and slaughtered by surprise saw King Gren's slightly disgusted eyes, he would probably be so angry that he turned on his back. The scale of the left recently threw the wild boar, which was estimated to be 300 catties, to the ground, and the action was swift, bloody, boiled water, removed hair, disemboweled, and disemboweled. The patients who ate a lively pork feast were satisfied, and they were also worried. She was going to leave for Fuji Raid Mountain tomorrow to participate in the final selection, and 2 unreliable senior brothers filled her package with 2 pigs trotters. Last year's selection is still vivid, and this guy has killed almost all the ghosts on the mountain. There is no hand ghost. That guy is an obstacle, and the other evil ghosts are easy to use with their real skills. Give. Before carrying Haruto back to the wooden house, the rabbit handed a string of bracelets to the real mushroom. For the first time, the boy didn't look the talker in the eye, and he climbed up to his ear, smudging his earlobes as pink as long hair. Mehi took the bracelet, which was a string of blue flowers, a beautiful agate bracelet. What are they doing? Yi Yang squatted in front of the stretcher with his legs in his arms, and quietly revealed half of his poker face. What a strange atmosphere. His voice was not small, and the rabbit's ears turned a little red, and he quickly turned around. Let's go. King Gren looked at Yi Yang speechlessly. What a beautiful scene, mixed up by his words. After sending away Mako, Haruto suddenly felt that empty narrow fog had quieted down. The rabbit still needs to go up the mountain every day to train, or go out to do tasks. Every morning when the sun rises, the rabbit pushes Haruto outside, covers him with a layer of clothing, and covers his face with a towel. Mr. Scaly was not a man of many words. More often than not, he just sat there and quietly watched the fog drifting through the mountains. I heard that he was going to resign from the position of water column like Purgatory Makijuro, and he was a little older. In the past few years, there has been a great shortage of pillars in the ghost-killing team. He said to Haruto, a few years ago, it was Narajuka Wahimajiguro, and after he broke a leg, he could only use crutches. He is a user of Thunder's Breath and has a lot of similarities to Star's Breath in terms of speed, so you can visit him in Momoyama if you have time. Visiting others is about to be put until after healing, and there is no way to do it when Haruto is still a bandage freak lying in bed. The hermit would deliver medicine every few days, but this time when the time came, 2 slender figures appeared at the foot of the mountain. When I looked sideways, it was 2 girls who looked a little similar. Is this Mr. Todori's house? They stopped on the mountain path, frightened by the large Tengu mask. Yes. Zojinji nodded. Then may I ask? Butterfly Chini looked around and saw no trace of Mr. Todori except for the strange old man and the strange creature lying on the bed on one side. The palms of her hands were slightly sweaty, and she was a little nervous. The weird old man walked over to the strange creature and lifted the towel off his head. Mr. Toriu, who had saved their sister's lives and was now wrapped in a mummy, looked up in a daze. Have you eaten? Well, it's a lot worse than the suave white-haired boy I met before. Oh. Butterfly covered her mouth and whispered, Mr. Birdie. The white-haired boy's body was tightly bandaged, and the only thing exposed was the skin of his neck, which was covered with horrible bruises and bruises. King Gren was stunned. Why are you here? More than half a month ago, he remembered very well the 2 sisters who were rescued by Takano Kawamura who passed by before killing the disease. My sister has a rare pair of pink eyes, and my sister's eyes are as bright as amethysts. The older girl untied her back basket and put it at her feet and bowed her head. Please forgive me for visiting rashly. I am Butterfly Chini, this is my sister Butterfly Shinobi. The amethyst-like girl glanced up at Haruin, then quickly lowered her head to stare at her feet. Since the last incident, because the 2 of us have been in grief, I haven't been able to thank Mr. Kodoryu properly. This time, I came to thank you. Chana's voice is very gentle and pleasant, like a mountain spring flowing in the mountains with melting snow in early spring. She took out the contents of the basket, which was supposed to be a replacement medicine from Yin. After asking the hermit, we took over the task of delivering the medicine. I'm sorry for you, the mountain road is very difficult to walk. It's we who want to thank you. If you hadn't shown up in time, maybe both of us sisters would have died. Leave these medicines to Mr. Scale, thank you. Haruto saw that the two of them wanted to speak and stopped, and smiled softly. This injury has nothing to do with that attack, it happened afterward. Scales and Zoe stepped forward to take the medicine basket recently, but Chani shook her head. My sister and I both grew up in the medicine hall, and we are very good at changing dressings. Let's change your dressing this time. She looked at the amount of medicine in the medicine basket and suddenly choked up. I thought that these were the... For many days. Butterfly Shinobu didn't speak, and stubbornly raised her face. Having said that, Harukoto has no reason to refuse. Fortunately, the fracture is almost healed, and the only ones that need to be medicated are the blood holes that have almost healed. Although the body was bruised, it was only because the fracture looked serious. The two sisters showed skillful removal of bandages, changing dressings and applying medicines, and it was obvious that they had often helped in the medicine hall before. Rao's hands and feet are sharp, and it still takes a lot of effort to change the medicine for King Gren's whole body. After cleaning up the medical waste, the girls looked at each other, looking a little nervous. It's not too early, if you have something to say. Haruto squinted at the sun that was approaching noon, and said slowly under the nervous gaze of the two sisters, I'm going to leave you for lunch. Scales have already gotten up and entered the house recently. It's time for Bunny and Yiyong to come back, and they need to prepare more for lunch today. We asked the demon slayer about ghost hunting. Chani exhaled softly. Please teach us how to hunt ghosts. Butterfly Shinobu spoke for the first time, her words full of anger against demons, which made the girl's voice very firm, and also made her image very different from her sister. The elderly are like gentle flowing water, and their affection is earnest. They young are like a sharp blade out of the sheath, and they are unstoppable. Chapter 26. After exhausting themselves and helping each other down the mountain, they saw two strange girls outside the wooden house. They were dressed in morning clothes. One was preparing the meal next to Mr. Scale, and the other was sitting at the door doing the laundry. Teacher Scales didn't speak as usual, and the brothers stepped forward, only to hear the helpless voice of Haruki lying on the bed. Didn't they all say that they would introduce you to the cultivator? These things don't need to be done by you. You're seriously injured right now, we're just trying to do what we can. Seeing the two of them return, the pink-eyed girl who was washing clothes raised her head and asked them for the haori she held in her hand. Don't bother, the rabbit panicked, and glanced at Yiyong. The latter put the sweaty haori back on, trying to squeeze out a polite smile. Who knows where these two teenage girls came from? Genho has just left. Did Teacher Scales accept new female apprentices? If it was known to Mako, he might never say anything like I like Mr. Scales the most. After Haruto reluctantly explained things to them, the meal was ready. The rabbit moved a stool and sat next to King Gren, holding 2 spoons in his hands, and stuffed a mouthful into King Gren's mouth. This kind of work was done by Genho before, although the characters of the Shoahu swordsmen are as gentle as water, but taking care of the sick is still more careful than Genho. After eating stiffly, Shinobu came outside the house, and saw that the rabbit almost fed the rice to the nostrils of King Gren, and stepped forward to take the spoon. I'll come, Mr. Scale, you have a good meal. The rabbit hesitated for a moment, glanced at Haruto, and handed the spoon to the butterfly shinobi at the signal of his eyes. Alas! Haruto sighed inwardly. This pair of stubborn sisters really can't figure it out. Was so earnest before he didn't agree, so people couldn't have the heart to refuse. Scales had promised them that they would recommend them to familiar cultivators. He himself didn't want to take in new apprentices in recent years. When the matter was settled, they felt very indebted, as if everything was done with some sense of atonement. Your muscles are too weak. He heard the room talking to Channa. You don't have enough muscles to cut off the head of a demon even if you hold a sharp sword. If you don't use the Hinakura knife to cut off the head of the ghost won't die at night, and the one who dies at that time is the ghost killer. You're still tall, but what about your sister? She's not tall and has slender arms. Even if you become a swordsman, how can you save your life under the claws of the ghost? The movements of Shinobi's hands were fast, and she seemed to be distracted, and the expression on her face was a little empty. Fortunately, Haruto swallowed very quickly, so that he would not be clogged by the spoonful of food stuffed in. It may not necessarily be that someone cuts off someone's head or pierces someone's heart. Chini replied in a soft voice, isn't there another way, to redeem them with medicine or something, and to make them human again? Redemption. Ghosts. Scales were silent for a while. Mr. Scales must think that your sister has a bad head. Haruto whispered with a snort. Even if both parents are killed, they can say that they want to redeem the demons and turn them into humans. Simply a model among the virgin. Shinobu paused before getting up and leaving. It turned out that the bowl was empty, and she came back after adding food and whispered, that ghost. In the village with horns on his head. Her throat choked, and she sniffed and continued, it's called Irimura Hui, because he used to live in the first house in the village, and he was my father's best friend from childhood to adulthood. Haruto looked at her slightly. The tip of the girl's nose and eyes were red, and the amethyst eyes were sparkling, and she was trying to keep her tears from falling. Uncle Irimura is a very warm and cheerful person, and we grew up watching us, and our family liked him very much. But a few years ago, he went up to the mountain to collect medicine and disappeared. Everyone said that he was eaten by the wolves in the mountain, who knew that he turned into a man-eating ghost, and returned to the village a few years later. Crystal tears smashed into the ground, leaving a shallow dust dent. I didn't recognize him, my sister found out. Shinobu raised his hand and wiped away his tears with his sleeve. Parents may not know that the old brother they have been thinking about entering the village has really returned to the village. My sister is not a kind person. She just thinks that Mr. Irimura has a hard time. Damn, not these people who have been turned into ghosts, but those who have turned people into ghosts. Haruto sighed softly. It's painful to live and die. He looked at the little girl who was crying, but after becoming a ghost slayer, such a parting of life and death is almost commonplace. But wouldn't it be better to stop life and death? Shinobu shook his head stubbornly. Killing one more ghost will break fewer families, so wouldn't it be better? Your sister is still talking about redemption. Butterfly Shinobu turned her head away from the topic. Do you still want to eat? Of course, where is that? Instead of driving the sisters away, he cleaned up the empty room on the right side of Mako's room and left them to stay for a few days. Haruto could see that he wanted to reverse Chain's unrealistic idea of redeeming ghosts, but he didn't know how to speak. If there is a ghost who can endure not eating people, it is worth redeeming. Scales said, but since you have already eaten people, what is the need for salvation? A ghost who doesn't eat people? Haruto shook his head. Will it exist? People and ghosts are not people and fish. You cannot eat fish, but if you are a ghost, you will eat people. Before the weather really cooled down, Haruto was finally able to walk in pain. Although he still needs support, the pain that is relieved day by day is a sign of recovery. The only bad thing is that his muscles have atrophied a lot, and it seems that he will have to train for a period of time after he is fully recovered. Isn't there such a department for the Ghost Slayer squad? Channa thought thoughtfully. A unified medical department, and a recovery training plan can be developed after recovery. The ghost killing team should provide such a place. The members of the medical team are hard to find, and when you join the Demon Slayer team, you may be able to propose to the lady of the maternity shrine to set up such a department. Almost blurted out the words birth house Shiki boy again. Haruto glanced at the scales and smiled awkwardly. Maybe there really will be a day. A day later, the Butterfly Sisters left with a letter of introduction written by Scales so recently. Sora brings back the news that Mako has passed the final selection and has become an official Demon Slayer swordsman. Chapter 27. At the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer team, Yaya Sanyashiki sat in the front room, silently watching the snow fall outside the window. T9 came out of the inner room and shoved a copper pot into his hand. The children are sleeping. Yaoya held the copper kettle, and it took a while for his cold fingertips to feel the warmth. What are you looking at? I was waiting for Haruto, and he said he would come today. The figure of the white-haired boy who had eaten a lot of food appeared in Tianyan's mind, and she also remembered her husband's long-lost smile. Such a big snow. So it was delayed for a while. As soon as the words fell, the guards in the front yard came to report. Mr. Birdie has arrived. Ask him to come in. King Gren entered the courtyard and stood at the foot of the hall and took off his snow-covered robe. The stove in the house was burning vigorously, and Haruto stood in place for a while to say hello to Tianyan, and waited for the cold on his body to dissipate before sitting next to Yayashiki in the delivery house. The boy's health is getting worse and worse, and the scars on his face seem to be showing signs of spreading. No, my body isn't that weak. Yaya looked at him in surprise. I almost thought we hadn't seen each other for 3 or 4 years, and it was only a little over a year. You grew up so fast. Was already in the growth period, eating well and exercising diligently, and with the use of Chongzhong, King Gren's height has grown a lot, and his body looks stronger than before. He sat next to Yaya, and Yaya looked like a younger brother who was a year younger. You haven't changed, you're still. The remaining half of the sentence was swallowed by Haruto, and he remembered that he should call the young man in front of him adult. So he reached out and touched his chest, took out a bag and handed it to Tianyan. This is a gift for 2 children. Tianyan glanced at her husband, then took the cloth bag and thanked him gently. Did the child have a name? My sister's name is Hinata, and my sister's name is Haika. Yaya stretched. You've been late for a long time. I heard that your injuries have long healed. I'll go to the forging knife village first. Haruto glanced at him. I'm not a workaholic. How could I just get up from a hospital bed and immediately come to the company to report to the boss? How is Mr. Wyudu's health? It's very good, and you can also forge a Japanese wheel sword. It's just urging marriage as always, and I heard that the real mushroom and the rabbit are childhood sweethearts, and they have a lot of tempers. It won't take that long to come back after going to the forging knife village, right? Yaya frowned and calculated, at least 3 days. I also went to the purgatory. He went to visit Mr. Makijiro, and thought that purgatory Makijiro's spirit should be a little better than before, but he didn't expect it to be the opposite. The tall man was unkempt and stubble, and he still had a strong smell of alcohol. I haven't seen him for a year, and Yansu, who was originally not a drop of alcohol, actually began to drink heavily. After learning that Haruto had discovered a new breathing method and killed the third of the lower strings, he didn't say anything more about the useless people. Although his face was still full of impatience, and the whole process was entertained by the second son of the purgatory family. Where's your brother? There was no bright big owl in the house, and Harukoto quietly asked the little owl Chihiro beside him. My brother went to the mountains to practice. Senjiro was a little restrained, but he could see that he was a very sensible child. He took his father's 3-volume flame breath notebook, and he was scolded by his father very miserably. Later, he found Kyojuro with a knife on the mountain, but fortunately, the flame in the chest of the young man who was as passionate as the sun was not extinguished. Moreover, the young man's talent is quite high, and he can practice all the moves of the flame breath just by looking at the notes of the flame breath, which is much smarter than a guy who has practiced for 2.5 years and can only the first 5 styles. Ah, that's right. Yaya's words pulled him back from his memories to reality. Mr. Makijiro's resignation is still pressed in my case, and I really can't answer it. The Ghost Slayer is already in a period of scarcity, and the pillars of this generation are aging rapidly, and the next generation does not know when it will be. So King Gren, you and Mr. Baiminjiu appeared in a timely manner. I just killed the lower string in an abnormal state. Haruto furrowed his brows slightly. Yaya, don't let me say embarrassing things like I don't deserve to be a pillar. Yaya was silent for a while, then stood up. Do you want to go to the back mountain with me to have a look? Yeah, it's snowing outside. Tianyan's eyes were worried. Find a cloak and an umbrella. Yaya shook his head and said that he was out of the way, and Tianyan had no choice but to run and pull out the thick fur collar cape. I'll get an umbrella. King Gren took the umbrella and used the umbrella surface to shield the wind and snow tightly. What's in the back mountain of the Ghost Slayer? Among the wisteria flowers that swayed in the wind and snow all over the mountain, there are tombstones of dead swordsmen. There were so many tombstones that Haruki couldn't even tell whether the wisteria flowers were wrapping around the tombstones, or whether the tombstones were surrounding the wisteria flowers. So many, Haruto was a little speechless. Well, there's only more to the real ones. Since the age of 4, several swordsmen have died almost every once in a while, and those who are lucky enough to leave their bodies behind will be brought back by their families, and then their clothes will be sent here to erect a clothed mound. Yoya brushed the snow from a tombstone with an unfamiliar name written on it. Yaya succeeded to the position of head of the Ghost Slayer at the age of 4. And the swordsmen who have been sent away for more than 10 years have brought back countless corpses. Ghost-slaying swordsmen are still like this, and there are tens of thousands of ordinary humans who have died in the past 1,000 years. King Gren's eyes darkened, and he didn't know what he was thinking under his misty blue eyes. Haruko, you should know, the curse of the Sanyashiki family. Yaya pointed to the scar on his face and pretended to smile lightly. Unless you marry the priest family, the offspring will die early. But even if they are married, no one has ever lived past the age of 30. He let out a long sigh, as if something was choking in his chest. Before we got married, I asked Tianyan if she would like to marry me, a guy who died soon. If she doesn't want to, I'll break the engagement with the priest's family for whatever reason. Haruto turned his head sideways, and there seemed to be some mist in Yaya's eyes, and his voice, which had always been comfortable, became hoarse. But Tianyan said, because of my words, she was fearless. See. What a wonderful wife I have. Yaya's words were a bit of ostentation, but Haruto tightened his brows even more. After they finished worshipping, they walked back together, and Yaya's footsteps were a little vain. He stood there and clenched his fists. It's all because of the damn anime Tsuji. His fists trembled, but his voice was lowered. I have a kind and beautiful wife, a pair of lovely daughters, and a of swordsmen who respect me. Yayashiki's cheeks were bitten tightly, but he couldn't say a word. The fate of the Sanyashiki told him not to be afraid. The tombstones behind him told him not to be afraid. But Haruko still understood the meaning in his eyes. Yaya wasn't afraid, he was just unwilling. No one wants to die at the age of 30. Chapter 28. No matter how thick the fur collar cloak on his body was, no matter how tightly the wind and snow covered him, Yaya still had a cough when he returned to the house. Tianyan handed over a bowl of decoction, he frowned, and drank it in one go. A year later, no matter what rank you are, come to the headquarters, the promotion column. Yaya patted him on the shoulder, let's stay and have a meal. As soon as Haruto was about to answer, the sky hovered above the sky outside the house. It seems that there is no way. He walked outside the house and prepared to shake the drops off his coat. Such a big snowfall. Yaya asked Tianyan to bring him a waterproof suit. The times are advancing, don't live like an old-fashioned person. The youth of the 21st century was called old-fashioned by the guys of the early 20th century, and it was the first time in the world. Haruto took the waterproof suit like a military raincoat and couldn't help but defend himself. I just can't tell the apart. For him, there was no difference between the 20th century and the 15th century. The common people still wore handmade clogs, linen clothes, and used sickles and matches to make fires. But in the wealthy upper-class people, electricity has been connected. In such a period when the new century is intertwined with the old, all he can do is to be pushed forward by the tide of history. After recovering, Haruto began to get busy, and the headquarters seemed to make up for the shifts he missed when he was resting, and frantically sent him tasks. Often, as soon as he finished a mission in one place, the sky would wave his wings and land on his shoulder, guiding him to the next mission location. Does the ghost also want to rush for performance in the new year? If the annual KPI is not up to standard, will you not be allowed to participate in the company's annual meeting organized by Anime Suji? This year's New Year is the only time in 16 years that Haruto hasn't spent it with Master Goto, and he hasn't even seen anyone from the Scales family. But it doesn't matter, he killed a lot of ghosts in a busy New Year, and reunited many families. Fujiya also provided dinner for the busy swordsman, and he also ran into Murata. The middle split boy was still in good spirits, and Haruto stared at his smooth hair, trying to ask for a care solution for Masa. Oops, ha ha ha. The boy scratched his hair heartily. It's camellia oil, apply camellia oil every day, and then wash it will be very smooth. Ever since the guy at Murata had been complimented by his girlfriend, he had to toss his hair for a while every day. The same door next to him complained about him, and Murata still smiled happily. Girlfriend. The corners of Haruto's mouth twitched, and the roar of the Wuda River seemed to ring in his ears. As March passed, the temperature in Tokyo Prefecture rose rapidly. Almost overnight, everyone took off their heavy cotton clothes and changed into light haori and kimonos. After dealing with an evil ghost near Kyobashi Ward, it gets dark, and Haruto looks for a place to eat on the street. Suinmi, my father was stabbed to death. Haruto turned his gaze back from the snack shop on the street to look at the pair of brothers who were walking in front of them pulling a wooden cart. They say they are brothers, but in fact they don't look alike. The boy pulling the cart was taller, with unkempt but stylish silver hair. He was draped in worn-out striped feathers, and his steps were steady despite dragging heavy wooden carts. And the young man with the burden on his back had a strange coxcomb head, dark hair, and his expression when he turned his head sideways to look at his brother was a little silly. Haruki thought that he would hear something like "let's go take revenge" or "let that guy pay for his blood" from the mouths of the two brothers, but he didn't expect the silver-haired boy to just be silent for a moment, and then said, "From now on, it's up to us brothers to protect everyone. It's a good thing that the beast just died." The coxcomb-headed boy was a little stunned, and even the burden on his back slid down. "Hey, carry your stuff on your back." "Ooh." He shrugged his shoulders, his expression still a little silly. "But without Dad, people still feel uneasy." The silver-haired boy said, "Even today when I asked why my father didn't come back, Sugamai and Sadeko were also looking at me. They were still so young, they must have been talking about something by a child while they were playing outside. So." He turned his head sideways and looked into his brother's eyes. "From now on, we brothers will take care of my mother and younger siblings. Is there a problem?" Only then did the coxcomb-headed boy react, and a cold snort came out of his nose. "What do you mean by just in the future?" "Obviously, it will depend on the two of us in the future, and he." It seemed that it was inappropriate to talk about his deceased father outside, so he snorted childishly and didn't say any more. The silver-haired young man was stunned for a moment, and then showed a bright smile. The corners of Haruto's mouth also hooked up a smile, and he wondered how much failure this father should have done so that the children could only regard him as a symbol of family stability. But with such a pair of sensible brothers, their family should be very harmonious and happy. Thinking so, Haruko's eyes suddenly lit up. "Ah, it's a sukiyaki shop. This fresh beef is mixed with the rich smell of the sauce and a variety of fresh side dishes, so it must be delicious." He rubbed his stomach and walked into the store. By the time the sukiyaki shopkeeper sent him out with a smile, it was already completely dark. Haruto was content with his belly, and the shopkeeper was also satisfied and ready to close. "Find a place to stay here and return to the narrow foggy mountains tomorrow morning." Thinking like this, Haruko's starry sky consciousness that emanates from outside has given him some special feedback. The hilt of the knife on his waist was clenched instantly, and Haruto's momentum became fierce. It's the breath of a ghost. And the direction is residential area to the east. Haruto leaped and flew through the wooden building, and in the looming starry consciousness, he saw a fighting figure crash through the wooden railing and fall out of a room. It's the one I saw in the evening. Silver-haired teenager. The immortal Minoru Kawa was holding a firewood knife and fighting with the human-like guy in front of him. How could this be? The whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and he almost cried tears of despair at the thought of the scene in the house. His mother hasn't returned for a long time, and he just wants to go out and find out why the family has become like this. Yes, Sumi, Sadeko, and Hiro and I. Except for the older Genmai, his younger brothers and sisters were all killed by this guy. Ming Mingke and Xianmei agreed to protect their families together. How could it be? How could it be like this? A bitter roar came from his mouth, and the creature kept gnawing on his arm, sucking the blood that flowed out. Kill it! Kill it! Avenge your younger siblings! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through his ears. With the smell of sukiyaki, a figure bowed over with a knife streaked across the night sky, and the handsome white-haired boy turned his head to look at him in bewilderment. Boy, I'm here to help you. The white-haired boy's voice drifted into the starry night, like a star sinking into the evening sky. Chapter 29. Immortal Minoru gasped for breath, and the kitchen knife in his hand fell to the ground and was powerless to pick it up. There was a tingling itch and pain on his face, and something slipped across his face. Shimei knew that it was his own blood. A wide wound lay across his face, ruining his otherwise handsome face. But he didn't think about anything, and when the blue-purple light of Haruto's knife tore through the darkness and reflected the attacker's face, the boy's head went blank, and he collapsed to the ground as if someone had had his spinal cord removed. That familiar face, that thin figure, was still smiling at noon and preparing lunch for him. Mom! Shimei's lips trembled, and he shouted softly, half confused and half desperate, Mom, is that you? Haruko's heart jumped, and he immediately turned the blade of the knife, pressed the back of the knife against the female ghost's neck, and used his strong muscles to press her to the ground. But the female ghost under her is in the chaotic period when she has just differentiated into a ghost, and she can't recognize the person in front of her as her son. And I don't know what stimulated her, but at this time she was struggling frantically, trying to pounce on Shimei, whose face was covered in blood. Not really. Thin blood again? King Gren sighed, mother and son cannibalism, how cruel this scene is. But the devil can't forgive, and there was so much blood on this female ghost, not exactly because of the fight with the silver-haired boy, she must have killed someone else. So Haruto crossed the blade of the knife, preparing to quickly cut off the female ghost's neck. Turn your head away, he said in a deep voice. What? Shimei didn't react. If you don't want to watch your mother beheaded by me. Haruto felt sorry, but there was nothing he could do. It's so cruel to kill a mother in front of her son. Even the mother who has been ghosted. No. Shimei, who didn't know where the strength came from, crawled to Haruto's side, his hands trembling, but he didn't know what to do. The skinny mother doesn't look like a human anymore, and she is no different from a real beast when she kills her younger siblings in the house. Two thick and disproportionate ghost claws grew on his thin arms, and his face was covered with green muscles, and he wanted to bite off Haruto's neck with his fangs. No. No, isn't there anything that can be done? Will it be better to get a good night's sleep? When we get sick, we are cured by a night's sleep. Shimei's face was covered in blood, and he grinned and wanted to cry. Haruto didn't speak, lowered his head silently, and only grabbed the female ghost with his hand, and stuck the Hinawa knife in the dirt beside him. Suddenly, a series of chaotic footsteps sounded, and the coxcomb-headed boy staggered into the alleyway, his kimono stained with blood. Brother, we have to call a doctor. There was a bleeding scar on his face, and the bloodstains were mixed with tears and sweat, which was very embarrassing. Seeing the mess of the fight in front of him, the coxcomb head boy was stunned. Brother! Genmai! Minoru and Haruto raised their heads together, only to find that his younger brother's gaze fell on his mother under the white-haired swordsman. Genmai, don't look! He didn't want his younger brother to see his mother in such an embarrassing scene, and he didn't want his younger brother to know that the monster who attacked the family was his mother. In the blue-purple sword light, Swanya's already small pupils contracted tightly. Your Excellency! What are you doing? He took 2 steps forward and slowly put his hand into his arms. Why are you holding on to my mother? Shimai's head buzzed, and what was put in Suinmi's arms as an elder brother, of course Shimai. It was a brass slingshot that Jinya often used to hunt birds in the mountains, and his accuracy was so good that he could feed his younger siblings every time. Suinmi, he shouted urgently, stop! Haruto raised his eyebrows, pressed the female ghost's hand and didn't move, and quickly pulled out the Hinakura knife with his other hand and put it in front of him. The coxcomb boy over there is very fast, and his head is also very good. Bang! There were 2 metal clashes, and the copper projectile was blocked out by Ching Xing. Seeing that the coxcomb-headed boy was still about to reload and shoot again, Haruto pulled up the struggling female ghost, jumped up on his toes and sheathed the Hinawa knife with one hand, and pounced on him. Shimai reached out to grab Harurai and Haruto, but he was empty. He quickly got up from the ground and used his hands and feet together. His younger siblings are dead, and his mother is going to die too. Let go of Genmai. Haruto's speed was very fast, and he came to the front of the coxcomb boy almost instantly, and raised his hand to hit the slingshot in his hand to the ground. I understand that after you were hit, you are not in a state of mind or anything. Haruto frowned, but like this, I don't know anything and only know how to do it, which doesn't help anything. When Jinya saw mother, he also became trembling like Shimai. God! Shimai pounced on him and covered his brother's eyes. Don't look at it, don't look at it, don't look at it. Suinmi. Haruto slashed the female ghost on the neck, beating her to the point of immobility, and then grabbed the silver-haired boy and shoved the female ghost into his hand. Are there any other victims? Don't stand still. Sadly, in the blood-spilled room, 5 children died in agony and fear. The oldest child is 5 or 6 years old, and the youngest may be less than a year old. King Gren silently arranged them in a row, and walked outside the house to let the sky convey a message to the hermit. He heard Genmai's suppressed crying in the room, and he could only punch the wall in anger. Little bird swim King Gren, why do you eat so much? If you walk out of the store after eating a half full, you can find the differentiated evil spirits in time, and these children don't have to die. He could still remember the look on their faces when he saw them in the evening. They're dreaming of a better future because they've got rid of their scumbag father. But now all are gone, and tears and grief have washed away all the happy memories of the past. Shimai was guarding the female ghost in the courtyard, and he didn't say a word, and he didn't have any expression on his face. Haruto walked over, and he raised his head and grimaced for a while before he said, Sir, what the hell is this? It's a ghost. Will it heal? There was a pain in Ching's heart, and the silver-haired boy looked at him with a pleading look in his eyes. Becoming a ghost is not getting sick. He sighed softly in his heart, but still told the boy some things about ghosts. The sun will eventually rise, and her time is running out. I'm sorry, I can't let her go. If she is not killed, more mothers and children will die at her hands. Minoru buried his head in his knees, his shoulders shaking. A happy and beautiful family started with a domestic violence father, and it collapsed in just 2 or 3 days. Xianmi sat with his younger siblings for a long time, and he didn't dare to look at the 2 people outside the house, and the mother lying on the ground. When it was almost dawn, Shimai went out with her mother in her arms. The swordsman didn't stop him, just stared at him from afar with those misty blue eyes. He came to the window and cleared his throat, brother with. Where is Mom? The white-haired swordsman clutched his sword to his chest and spat at the rising sun. Go see the last side of the light. Chapter 30. How can I kill the ghost? Decapitate with a sunwheel knife, or expose the ghost to the sunday. Shia didn't want to see his mother's head cut off, so he picked up his skinny mother and staggered out of the house. Jinya waited in the courtyard for a long time and saw many people wearing the same clothes as Haruto's inner clothes walking in. Mr. Haruin. The acquainted hermit saluted King Gren. Are you feeling better? Thanks to you, I'm completely healed. Xianmi watched them greet each other, watched the hermit clean the house of the immortal Chuan family, and collected the corpses of his younger brothers and sisters. Why haven't you come back? The sun has been rising for a long time. The white-haired swordsman's parrot came in from the outside with its wings flapped. Hey! Xianmi heard the young man let out a very puzzled question. Haruto glanced back at the coxcomb-headed boy, who stood up nervously. Come here. Haruto beckoned to him. Said he was a teenager, but in fact he was still a child, and if it weren't for the hairstyle on his head, he would look even shorter. Watching my mother turn into smoke and agony in front of me, I thought more than once that I might as well let her go. But you're right, our brothers have already tasted what it means to ruin a family, and there is no reason for others to suffer like this. The sky fell on the shoulders of the clear people, relaying the words left by Shimei. I wasn't there when my brother and sister were killed, and I even witnessed my mother's death. I really don't know what kind of face to go back to see Jinya, and my whole life will be immersed in remorse for this incident. So I thought about it for a long time, this gentleman. I have decided not to go back, and to use the superficial knowledge of demon slaying that you have instructed me to take revenge on the demons who have turned my beautiful family into this. Genmai is a good boy, he may be awkward, but he has always been a good boy. If you don't mind, take him with you. Of course, if you're too busy, we also have an uncle. Xianmi was like being struck by lightning, and muttered to himself, what nonsense, what nonsense. He slammed the slingshot he was clutching tightly to the ground, and roared vigorously, you go kill ghosts, what are you? King Gren touched the empty head, but his brain was a little painful. There was no feedback from Shimei around, and he must have been gone for a long time. What is this? It's more like kicking your nose in the face, right? Genmai rushed out of the house like a gust of wind and ran around like crazy. Go and follow him. King Gren dotted the sky, and the white-feathered parrot flew up to chase Suinmi. Haruto pushed open the wooden door and entered the house, where the blood had been cleaned up. Yuko-san. He called out to a hermit he knew, who was holding a journal and recording something. Standing next to her was a government official from Kyobashi district, who had just arrived, and was confirming the matter with her. What's this called? Immortal River. Yuko Teifu replied. The two children who survived, the older one is called Immortal Chuan Minoru, and the coxcomb head is called Immortal Chuan Swanya. Haruto rubbed his chin, do they still have an uncle? It is too inconvenient to carry such a young child with him, and he has no time to discipline the child during his daily tasks. There were. The officer replied. Ever. The immortal Chuan family did have a relative, but he died 3 years ago. The official said, his son sold the house nearby and doesn't know where to move. Doesn't that mean Immortal Kawajinya has nowhere to go? If Haruka doesn't take him away, the kid will become a real orphan and wander around the cities and towns. Oops! This immortal Minoru Kawa, if he wants to catch him, he has to get rid of his white hair. Haruto said goodbye to Miss Yuko and walked towards where Sora was. Jinya didn't go far, and in a clearing outside the residential area, Harukoto saw the coxcomb-headed boy curled up on the ground. There were a lot of half-dried blood dripping from his side, which was left by Shimei. He held himself into a ball, and fell asleep peacefully as if his brother was still around. The narrow foggy mountain is still a forging knife village, and the Haruto hesitated for a long time. Although Master Wudu is old, he still insists on fighting on the front line of forging knives. If he is asked to take care of a half-year-old child, Haruto is worried that his energy will not be able to keep up. And Jinya clearly asked him to learn how to kill demons like Haruto, and although he didn't say it, Haruto could see that he still wanted to do the same thing as his brother. Although Master Wudo has a hand in training people, he is not a professional cultivator after all, so he may not be able to teach him the breathing method well. Haruto thought about it for a while before he decided to leave Jinya in the Misty Mountains. Xianmi doesn't like to talk, and often has a face that is not close to people. But after all, he is still a child, and he will be fried after being rubbed a few times by the rabbit. And what are you now? Makoto medicated the scar on Jinya's face, his brother. Genmai gave a quick glance at Haruko. No. Of course not. King Gren tore the hard smoked pork hard, crunching and chewing. I'm his father, come boy, call daddy. Suinmi, who was knocked on the head by smoked pork, was not angry, but just cocked his nose and snorted coldly. As long as his runaway brother is not involved, he will not take anything others say to heart. So after the team that went up the mountain every day, there was a small point, and everyone carried stones empty-handed. I can't seem to use the breath of water. Jinya, who had grown taller, took the old knife of righteousness and bravery, and said to Harukin in frustration, whether it is the breath of fire or the breath of water, it is the same for me. Xianmi didn't know how to breathe, which surprised Haruko. Because water breath is the easiest of all the genres to get started, if you can't even learn Shuihu, you basically say goodbye to being a ghost swordsman. It doesn't matter, even if there is no. He was about to say something to comfort Genmai, when a barrage that hadn't appeared for a long time suddenly crossed in front of him. Wow, long time no see, it's another chapter before the main story. It's a sunny person. The white-haired little husband came over to let me poobo. How old is the star pillar now, why is it so tall? 16 years old, or 17 years old. Jinya has already come to the narrow fog mountain, and it should be after the destruction of the immortal Chuan family. The bloodline of the immortal river family is a real cow bee, Shimai is the Rolls-Royce in thin blood, and Genmai is a ghost eater. It's a pity that there are only 2 people left, and I don't know if those little brothers and sisters have any natural abilities. Wait a minute. King Gren raised his eyebrows, what do you mean? Ghost eater? Chapter 31. Haruto had never heard of the word ghost eater, and maybe the guy in Sanyashiki knew it, but he couldn't write to him right now. The term comes from the BARRAGE, at least Haruto has to wait for it to appear in real life, otherwise he can't explain where he got it. Ghost eater. The one who devours evil spirits. How to devour? Literally? During the time he lived with Suinmi, he knew that this kid had an extremely good sense of taste, and he could tell clearly what seasonings Makoto put in the soup as long as he tasted it. But does taste have anything to do with this? Haruto had an idea in his heart. So the next time Kang Kong brought the mission, he beckoned to the languishing Suinmi, do you want to go with me? Are you kidding? Rabbit looked at him strangely, Genmai is still a child. I'm 8 years old, I'm not a kid anymore. Xianmi got up from the ground and clenched the old wheel knife tightly in his hand, go. Don't worry, I have my own considerations, and I won't delay things. King Gren nodded at the gentle young man, and patted the back of Xianmi's slippery head again, can you keep up with me? Although he was a little weak-hearted, Xianmi nodded heavily, of course you can. Haruto didn't pierce his mouth, and put on a feather weave and took Genmai down the mountain under the worried gaze of the rabbit. The mission location is not far away, and it is also in Tokyo Prefecture. An evil spirit attacked a farmer and killed many cattle and the owner of the house. This ghost's ability is not even a string, and Haruto easily subdues it. But now the question is how to induce Genmai's abilities. Ghost Eater, does it really have to be triggered by devouring demons? King Gren glanced at the dirty evil ghost on the ground with disgust, this can't be eaten to have diarrhea. It used to be a ghost eating people, but now it's a ghost eating ghosts. He sighed and crossed the blade, ready to cut off the demon's head. Probably the will of heaven, Genmai walked over and squatted beside the demon. He licked his lower lip, and his movements were a little hesitant. "What are you doing?" Haruto asked. Xianmi was silent for a while, and there was a bit of struggle in his eyes. "He seems to be able to provide me with energy." "Who?" Haruto raised his voice. "Ghost." Genmai swallowed with difficulty. "I don't know why, there is a voice in my head telling me to eat it." "Teacher, I'm not going to fall for evil, am I? Compared to the barrage in my head, I'm more like the evil one." Haruto scratched her hair. Do you feel this way when you saw your mother before?" Mentioned that his mother Suinmi's head drooped by 2 points. "At that time, my mind was full of fear and despair, and I had no other thoughts at all." He looked up. "The teacher asked me to give it a try, maybe that's why my body can't use the breathing method." At this point, Harukoto also wants to know what the constitution of a ghost eater is. So he picked up the beaten half-dead demon, stuffed it into the water tank of the farm, and cleaned it well. After listening to their conversation for a long time, the evil ghost grinned and shouted in panic, "What are you doing? What do you mean? What kind of bullshit is that people eat ghosts? You can figure it out. I am a ghost, you are a human, and you are food." After being a ghost for so many years, he had never heard such a ridiculous statement. "Do you want to make some soap? He may have some germs in the water and dirt." Haruto still didn't feel at ease. "What do you mean by water coming from the earth? I am a ghost, not a mole." The evil ghost tried to break free from the swordsman's claws, but he could only surrender under the great force. "It shouldn't get out of the way." Xianmi was also a little nervous. He licked his lips, opened his mouth and bit the demon's arm, and with a fierce blow, he tore off a piece of ghost meat fiercely, and he didn't dare to chew it, and swallowed it directly into his stomach. "Wow, it hurts, you guys are really..." "They..." Evil ghost shouted in panic, "Isn't this world too crazy? When people don't run away when they see ghosts, they even eat ghosts." Haruto stared closely at Swanya's reaction, although the barrage was conclusive, but he had never seen such a person in real life. Xianmi licked the corners of her bloody mouth, and suddenly froze in place, and the green tendons climbed up her neck from the collar. Haruto immediately cut off the demon's neck, and flew forward to hold down his little apprentice, Genmai. He hadn't seen the differentiation of ghosts, but the differentiation of imaginary ghosts should be like this. Genmai's eyes were shaking, as if something was bursting out of his body. His muscles were bruised, and 2 fangs sprouted from between his trembling lips. Xianmi suddenly opened his eyes, and the whites of his eyes that were originally clear and clean had completely turned black, leaving only pupils the size of needle tips, staring at his eyes. "It's over. Isn't this ghosting? Genmai turned into a ghost?" Haruto's hand gripped Suinmi's neckline tightly, and his mind was already quickly thinking of a remedy. Is it so easy to change into a ghost? As far as the information available to the demon slayer is concerned, all the goblins were transformed from Anime Suji Muru and his subordinates in the 12 Oni moons, and they obtained the blood of Kamai Suji Mumuru to become a species of the same clan as him. Inferior demons are not qualified to turn people into ghosts, let alone eat a mouthful of flesh and blood. Even if someone eats them alive, it is impossible to bypass Anime Suji no miserable and become evil ghosts. Haruto forcibly persuaded himself to watch quietly. If things really get to the point of no return, he can only... "I'm fine," Xianmi said suddenly. The pinpoint-sized eyes swirled in the black sockets, as if adjusting to the body. "I don't believe it," Haruto said dryly. "Sharp ghost teeth, clinging tendons, terrifying black eyes, none of this looks like it's all right. I'm very sober now, and I don't have any thoughts of eating people." Genmai raised his hand high, licked his fangs with his tongue, and looked at his palm. "My heart is beating so fast, and the strength of my body is constantly gushing out." Haruto hesitated and tried to let go of him, and Jinya got up from the ground and brandished the Nichiren sword and performed a set of swordsmanship. The blade cut through the void wherever it went, and it was much better than his previous swordsmanship. Haruto finally made sure that he had always kept his sanity, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Soon after, the blackness in Suinmi's eyes faded, and the green tendons also retreated, but the two fangs were still hanging abruptly on his mouth. Maybe it's because this ghost's strength is too weak, so the time to hold on is short. Genmai explained. After a few days, the fangs also fell out. Haruto writes a letter to Yaya, detailing what happened to Jinya and asking if he knows any demon scholars. A few days later, Sora brought a reply. I saw in the history of the demon slayer a physique very similar to Jinya, the ghost eater. This is a special function that eats a ghost or part of a ghost's body and temporarily turns one's constitution into a ghost. The stronger the ghosts he eats, the stronger his regeneration ability and strength will be, and he can even use the blood ghost magic he used before after further ghosting. The last time this type of constitution appeared was 300 years ago. As for the scholar you are looking for who understands evil spirits. Haruto looked at the letter and could think of the raised corners of the mouth of the guy in the delivery house. Of course, the people who know most about ghosts are themselves. Go to Asakusa in Tokyo Prefecture and find a woman named Zuyo, who will look forward to Jinya's visit. Chapter 32. The people who know ghosts best are, of course, themselves. While walking on the road, Harukoto kept thinking about Yayashiki's words. Yaya doesn't like to play wit when he speaks, can he? The origin of this pearl world is abnormal. The barrage has been rolling intermittently in the past few days, which indicates that perhaps this Zhushi is also a key player. It turns out that Miss Zhushi got in touch with the Lord so early. Miss Zushi called you to draw blood and pinch. The boss really knows everything. Haruto pouted vaguely. How can these off-screen guys be exactly the same as the swordsman next to them, and have a honey admiration for that guy who is going to be a house? What does it mean to know everything about the boss? Read more. Read more books, do you know? A group of two-dimensional dead houses who only know how to watch anime day by day and shout kawaii at the real mushroom. Sora landed lightly on his shoulder, and Haruto pulled out a piece of raw pork from the small bamboo jar hanging from his waist and stuffed it into its mouth. More than 400 years old. Kang Kong tilted his neck and swallowed the strip of meat, and spoke. Hey! King Gren's hand on the bamboo jar was stunned in mid-air. This is the answer? What is the answer? The young man thought carefully about what question he had asked, and turned his head to look at Suinmi, only to find that his face was blue. You asked Mr. Sanyashiki. Earlier. Xianmi stammered and said, Miss Zushi's age. Ah, right. Because he was embarrassed to come to the door empty-handed, Haruto asked Yaya about the age of this Miss Zushi so that he could choose the right gift for the door. The answer is more than 400 years old. Teacher, should we bring any gifts? Let's bring Oda Nobunaga's autograph. Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture, a radiating business district centered on Sensoji Temple. When night falls, lights and shop signs flutter in the breeze, making it difficult to tell whether this is a neon town from the early 20th century or a Japanese-style street from the 21st century. Wow! Jinya opened her mouth wide. Has the city grown to this point? The well-paved bluestone brick road is full of pedestrians, and there are trams passing through it. Haruto tightened Jinya's hand so that he wouldn't be swept away by the crowd. Asakusa is prosperous enough for him, but it is far from advanced to say that it is advanced. So instead of trains and neon lights, he prefers to focus on the shops on the street that display their signature dishes. Teriyaki chicken skewers. Tempura. I like to burn. Matsuba crab, not as fresh as Chiba. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer team are not depleted in their pockets, and the Sanyashiki family is rich enough, and the rewards distributed to the swordsmen are also generous enough. Anyway, yeah, that kid said, when Miss Asakusa Zushi arrived, he would take the initiative to contact him. So the two of them were not in a hurry to find someone, and ate a lot of food in the shops on the street. Mainly Haruna was eating, and Genmai was held up to his throat by the food after eating 2 shops, and he didn't know how Haruto swallowed more than 30 chicken skewers, 2 baskets of tempura, more than 20 pancakes and 6 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Just as Haruto was in high spirits and preparing to visit the next tonkatsu shop, a cat meow suddenly came from under their feet. Genmai quickly lowered his head and raised his feet, afraid of stepping on the cat's tail. Haruto raised his eyebrows, and before he could swallow the teriyaki chicken in his mouth, his free right hand touched the handle of the knife on his waist. Space, there is the smell of ghosts. He lowered his head, and at his feet stood a 3-flowered kitten. It had large yellow eyes and a patterned charm on its chest. This cat. It's a ghost. It can appear quietly at Haruto's feet, and if it hadn't been for its initiative to make a cat call, Haruto wouldn't have been able to find his traces. Behind it, there is a powerful ghost. Teacher. Jinya felt Haruto's muscles tense. It's TT pills. There's still Yoshiro's blood ghost art around his neck. Cha-cha-cha-maru, Yushiro, Jushi. There are more and more unfamiliar names, and there are more and more strange ghosts. It's nothing, what is it going to do? Cha-cha-maru doesn't want to do anything, Cha-cha-maru just wants to lead the way. The 3-flowered cat glanced back at them, as if to signal them to follow. Haruto burped, put his arm around Jinya's shoulders, and staggered behind the cat. Cha-cha-maru takes them away from the downtown area, and on the side of the dimly lit street, they see Asakusa's second ghost. It was a gloomy boy dressed in a Western-style shirt and a white feather weave. It's really gloomy, since I saw Haruto, those purple eyes have been hung into triangular eyes, a pair of eyebrows are tightly twisted, and my mouth mutters things like "stupid big man, why do you look so tall, disproportionately ugly body," and so on. Not. Compared with his height of about 1.6 meters, King Gren, who has grown by leaps and bounds and has exceeded 175, is indeed a big man. It's strange that the white hair is dead. I really don't know why Lord Zushi wants to see this ugly. When the gloomy boy muttered from a height attack to a appearance attack, Genmai finally couldn't help but accuse him, nonsense. Hey! Haruto looked at the little apprentice in surprise. The coxcomb-headed boy was snorting his teeth, and the scars on his face made him look even worse than the gloomy boy. Ugly man, the teacher is the most handsome person in the ghost-killing captain. Xianmi clenched his fists and argued, the handsome guys in the ghost-killing team all live in the narrow foggy mountain. Brother Rabbit has a scar on his face, and Brother Yeong is a facial paralysis, so the teacher is the most handsome. Miss Miki Misaka, Miss Nami Ikawa, Miss Naoko Maeda, and 2 Miss Butterfly from the headquarters have all asked me about Haruto. The sky actually waved its wings to help. When? The blue eyes of the clear people were round. Miki Misaka knows, is a doctor of the Fuji family, who is Nami Ikawa and Naoko Maeda. How did the Butterfly sisters appear in the story? Am I so popular in the Ghost Slayer team? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was urged to marry by Master Wudu every year. Okay. The gloomy boy crunched his back molars, and under his green hair, his face was even more ugly. That's it. That's why it's annoying. He stretched out his hand and pressed down on Suinmi's coxcomb head. Why did Lord Zushi see you? Why did Lord Zushi ask me to leave her to pick you up? What qualifications do you have to be received by the beautiful Lord Zushi? Haruto slashed his hand to free Genmai from the ravages of the teenager. No road race. It's a matter of work. Do you like Miss Jushi, and now you act like an idiot? The gloomy boy was immediately speechless. He took 2 steps back and turned his head without saying a word, only a flush creeping up his face. What are you doing? Is it a tsundere? A wicked smile suddenly rose on Haruto's lips. Uncle, I Baba. King Gren, I'm the one who likes to tease Tsundere the most. Chapter 33. Miss Zhu Kanabe your dog. Haruto forced himself to take his eyes off the barrage of curiosity and focus on the beautiful woman in front of him. There were no exposed veins on her face, no saliva from coveting human flesh, no hideous red eyes. With black hair, purple eyes, and a dark kimono with flowers, the Miss Zushi in front of her was unlike any ghost he had ever seen. With white skin and an elegant bun behind her head, her face was dignified and elegant, and she knelt there like a real nobleman. Yoshiro, the gloomy green-haired young man, sat beside Zhu, staring at Haruto with an unkind face. Don't look at it, take your dirty eyes off the beautiful Lord Zushi. Haruto read such words from Yoshiro's eyes. Haha, no. With a decent smile on his face, Haruto took the gift he had prepared on the road from Genmai's hand. A small gift is not a tribute. Yoshiro's eyes froze, and he stepped forward to pick it up. The packaging of the gift is very trendy, and Lord Zushi definitely doesn't like it. I've heard Mr. Sanyashiki talk about Mr. Haruto for a long time, and when I saw it today, it was really outstanding. Zhu voice was gentle and graceful, which made Yoshiro indulge in it, but he suddenly woke up. Outstanding? Outstanding? The congregation here refers to. His gaze swept over the few people in the room, as if struck by lightning. Except for Haruto and Lord Zushi, only himself and that little kid with a fried head are left. Haruto was curious, when did you and that guy Yaya meet? Miss Zhu lowered her head, and her purple eyes flowed. If he didn't tell you, then it's a secret. King Gren raised his eyebrows lightly. Women are beautiful because of their secrets. Zhu raised his eyes and glanced at him unexpectedly, and a soft smile appeared on his lips. Female. People. Giggles. Haruto heard the sound of Yoshiro grinding his teeth, and this guy's face turned completely black, and he sat with his knees very straight, and his clenched fists on his knees seemed to be able to wave at Haruto at any time. Damn white-haired boy, he actually defiled the beautiful Lord Zushi with cheap and obscene words. Women are beautiful because of secrets, Bell mode, my two parts are linked. Laughing to death, if Brother Xingzue said such a thing to the Meiji doctor, it is estimated that Uncle Wudu will not have to worry about getting married, and it will be no problem to hold both of them for 3 years. To BAA in front, I'll stand on the star forbearance, or the star flower can also do. Star Shinobi, Shinobu is only 12 years old now, right? Shaking and cold, when will the Star Rabbit Party and the Star Warrior Party stand up? They. BARRAGE gradually tilted the building, and Harukoto turned his gaze back to reality and touched Genmai's head. This is the child who can turn ghosts into his own power. Jinya turned his head awkwardly, and waited for Haruto to put down his hand and quietly combed his hair. Please wait, I'm going to change my clothes. Zhu nodded, left his seat and went to the back room. As soon as Zhu Shigong left, Yu Shilang's face suddenly turned into a big black face. What did you mean by that sentence just now? Hey! Haruto pretended to be stupid. What a secret, what a woman's. Ah! Haruto said in a low voice, pushing the non-existent glasses above the bridge of his nose. A secret makes a woman. What are you talking about? Yoshiro rolled his eyes frantically. Read some books, it's the 20th century, and you have to be able to speak 2 sentences in English. King Gren frowned and sighed. How old are you? You have to be in your hundreds, right? Why is your education level so low? You won't be just an idiot if you live for so long. Shut up. You are so uncompetitive. Miss Zhu has lived for so long, who has never seen. I'll shut you up. Angry, Yoshiro jumped up from his seat and rounded his arm to give Haruto a blow. King Gren didn't hide, but nodded gently towards the door of the inner room. Miss Zushi. Whoosh! Yoshiro immediately returned to his place and smiled in that direction, only to see a closed door. I'm kidding. Haruto smirked at him. They. Enraged green-haired boy jumped up, hooked his knuckles and hit Haruto's chest continuously. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Cough, Miss Zhu. Cough, Miss Zhu. Cough, Miss Zhu. Shut up. Don't try to fool me again. Until Zhu-Shi's slightly dissatisfied voice really sounded from behind. Yushiro, still don't stop. Zhu-Shi put a white doctor's coat over his kimono, put on gloves, and gently placed the iron plate where some medical equipment was placed on the table. Yushiro knelt down dejectedly, not forgetting to give Haruin a murderous glance from the corner of his eye. Don't worry, just put your sleeves up and your arms here. Zhu-Shi took out a syringe and said to Xianmi. Xianmi stared at the sharp needle and swallowed his saliva with difficulty, pumping, drawing blood. This little guy, with a fierce face, won't he still be afraid of injections, right? Haruto glanced at the coxcomb head with tense limbs, pursed his lips and suppressed the smile. And you, Mr. Haruto? Zhu-Shi smiled and clicked the extra syringe. The next one is you. Hey! Haruto rolled his eyes. What do I mean? You know that Yushiro and I are ghosts. I can't see it, but my lord told me. Zhu-Shi chuckled. In the long years of getting rid of anime Tsuji, I have modified my body, and although I no longer need to eat humans, I still need to consume a certain amount of human blood on time to sustain my life. Jinya's hands trembled when he heard the words eating humans, and he uncontrollably recalled the most unforgettable night in his life, clenching his fists under the table. In the past, we used to replenish it by purchasing, but Mr. Sanyashiki told me that there seems to be some unusual magic in your blood, so I must taste it. Wait, the amount of information revealed in this sentence is too much. Haruto frowned. Yaya Sanyashiki, say that my blood is unusual, and I want you to taste it. Zhu-Shi nodded, yes. He raised his arm, and the bruised purple veins under his fair skin were clearly visible. Like lightning, the words of the 3 sick leaves of the next string sounded in his mind. Your blood. Your blood. They. Thin-blooded cleric who fell to the ground and died, his blood delivered to the diseased leaves through the vines, and the diseased leaves that staggered after drinking the blood. These images weave into a clear vein in Haruto's mind. He slapped his head and it broke. I'm a stand-in. Chapter 34. You please? Then you're welcome. Oh, of course, of course. Thank you for your hospitality. If it weren't for the half of the blood on the table, the 2 people on the seat would really be a bit like pushing the cup and changing the lamp. It didn't take long for the small wound on Haruto's arm to stop bleeding, and he wiped it with his thumb and didn't even leave the wound. He had mastered his breathing, and such wounds healed themselves in minutes. Zhu-Shi was no longer polite, picked up the teacup in front of him, covered his face with his sleeve and drank the blood in the cup. Seeing a powerful ghost eating in front of him for the first time, Haruko was still a little nervous. Ghosts over 400 years old should be able to control their desires well, and Harukin doesn't want to talk and laugh with Zhu-Shi 1 second, and the next second he will draw a knife against her. Besides, there is not only one ghost in the Pearl world here, but there is also a Yushiro standing next to him. Haruto believes that as soon as Zhu-Shi gets out of control, Yushiro next to him will rush up and give himself a big coercion first. The master and apprentice looked at the beautiful woman with wrong eyes, watched her gently put the teacup on the table, and watched her green tendons climb up from her neck and then slowly fade. Zhu-Shi didn't make the slightest sound during the whole process, as if he drank not a cup of human blood that could arouse ghosts, but an ordinary cup of oolong tea. What are you doing? It doesn't seem to be anything special. Haruto was a little disappointed. After all, no matter how old you are, you always want to be different. Even if this is different, it will not bring any benefits. Zhu-Shi didn't say a word, and stared at King Gren for a long time. Seeing that the goosebumps all over her body stood up, and seeing that Yushiro was ready to sharpen the knife, she picked up a clean napkin and wiped the corners of her mouth. Her voice was gentle and low. It seems to have the smell of chicken skewers. That's right, I've just eaten a lot of skewers. Haruto nodded. Wow, that's amazing, can you taste this? I just felt a jump in time and space. King Gren was stunned, and raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Time and space. Zhu Shi stretched out his slender white fingers and gently kneaded his temples. Even now, these fragments are still bumping around in my mind. I just changed my clothes, sat at the door and waited for you to come in, and let Cha-Cha-Maru pick you up. The earliest I said was to see a patient this morning. After drinking that bowl of blood, all these memories were running around in my mind. Or not just memory fragments, I was like sitting in my current position watching another me do these things. Haruto pursed his lips tightly and didn't say a word. His heart was very weak, but he couldn't show it on his face. What Zhu Shi said is infinitely consistent with the biggest golden finger on his body to some extent. Looking back on time after death, will it still be reflected in the blood? This may be a completely new physique, and I have never seen such a record in the history books. Zhu Shi closed his eyes and tried to clear his chaotic thoughts, but failed. The memory fragments are very clear, as if I had really experienced it again. She held her forehead and furrowed her eyebrows slightly, but no matter how clear it is, I'm just a viewer, and I'm trying to modify it. For example, if you don't let Cha-Cha-Maru go, let Yoshiro, fail. She opened her eyes and said uncertainly, maybe the amount of blood is too small, or maybe you can only remember and not bother. She looked at Haruto's slightly nervous eyes and Yoshiro's worriedness, and smiled softly. In short, if you face a ghost that will suck the blood of your enemies, such blood may have a surprising effect. But the same way it can put you in great danger, like I just thought of. In a split second, the corners of Zhu Shi's mouth were hooked, and he said evil words in a soft voice. If I suck your blood dry, can I reverse time and space? Even if it's just as a bystander, it's a beautiful thing to grow up with the person I want to be with. King Gren leaned back. Sister, even if you suck me dry, time can't go back 400 or 500 years. Hearing Zhu Shi's words, the effect of blood was still far from that of the golden finger, and his heart slowly returned to his stomach. Then the sick leaf he killed last time was also because he sucked his blood, and he sucked a lot of blood, so his thoughts went back. Couldn't concentrate on the battle, so he was easily cut off his head by King Gren? Wow! Haruto broke out in a cold sweat. It's also thanks to the sick leaves he encountered. If he encounters another ghost who doesn't fight by sucking blood, he may have to taste death again, and then run away infinitely. But, on the other hand, he did kill the sick leaf with his own ability. So am I worthy of this pillar or not? Haruto rubbed her chin and thought about it, and Zhu Shi finally metabolized the effect of her blood. What a novel experience, as if I had lived one more day. She raised the syringe in her hand again and smiled. Do you mind if I keep a sample to develop a medicine? After knowing that Zhu Shi was Yayashiki's hidden partner, Harukato had no reason to refuse her request, and besides, taking a little blood was just a gesture for the breathing swordsman. After dedicating a tube full of blood, Haruto sat down and ate tonkatsu. This is just Zhu Shi sent Yoshiro to buy it. This guy is a two-faced. He promised Zhu Shi very simply, and after buying it, he couldn't wait to throw the pork cutlet in Haruto's face. Haruto chewed on the tonkatsu and watched as Zhu Shi and Jinya switched identities. Lord Zushi, let me come. Yoshiro's expression was urgent, and he glared at Jinya fiercely. How can you hurt your beautiful and noble body for such a thing? Yoshiro, you're not strong enough. Zhu Shi shook his head, then held his white little finger and broke it with an expressionless face. Her lower eyelids were trembling slightly, and it seemed that no matter how strong the ghost was, it would cause pain when her body was damaged. Suanmi's coxcomb shook his head, watched Zhu Shi take a deep breath, and put the broken finger in front of him. A finger grew back from Zhu Shi's wound, and she wiped the blood with a tissue, then chuckled. Give it a taste, it should taste good. Well. Although it is indeed such an operation process, the visual impact of this picture is too strong. Look, Suanmi's face is almost blue. Chapter 35. The coxcomb-headed boy trembled, shoved his fingers into his mouth and chewed slowly. Yoshiro sat on his knees, but his head was stretched out in front of him, and a pair of eyes stared at him. It's delicious, it must be delicious. Dare to say it's not delicious, I'll tear you to shreds in no time. That's the finger of Lord Zushi. Suanmi had no way to answer him. The reaction was greater than when he first tried, and the eyes with whites larger than their pupils turned demonized black in an instant. The fangs that had just fallen out popped out again, piercing the lips, and the blood that flowed out was licked away by the tongue that had turned bruised. Genmai felt his heart beat fast, and the impact in his chest made him involuntarily open his mouth wide, and saliva flowed into a piece, dripping onto the clothes on his chest. Ha! Ha! Zhu Shi frowned lightly. Maybe I'm too young, my body is not strong enough, and it's too difficult to digest my flesh and blood. After a long while, Xianmi came to his senses, and his dark eyes slowly turned. I feel better. Too slow. King Gren sighed in his heart. Such a long skill reading time is enough for the demons in the battle to tear him to pieces and swallow him into his stomach. But instead of saying anything to discourage Genmai's interest, he asked, how do you feel compared to the last time? It feels so good. The little kid was very excited. He felt that he was thinking at an outrageous speed, and his trembling muscles made him can't help but move up and down the room, like a big black mouse. Hey, no matter how excited you are, stop yourself. This is not a playground. Yoshiro's dissatisfaction suddenly flashed behind Jinya's back and grabbed his neckline. And this? Jinya closed his eyes and slowly savored the information that appeared in his mind. He stretched out his arm and stabbed his own with his sharp ghost claws, and in an instant, a faint fragrance wafted out of the wound on his arm and filled the room. This is... Zhu Shi was stunned and looked at Xianmi with some surprise. Blood demon magic, blood confusion, and the demon fragrance of the white sun. It's her blood magic that can reduce the brain function of her targets with the scent of blood, tempting them to tell the secrets they want to protect. The magic incense of the white sun that Xianmi used, although it could not be compared to hers, was already quite threatening. The ghost eater's physique is really special, and this child, who has not yet reached the age of 10, has an amazing talent. It was amazing that she could replicate her moves with just one finger. King Gren was caught off guard and smelled the strange fragrance, only to feel that his mind was dull, as if his thoughts were about to freeze. Yoshiro saw the sluggish expression of the white-haired boy, and his heart was secretly refreshed. Although it was not released by Lord Zushi himself, the magic incense of the day will harm the human body, and if humans inhale too much, they may become fools. A white towel covered Haruto's face, and Zhu Shi knelt down beside him, gently raising Haruto's hand to cover the towel. Yoshiro, Sigma. Lord Zushi, let me come, I'll take good care of Mr. Haruto. You must not deliberately cover him to death, Yoshiro. Absolutely not. After the aroma in the house dissipated, Zhu Shi prescribed some medicine to clear his heart and calm his nerves, and promised to study the tube of blood he left behind. Genmai's physical fitness is not good enough, but this is also normal. After all, he is still young. As he gets older, his physical development will get better and better, and when the time comes, he will be able to accelerate the transformation of the ghost's flesh and blood. Zhu Shi wrote quickly on the paper, in short, don't let him face the evil spirit alone until he can quickly digest the flesh and blood. I see. In Yoshiro's murderous eyes, Haruto asked, can I write to you in the future? Zhu Shi chuckled, folded the white paper full of words and handed it to him. Of course, we are now research partners. Leaving the Zushi mansion that was hidden by Yoshiro's blood ghost technique, Genmai's mood didn't seem to be too high. What's wrong? Haruto reached out and rubbed his coxcomb, sighing inwardly. As the guy at Bird Hashiki said, Haruin needs a stepson to learn and inherit his star breath. The stepson here does not refer to the righteous son, but to the apprentice. Within the Ghost Slayer team, there are many pairs of masters and stepsons, and some masters even have more than one stepson. They are different from traditional cultivators and reserve swordsmen. A good stepson who follows the master is not just to learn the breathing method, but is determined to learn everything that the master has mastered, and the best stepson will inherit the mantle of the master. Haru Koto was originally going to let Jinya inherit the breath of the stars, although he had a golden finger by his side, and he felt that he would live for 100 years. But star breath does need to be inherited. It is a powerful breathing method, whether it is himself or Yaya. I hope that some child can master it. But Genmai couldn't even learn the breathing method. Instead of putting his disappointment on his face, Haruto learns to have a gentle smile, a smile that works so well to soothe children. Teacher. Xianmi quietly cut his hairstyle again. Ghost. What kind of image is it? Haruto knew what he was thinking. The gentle and beautiful Zhuxi and the eccentric Yoshiro I saw today made Genmai feel that he had just established an impression of evil spirits, and all of them had collapsed. The first ghost he saw in his life was his mother, and all the pain he experienced was also brought to him by his demonized mother. When he recalls that night, he doesn't even know who to hate. Hate mother? No, it's not. Hate the King Gren who didn't come in time? That's ungrateful. Hate to run away from home and have no face to see his brother? That's even more impossible. He could only endure his grief and hate the unknown guy who turned his mother into a demon. In his imagination, powerful demons must be evil, covered in a foul smell and covered in blood, and walking in the world will bring pain to people. That kind of guy deserves to be hated, so that Genmai has the belief of killing ghosts. Can. But Miss Zushi is so beautiful, maybe it has nothing to do with beauty, her body is full of warm atmosphere. She's even a doctor, and she's treating human patients even in the morning. But she is indeed a very powerful ghost, and survives by drinking human blood. Such a contradiction makes Suanmi's small head insufficient. Haruto stood there and pondered for a moment. Isn't that what he was thinking? Is it just because his blood is special? No, it shouldn't be like that. So he gently rubbed the back of Genmai Maula's head and replied, isn't there a poor man in the ghosts? Of course there is. Even those big demons who eat a few people every day, maybe there are poor guys. But can poor people hurt innocents? Miss Zhuxi is a unique being, and her perseverance is greater than anyone I have ever met. She probably hates anime Suji more than anyone I've ever met. Genmai, don't subvert your beliefs because of unique people. Xianmi raised his head and nodded as if he didn't understand. Inside the mansion, Zhuxi opened the gift from Haruto. They are 2 scented candles that are now popular among young girls in Tokyo Prefecture, and they are made in the shape of white stone statues, and they have even been lit with a faint smell of white camellia and ambergris, which looks trendy and elegant. There was also a note next to the candle with the name of the candle and the front, middle and back notes. Dream Thief. Zhuxi took the candle in his hand and looked at it over and over again, and a smile rose on the corner of his mouth. Unique people. She put down the candle and picked up the needle filled with the blood of the sunny man. Maybe it's really. What about the dream thief? Chapter 36. At the foot of the narrow fog mountain, Jinya came out of the house, looked at the dim sky, and stepped forward to help Makoto prepare dinner. After living here with a group of water swordsmen for almost 2 years, Genmai has also become a little gentler from the coxcomb head boy with a stinky face at every turn. Of course, like his still upright coxcomb, he will still fry his hair when it's time to fry it. There are only 2 people in the courtyard, Zhenhu and Yiyang, and the rabbit has a task, and Mr. Scales goes to the headquarters to take over the work at hand. Each column has its own patrol range, and now the pillars of the ghost-killing team are in short supply. Even if he is ready to leave the task after handing over the task, he estimates that he will still have to maintain the patrol for a while. Xianmi looked left and right, and asked Zhenhu in a low voice, "Where is the teacher?" "Brother King Gren has gone to the mountains to practice, and the stars are very bright tonight." Every once in a while, Sunny would come to the top of the mountain, just like the mountains of Forging Knife Village, and the wilderness at night would always inspire him. He lay on the meadow as usual, and the meadow was always damp on an autumn night, but he didn't care, took a few deep breaths of the grass and closed his eyes to communicate with the stars. Lying in the grass unscrupulously because he was confident enough in the safety of the narrow foggy mountains. Under the cover of his starry sky perception, not a single ghost was able to bypass the monitoring of the stars and enter the narrow foggy mountains. It's been more than half a year since he returned from Tokyo's Asakusa Sushi Mansion, and he's been researching how to incorporate his blood advantage into the moves of Star Breath. Zhu Shi is a good person to communicate with, and she is a good enough healer. If it weren't for being a ghost, she would have even been able to learn modern medicine in this century and then become a medical giant. Haruto often communicates with her through the sky, and Zhu Shi needs her own blood research, and sometimes Haruto will give her an extra tube for drinking. Although Zhu Shi didn't say it, she was very interested in the feeling of broken time hitting her brain. In return for her blood, Zhu Shi would often send back something, her own flesh and blood made into pills to be used for Genmai's emergency needs. After Zhu Shi proposed to make Haruto's blood into an enhancement potion, Haruto began to delve into breathing moves. In addition to the 4 moves he originally mastered, he studied 2 more sword moves in half a year. Raising his palm towards the night sky, his white palm was crisscrossed with scars one after another. Ouch! The disadvantage of people with blood abilities is this, they always have to scar themselves. He tried to fight inside and outside the country in the past 6 months, and when he faced the enemy, he smeared his own blood on the blade. Like enchanting a weapon, the damage inflicted by the neon blade can cause some of its blood to enter the demon's body. However, due to the amount of blood applied to the blade, the effect is not as good as when fighting the diseased leaves. Alas, letting go of the obsession with the moves in his heart, Haruto decided not to think about anything, but just quietly looked at the sky above him. The autumn breeze in the wilderness was so quiet, and the cold brushed the broken hair on the top of his head. All that was left was the sound of his own powerful heartbeat, and the whispering of his voice in his voice. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Today is his birthday, and he will be 17 years old after today." 17 years old, not a child anymore. Haruto sat up, rubbed his eyes, and raised his hand to summon the sky. "The last time I saw Yaya-san Yashiki was the last time." In the courtyard of the Ghost Slayer headquarters, Yaya was playing with his 2 daughters, and Ten was sitting on the side with a big belly and a shallow smile on his face. "Hinata, Haika, call uncle." The 2 girls look very similar, and they carry hairpins on their heads, one red and one yellow. At the age of 2, he was just able to walk, and his speech was not very clear, so he could only clumsily shout, "It must be good." Haruto, who came over with a smile, pulled his face. "What do you mean? I haven't even held a girl's hand, why did I become an uncle?" "I'm not mind if you're willing to let him call you brother." Yao replied calmly. Haruto glanced at him, "Take advantage of me." Yaya raised an eyebrow and diverted the subject, "Why have you grown taller again?" Haruto measured the scars on his face with his gaze and sighed in his heart. He's been growing up, but Yaya's body is getting worse every year. 2 teenagers of about the same age, one is growing, and the other is dying. Haruto is here to fulfill the agreement. At this time last year, Yatsuya and Haruto made a pact that he would return to the headquarters after a year and be promoted to pillar. Finally, don't shirk today. If it helps. King Gren raised his lips and smiled helplessly. Besides, some things always have to be done. There is too little of a pillar, and the rabbit and Yiyang of the narrow foggy mountain grow up very quickly, but they also need the training of 50 ghosts or 112 ghost months to really be on their own. Woo woo, the ghost-killing team at this time is really difficult to do. Fortunately, there are Brother Shi and Brother Xingzu, otherwise there will be a real fault between the older generation and the new generation. Haruto rejected Yaya's offer to hold a meeting for him. Let's let the seniors have some strength to fight against the demons. He gently rubbed Hina and Haika's little heads one by one. Grow up quickly, you can. When you grow up. Yaya's eyes flashed, and he looked at Haruto. When I grow up, I can go to Kagoshima to play, and my uncle went there last month, and it's all big crabs and lobsters with thick arms. The sea urchin on the seashore has long teeth and claws, and when you open it, it is yellow, and it is delicious when spread on soy sauce rice. Hina and Haika don't know what Kagoshima is, but they do know crabs. The two little girls babbled and drooled in King Gren's ears, and opened their palms to their faces to learn to walk sideways. And then there's the seals on the reef, and you know the seals, they slap their belly when they call. Yaya and T9 glanced at each other and laughed brightly. Let's end it in this generation, don't leave the demons to Hina and Haika anymore. Let them also go to the beach in the summer and see the snow in the winter like normal children, and not be obscured by the dark clouds of anime suji like them. Towards noon, Hina and Haika go to take a nap, and Haruto puts on Haori and prepares to leave. Tianyan stood up with her waist propped up, and her movements were a little difficult. Why don't you eat and then leave? Don't bother you. The white-haired boy shook his head. This trial is over today, right? Yose looked at the calendar hanging on the wall. That's right. What, there are acquaintances? Haruto nodded slightly, sort of. The Butterfly Sisters participated in this year's trial together. Chapter 37. Finally, on the 8th day, Chini squeezed her sister's hand, and the two sisters looked at each other and smiled. In the past 7 days, they have experienced too many tests, the evil ghosts lurking in the shadows, the shinobu who can't cut off the heads of evil ghosts, and the memories of destroying the door when facing evil spirits. But with this glow rising from behind the sea of wisteria flowers, all the fatigue was gone. They went down the mountain hand in hand, and the feathers raised in the wind were like 2 fluttering butterflies. After picking out their respective jade steels, receiving the Ghost Slayer uniforms and the crows, the butterfly ninja gently nodded the crow's head as she remembered someone's appearance. It's a girl. Then call you Yan, right? The crow rubbed its head against Shinobu's slender fingertips, then spread its wings and flew into the air. Shinobu looked up and suddenly spotted a parrot in the blue sky. This parrot has a very beautiful plumage, with white feathers all over its body, and the tip of its tail seems to be stained by the sky, with a beautiful blue tinge. Shinobu rubbed his eyes, and when he realized that it was indeed Mr. Haruhoto's beautiful parrot, he cried out softly, "Sky!" As if hearing the shouts of Shinobi, the white-feathered parrot dragged a beautiful hovering afterimage in the sky, and then its body suddenly pulled up and flew down the mountain. It's Sora, right? Shinobu shook his sister's arm excitedly. How did it appear here? Maybe it's because of the mission. Chini wasn't sure. She shaded the sun with her hands, but she couldn't catch the parrot for a long time. No, the missions of the ghost-killing team are all sent from the headquarters. Maybe it's not a sky, it's just a long resemblance. It must be the sky. Mr. Haruto's parrot looks very unique, I won't be mistaken. Shinobu said with certainty. Sora is around here, but what about Mr. Haruto? Is he passing by Fuji Attack Mountain because of his mission? The sisters went down the mountain hand in hand, and saw the white-feathered parrot again. At this time, it was perched on the fingers of a tall teenager, chattering about something. A young man dressed in aoyama embroidered feathers sat on a large rock on the mountain path, one leg crossed, the other hanging down, almost touching the ground. The breeze that swept across the mountain path ruffled the long white hair of his sideburns, revealing the eyebrows and eyes that had been finely carved by the gods like Yokiyoi. Oh, 2 little butterflies. Seeing the 2 of them descending the mountain, King Gren turned his face sideways and showed a bright smile. Congratulations on passing the selection. Mr. Haruto, the butterfly sisters' eyes were filled with surprise, and they floated to Haruto's side like two flower butterflies. Chini is a little older and more steady. Moreover, the 15-year-old girl has already understood the difference between men and women, so she is not so excited, but her cheeks are red and the corners of her mouth are smiling. Are you passing by here? 12-year-old Shinobu is not so dignified. For her, who lost her family at a young age, in this world, except for her sister Chan Ahui, only the brothers and sisters of Sei Sagiyama will be kind to her and will agree to their unreasonable requests. After a year of practicing, Shinobu finally knows what an unreasonable request it is for her weak self to learn swordsmanship and kill demons. In the year that she was separated from her sister, in addition to corresponding, the person she corresponded with most was Mr. Haruto. Although the letters brought to the narrow foggy mountains by carrier pigeons are not always answered in a timely manner because Mr. Haruto is always out of the house, Mr. Haruto reads every letter she sends after he is busy and then replies together. Sometimes it was the sky that came back with the letter, so she could recognize the white feathered parrot at a glance. She stood in front of Haruto, her clear, violet-like eyes full of smiles. Did Mr. Haruto come to pick us up on purpose? The two different questions illustrate the sisters' personalities vividly. Haruto reached out and rubbed Shinobi's black hair amusedly, but the palm that reached out to Chini only patted her shoulder gently. Chini was already a girl, and she couldn't be treated the same way she treated a little girl. Yes, I'm here to pick you up. He nodded. I wrote to Ms. Momoya and Mr. Ishihama, and they said that you will participate in the final selection in the same class this year. As your introducer and the predecessor of the Ghost Slayer team, there are two more excellent juniors all of a sudden, so of course I have to congratulate you. Excellent. Shinobu looked at Haruko's sparkling eyes, blinking unnaturally and quickly a few times. You can't even cut off the head of a demon. Excellent juniors? Ah yes, Haruto patted his head with a sudden realization, and took out two things wrapped in flannel from his arms, gifts. Hey! Chanel hesitantly took the flannel bag. I'm very grateful for bothering you to come over, and there are even gifts. Say no more about you. King Gren said helplessly, that's the title that needs to be accepted at the Lord's level, you can call me by my name directly. Shinobu took the flannel bag handed to her and said quickly, Brother King Gren, can I open it? Of course. A beautiful butterfly hairpin was wrapped in a flannel bag, a lilac one in Shinobi's hand, and a pink one in Chinewi's hand, all of which were the same color as their iris. King Gren scratched his head embarrassedly. It was recommended by the clerk of the gift shop, and it just matches your surname, and there are also corresponding eye colors. This kind of little girl's thing may be prepared for Chini's cultivator, Ms. Momoya, but Mr. Ishihama probably won't help Shinobu prepare. Holding the hairpin with a smile, his purple eyes rolled around, feeling as if he had spied on something. Could it be that Mr. Haruto likes my sister? Otherwise, why did you come here and prepare a gift? The 12-year-old little head turned, and the gentle and beautiful sister and the suave Mr. King Gren stood together, but they were also a very good match. She had long seen that the preparatory swordsmen who followed her sister and were diligent were dissatisfied, and she didn't even learn the 10 sword moves of Shui Hu, so she pursued the girl with all her heart. I really don't know what they're practicing for. Mr. Haruto is different, he was able to take charge of himself as early as a year ago, and he has a good personality and looks handsome, although he eats a little too much, but this is not a problem. To be able to be a family with Mr. Haruto and be with my sister for a long time is simply the happiest thing in my life. Haruto watched Shinobi's gaze turn wildly, and glanced at Chini. The smile on the corner of his mouth stiffened a little. No. Do you like it? Of course not. Chana Megami took a look at Shinobi, who knew that she was using her brain, and bent her index finger and tapped her head. Come back to your senses, little Shinobi. The little girl's head was always full of whimsy, and she looked at Kamiharu inquiringly. and then nodded confidently. "Don't worry, Mr. Haruto, I know what to do." Haruto raised her eyebrows suspiciously and looked at Channa. "What's the matter with your sister?" Channa, adolescent children love brain supplements. Chapter 38. There is a small town not far from Fuji Attack Mountain, where the reserve swordsmen who have completed the 7-day test usually choose to have a big meal here to celebrate. Haruto walks into a ramen restaurant with the Butterfly Sisters, which offers a small mountain pig ramen set meal, and the enticing aroma can be smelled on the street. When it was time to eat, there were already a lot of people sitting in the store, including a few ghost swordsmen with long knives at their waists. Haruto wiped the table and bench with a tablecloth, and after asking the two of them for their opinions, he called the boss, 5 small boar ramen sets. Seeing that Shinobu lowered his head and looked thoughtful, he asked, "What is Ren Xiao thinking?" Chini turned her gaze and saw her sister clenching the Hinawa knife with a tangled face, sighed in her heart, and raised her palm to caress her soft black hair. "Brother King Gren." Shinobu's clear eyes alternated between light and dark a few times, and then he raised his head. "I don't have enough strength to cut off the head of the demon, you know." "Well, I know." Haruto nodded dryly. "I knew from the beginning of this matter that Mr. Scales is a very good cultivator, and he can see at a glance that your physical strength is insufficient." Shinobu lowered his head in frustration. What a ridiculous title for a ghost swordsman who can't cut off the head of a demon. "Mr. Ishihama told me in his letter that after more than a year of training, your physical strength is still not enough to become a real demon slayer." Shinobi lowered his head even deeper. "It is difficult to wield a sword with a weak and thin arm." Mr. Ishihama must have been disappointed in himself. It was he who also said that your attacks mainly rely on speed and lunging, which are especially good, so he is relieved to let you participate in this selection test. Haruto chuckled and poured clear barley tea for the two. "Look, didn't you pass the test without any problems? Only the best swordsman can pass the test of the Vine Attack Mountain." Surprised by Mr. Ishibama's evaluation, Butterfly Shinobu shook his head slightly. "In these 7 days, I haven't killed a single ghost. I've been running away and dragging my sisters." "Konobi." Chanake took her small hand on her knee and let her sister look her serious eyes into her eyes. "Your speed has kept the demons at bay for me, and your thrust has also damaged their vitality." "Little Shinobi." Chanake took her small hand on her knee and let her sister look her serious eyes in the eyes. "Your speed has kept the demons at bay for me, and your thrust has also damaged their vitality. Xia Ren, you have always been the best help for your sister, not a drag." "Sister." Mr. Ishibama's letter mentions the physique of the butterfly ninja. Small and slender, light and agile. Of the 10 moves of the water breath, she is the most proficient in the 3-type flowing dance, the 7-type Shizuku ripple spike, and the 9-type water droplets, all of which combine body form and footwork. And the Ryuno-type twisting vortex and the Taki-shaped Takaiju, which rely more on strong physical strength, are her shortcomings, and although she can make them during training, her strength and destructive power are far inferior to those of other swordsmen. Her height can't be changed, and I don't know if she will grow by leaps and bounds like King Gren in the future. But in the current situation, strengthening the limbs is a dead end. Maybe there is something else that can be done? Killing a demon doesn't have to be a decapitation." Haruto rubbed her chin and used words to guide her train of thought. "Sunshine. That's too slow, and your strength won't be able to decapitate them, let alone imprison them until the sun rises." Butterfly Shinobu looked at Haruto, followed his gaze and looked back at the Fuji Attack Mountain not far away, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. She thought of the wisteria flowers that covered the vine on the Vine Attack Mountain. "You mean the toxins of wisteria flowers?" King Gren raised his lips and smiled. "You are from a medical family, and your understanding of medical knowledge should be deeper than mine. The biggest reason why the demons hate wisteria flowers so much and are reluctant to go near the Vine Attack Mountain full of wisteria flowers, and even the temple where the wisteria flowers are lit and burn incense, is that the toxins in the wisteria flowers will destroy the internal cells of the evil spirits, causing their bodies to disintegrate and fester. The butterfly sisters glanced at each other, and both pairs of eyes began to sparkle, ignoring even the steaming ramen noodles brought by the boss. Wow! Haruto took a deep breath of the fragrant pork bone noodle soup. The mellow aroma exploded in his mouth, accompanied by the strong noodles and stewed crispy pork chop meat. It almost made his soul fly into the sky. After so many years in Japan, the food here is still much barren compared to China. At the beginning of the 20th century, before Chinese cuisine reached Neon, Haruto ate traditional Japanese cuisine and Western Ore cuisine, found that the best thing was the hand-kneaded sushi of Chef Goto. But after today, there may be another addition to his beautiful recipe, the small mountain boar ramen set at the foot of Fuji Raid Mountain. Q. Why do I see Brother Xingzhu eating broadcasts every time I watch Xingzhu Gaiden? Answer. Maybe this biography is called the biography of the rice pillar. My fried chicken hasn't arrived yet. Brother Xingzhu's food is too fragrant, the eating appearance is good, the speed is fast, and the portion is large, which is more suitable for eating and broadcasting than a guy who can only say 5 ants. The 2 butterfly chopsticks haven't moved yet, and he's almost finished sucking a bowl of noodles. HHH. Brother Fanzhu only ordered 3 bowls, he is really modest, ha 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 ha, I feel that he can eat 10 bowls. Eating noodles together, coordinates Lanzhou, sucking beef noodles. Just like the guy on the other side of the screen uses Haruto to eat, Haruto is also using these barrages to eat. His eyes stayed on the Lanzhou beef noodles for a long time, and the white-haired boy flattened his mouth. He also wants to eat beef noodles. Compared with Japanese ramen, the soup is bright and splashed with bright red chili oil, and the beef noodles sprinkled with tender green coriander and chives are his favorite in life. Ha, if you want to eat Lanzhou beef noodles in this world, he may have to live to be 100 years old. The butterfly sisters on the opposite side discussed the wisteria flowers, and they had borrowed pen and paper from the store to write and draw. The proportion of poison is also experimental, and there is also the method of injecting poison, applying poison to the blade. It's not enough, Shinobu shook his head, and he can't meet the enemy many times. What about darts soaked in poison? Ninjutsu requires long and hard training, and darts and shuriken are small paths, and you need a means to face the enemy head-on. Alas! Shinobu let out a long breath, and the little ghost held his cheeks. It's really troublesome. Maybe we have to put a lot of thought into it when we forge it. Chini sighed softly. It's a pity that Yugong has been sent away, and we don't know how the Nichiren knife was forged and by whom. Haruto, who had listened for half an ear, lifted his face from the last bowl of ramen. Forging knife. Little bird tourer, born in sword forging village, swordsman. 12-year sword forging apprentice, Haruto blinked. This. I know. Chapter 39. The smell of the forging village is still the same, like a large steel smelter. Haruto has cut off his connection to the starry sky, and even though he has now become a pillar, he still doesn't want to grasp too much of the secrets of the Demon Slayer team. What if one day an evil spirit will read the memories in your head? The Goto family is very close to the entrance of the village, and the white hair of the Haruto was discovered by the Goto River as soon as it appeared. Why are you back again? Wu Daoer, he furrowed his brows and raised his voice. What am I telling you? Don't bother. If you can't find a marriage goal. His words came to an abrupt end when he saw the butterfly sisters swaying on their backs behind him, to be precise, Chanel. Haruto put Haruto down and took off his mask and earplugs. Thank you. Hey, master, his aunt. King Gren shook his hand at him energetically. I'm going to eat at home today. What an unexpected surprise, I'm not ready yet. Hey, just have a meal, I'll control not eating too much, I don't need to prepare anything. Who cares what you eat? Wu Daoer, he stepped on the clogs and walked to the back, and his tone suddenly softened. How old is the girl? Where did you come from? When did you join the ghost-killing team? This guy from our family King Gren is not very good-tempered, you usually bother. Chini, who was a little blindfolded because of the bumps, was smashed into a beanie eye by a string of questions. Hey! Master, no. Haruto cried and laughed and went to pull Gotogawa's shoulder. This is this year's new swordsman, who wants to come to the knife forging village to communicate with the divine wheel sword forging. Wu Daoer he opened his mouth and squeezed out a smile. Oh, even if it's not now, it may be in the future. Our family has a good temper, I was joking just now. Xia Ren pursed his lips vigorously to keep himself from laughing. It's really surprising, can people like Brother King Gren also have trouble getting married? Master Haruto handed Kane an apologetic look. Who is the butterfly shinobi's Hinawa knife assigned to? Wu Daoer he stared at him and sighed hatefully. Go and ask the village chief, he drew up all the lists. After entering the left from the entrance of the village, it is the home of the village chief, Tidy Heiwan Taizan, and King Gren pointed out the direction for them and did not follow. A swarthy crow landed on the eaves in front of him, and said in a serious tone, Mr. King Gren, sorrowful Minjayu is waiting for you in the hot springs. Grief Minjayu seeing Hades? Haruto nodded at the crow, who had not seen Mr. Sorrow for a long time since he had moved to the narrow misty mountains. As the two younger ones in the new generation of pillars, there are indeed some issues to be discussed between him and Bai Minjayu. So he ran home like the wind, took a quick shower and ran to the hot springs like the wind. Where are you going? Mr. Bai Minjayu asked me to soak in the hot springs. Ouch! Looking at the disappearing figure of King Gren, Wu Daoer he sighed, this child's mind is really hard to guess. The girl goes to forge the knife without accompaniment, and the great monk runs, faster than anyone else in the hot spring. Girl! The great monk! The little old man thought of something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The bathrobe-covered Haruto didn't know what kind of rebellious path Master Wudu had guessed him, and he came to the hot spring on the mountain, where Wei Minjayu was sitting naked in a soup pool with a towel on his head. The hot springs in Forging Knife Village have the miraculous effect of curing many stubborn diseases and injuries, as well as the function of enhancing the strength of the muscles, so everyone in Forging Knife Village will come to soak in the hot springs in their spare time. Haruto sheds his bathrobe and sinks into the bath, immersing himself in the spring water. The scars on his body that had healed began to itch, and he couldn't help but reach out and scratch them. Don't scratch! Although he couldn't see with his eyes, he still knew Haruto's intentions with his excellent senses. When the itching fades, the scar will become shallower, and if you scratch it in the hot spring, it will hurt. King Gren put down his hand from the goodness, and soaked in the relative silence of Bai Minjayu for more than 10 minutes before sitting up and stretching. Is Mr. Bai Minjayu also free today? The great monk nodded slightly. I came to get my neon knife, but I didn't expect to run into you to go back to the village. I haven't congratulated you on your promotion, I didn't expect. He was silent for a moment and didn't continue. I didn't expect to be a pillar, did I? A wry smile appeared on the corner of Haruto's mouth. I didn't expect it either. No, ever since you comprehended the breath of the stars, I feel that there must be a place for you among the 9 pillars. Sorrowful Minjayu shook his head. The breath of the stars is very strong, and you also have perseverance and patience that ordinary people can't match, and the star pillar is just an insignificant embellishment in front of your name. King Gren turned his head to look at him unexpectedly. Insignificant embellishment or something, it sounded too pleasant. The monks don't talk nonsense, do they? Bai Minjayu chuckled. Of course, the monks don't speak. I just didn't expect you to get along so well with the kids. He had seen the Butterfly Sisters, and he knew that Haruto was accompanied by a child who was not yet 10 years old, and he could get along well with children, and only Mr. Haruto with such a good personality could do it. If it's him. That man is a monster, that's him. Killed everyone. Sorrowful Minjayu took a deep breath, as if Shade's identification was still ringing in his ears. Mr. Bai Minjayu, I really don't like children. King Gren moved to his side and put his hand on the edge of the soup pool. I still remember when you first came to Forging Knife Village and ignored me. I was still thinking that this big man's heart was really as tall as him. Beiminjiao lowered his head and folded his hands. I'm really sorry for letting you misunderstand. At that time, I was just taken out of death row by my lord, and I was very sensitive to everything around me. Yes. Things in the temple. The great monk was stunned, then sighed, and nodded. That's right, it's a matter in the temple. I once raised a group of unloved children in the temple, and they all got along very well. At that time, although I was weak and blind, I thought that if I could live like this for the rest of my life, it would be the Buddha's mercy. He was silent for a moment, as if determined to tear open his wounds. One night, a child came home late and met an evil spirit on the road. The innocent child is always selfish, and in order to survive for his own life, he makes a deal with the evil spirit. He slipped back into the temple at night and extinguished the of burning incense on wisteria flowers that I had lit to ward off evil spirits. The demons broke into the temple and killed the 7 children in the temple. The youngest child, Seidei, was the only one who didn't run around listening to me. In order to protect Seidei, I used all my strength to smash the demon's head with my fist until dawn. I thought I would get thanks from Seidei's mouth, even if it was a thank you brother for fighting for me, but nothing. His throat twitched, and tears flowed from his eyes. That man is a monster, that's him. Kill everyone, she said to the people who came. So they grabbed me and threw me on death row, and if it hadn't been for the timely arrival of the Lord, I would have died in prison. This story is more detailed and more desperate than what Goto told Haruko. It's no wonder that Wei Minjiao's Xingming will be so distrustful of children. If it is King Gren himself who has suffered such a thing, I am afraid that he will be even more angry and sad than Mr. Soro Minjiao. I didn't doubt you, Mr. Haruto. Sorrowful Minjiao wiped away the tears on his cheeks and stared at King Gren. You lived earlier than me in the Forging Knife Village and lived in the Ghost Slayer team. You have more feelings for this place than I do. When we first met, I was just not good at dealing with children, and I wasn't suspicious of you. Hearing you say that, I really put a big rock down in my heart. Haruto let out a long sigh of relief, and he blinked. Identify your child as Seidei. What is the name of the child who made a deal with evil spirits? Grief Minjiao replied. I guess I'm still alive. The words I don't remember were chewed in his mouth several times, but he could not utter them. Harukan gently patted the broad shoulder of the great monk. Everything will be fine, and when Anime Tsujino dies miserably, all this gloom will dissipate under the Sunday. Grief screamed and squirmed her lips and closed her eyes. Meow, that child's name is Mt Inadamatsuadake. Chapter 40. After coming down from the mountain, it was already dark. Mr. Baiminjiao is big, and even the amount of tears he sheds is much more than that of ordinary people, and he comforted him for a while before he stopped crying. The conversation between the butterfly sisters and the village chief is also over, and I heard that the style of the knife has been discussed, but the wisteria flower poison still needs to be studied carefully. Tidy Heiwen Taizan told them not to be anxious. Innovating the method of killing ghosts takes time to polish. So they eat dinner in the village kitchen, and they live in the village house at night. Yes, I heard that there are red bean cakes in the cafeteria today. King Gren stuffed 2 syrup glutinous rice balls into his mouth, and propped up his cheeks. By the way, master, why do you cook so many dishes? The small square table in front of him was full of sumptuous dishes, and it was dazzling to watch. It's delicious, don't you? This one is delicious, too. Wu Daoer he trembled his hands, restraining himself from picking up King Gren's white hair. What to do? This kid seems to be more likely to marry food. The future than a girl. Thinking of the girl, Wu Daoer he couldn't help but think of the conjecture that flashed through his mind in the afternoon. He sat down slowly, looking at the Haruan who was buried in hardship, his shriveled old face squeezed out wrinkles. King Gren, you're 17 years old, aren't you? Haruto glanced at the smiling master, and immediately knew that he had something in his words. Well, my birthday just passed some time ago. If you're 17 years old, haven't you really seen a girl in the past 2 or 3 years outside? Wu Dao'er bit the word girl very hard. Isn't your relationship with the Lord not bad? He has both children and... Oh, that's right. Soon after Haruto left, Ten gave birth to a baby boy, and Yayu wrote him a letter named Huelaya. Haruto raised his chopsticks and thought for a while, then nodded, yes. Really? Wu Dao'er came to the spirit. Whose girl? How old is she? Where is she from? Is she a swordsman of the Ghost Slayer team? Haruto pursed his lips and replied, pretending to be serious, it's called Zushi, and he lives in Asakusa, Tokyo, but it doesn't have much to do with the Ghost Slayer. But you don't agree, because she's a little bit older. Haha. Wu Dao'er laughed majestically twice, patting his chest. Your master and I are not old-fashioned, age is not a problem for me. Older girls hurt and have babies more smoothly. By the way, is she a little older than you? 100 million points bigger than you. After Haruto finished speaking, there was a deathly silence at the dinner table. The young man raised his head, and the face of the Wudu River on the other side was as black as the bottom of a pot. Have fun with me? No, it's just a bit of a special situation. King Gren sighed helplessly. Master, why the hell? Why do you keep urging me to start a family? I'm so curious that I can't even eat. Nonsense, I see that you eat very well. Wu Dao'er's face softened slightly, and he let out a long breath from his nose. The little old man, who is always in good spirits, is really a little old under the illumination of the lights. I've actually always been against you practicing swordsmanship to become a ghost slayer, you know, right? King Gren nodded. The reason why he didn't officially come into contact with swordsmanship until he was 11.5 years old was because of the resistance of his master Wu Dao'er. Dangerous demons outside the village. Gotogawa always used such words to scare him. Until he began to learn swordsmanship, Gotogawa also kept saying that he was not talented enough to become a good ghost swordsman. Even the day before the selection, the master was still trying to get him to give up and quit. If he had been a real child, he would have already lost his heart to become a ghost swordsman in such a blow. King Gren is not a child, he can tell from the serious face of Wu Dao'er. The master was afraid of something. Afraid that he would leave the forging knife village, afraid that he would become a ghost slayer swordsman, and even more afraid that he would become the pillar of the ghost slayer team. When I first saw you at your uncle's funeral, I knew I should keep you in the forging knife village for the rest of my life. Wu Dao'er pointed to Haruto's face and let out a wry smile. Your appearance is indeed outstanding. Brilliant for the death, it brought a 30-year curse to the bird's wanderer. What Wu Dao'er said is fatal, it is fatal in the literal sense. It goes back to 30 years ago, and Haruto's grandfather, Kotori Yuma. At the beginning of the Meiji era, Kotori Yukinoma was a frequent visitor to the flower streets of Tokyo Prefecture with his excellent appearance and superb swordsmanship. He often danced and drank swords in Tokyo Prefecture and the surrounding areas, and his body was profligate, and he was the dream lover of many wandering girls. In fact, he joined the Demon Slayer team at the age of 15, and is a thunder breath swordsman who has been hunting evil spirits outside of Tokyo Prefecture, and came to Tokyo to disguise himself as a Ronin to complete a mission at the headquarters. There seems to be an evil ghost in Shinagawa Flower Street in Tokyo Prefecture, and this ghost is different from what the Demon Slayer has ever seen, and it seems to hunt only people with good looks. By the time the Lord learned of this trait, several people had already gone missing. Soma's name is very famous among the ghost slayers, and the Lord has transferred him to Tokyo Prefecture to lure this lustful demon into the bait. Sure enough, Su's appearance and graceful bearing made the evil ghost fall in love at first sight. I heard that it was an extremely beautiful evil ghost, and even people like Soma said that they had never seen anyone more beautiful than her. Gotogawa was immersed in memories, and Haruto listened to him while watching the barrage that appeared in front of him. Flower Street, glamorous, evil ghost, Yankong, brothers, why is it a little familiar? First of all, we can use the method of elimination, and it is definitely not a fallen concubine. A man who even a demon falls in love with, the little bird wanderer gene is too strong. To be honest, if you really run into a fallen him, I'm afraid this Mr. Sojin will be more than lucky. Xiaomei, my Xiaomei. There is one thing to say, Mei in human times is the ceiling of appearance in Ghost Annihilation. Front, Miss Zhu Shi is the ceiling. Fallenheim. Haruto remembered the name. The glamorous demon did not kill Soma immediately, so when they met for the second time, Sozane brought 2 pillar-level swordsmen and several A and B class demon swordsmen, and they surrounded the evil spirits in a noodle house in Shinagawa. Everyone was confident in this encirclement, but after dawn the next day, the hermits saw only the corpses of the swordsmen in a pool of blood belonging to Sojin. She only ate Sojin's body, and the swordsmen were able to preserve the whole corpse because of their poor appearance. Wu Daoerhe smiled lonely. Because of this, the ashes of my 15-year-old son Ryaji can be returned to my hands. Haruko's eyes widened, and he finally knew whose columbarium belonged to the Wuda River house. After Sozane's death, his son, your father, Yucii, has been raised by your grandmother, although Yusheng is as good as he looks, but because of his mediocre talent, he didn't join the Ghost Slayer team, and he got married and had children early. Everyone thinks that Yo-Yo will raise you safely. Who knew that not long after you were born, Yuzheng, who lived in Longchuan, was attacked by evil spirits, and you escaped because you were a guest at your uncle's house. On the walls of the house, a few large characters were written in blood, the child of Song Zhenjun is as delicious as himself. Everyone knows that it was the evil ghost who came to the door, and she held a grudge against Sojin and wanted to exterminate his heirs. Goto took a deep breath and raised his hand to touch Haruto's hair. Why did I bring you to Forging Knife Village? Because you and Sojin look too similar. As long as you don't go out, the closed Forging Knife Village can protect you for the rest of your life. But I didn't expect that you would become a Ghost Slayer swordsman and a pillar. The little old man lowered his eyes and sighed, maybe one day, the evil ghost who killed Sojin and Yusheng will suddenly appear and take your life. So you want me to marry sooner and start a career for the little bird's family, so that at least I can leave an heir before I die. The little bird wanderer and the 5-bucket family have been friends for generations, and I don't want to. Master. Haruto chuckled and shook his head, wrong, wrong. If the evil spirit is not removed, even if the child is born, it will be used as the future ration of the evil spirit, so what is the point? Besides, to marry a girl for the sake of a child is inevitable too despicable. Chapter 41. Giving birth to an heir for me, and becoming a widow for me, raising a child alone, and losing a child at the same age. King Gren shook his head, Master, I can't do such a thing. Wu Daoerhe was speechless. Brother Haruto, what did you talk to Mr. Goto, and why did he look angry? As he was about to leave the Forging Knife Village, Shinobu whispered in Haruto's ear. Haruto glanced at Wu Daoerhe, who was speechless with a straight face, and shrugged his shoulders, the master is not angry. Wu Daoerhe was just ashamed that he was so old that he didn't have a 17-year-old boy who could see it through. Last night, Haruki went to the room for the first time and kowtowed to the ashes of Goto Ryaji, as an apprentice of Gotogawa, and as a junior of the Ghost Slayer team. It's just that his grandfather Sojin and his father Yusheng, not only do they have no ashes, but they don't even have a spiritual position because they are afraid of being retaliated against by evil ghosts. Haruto, who learned about his background from the mouth of the Goto River, was a little melancholy, and the barrage rolling in his sight at that time made it clear that the evil ghost who devoured his father was the upper string of the 12 ghost moons, and was still active in Tokyo Prefecture at this time. He had been in and around Tokyo Prefecture for so long since he left the Forging Knife Village, and it was his luck that he hadn't been caught eating it. Where are you going to stay? Haruto asked, turning to Sister Butterfly. Looking for a place to stay in Tokyo for the time being, the Demon Slayer provided us with a house nearby. Chini touched Shinobi's head. The time I spent with Shinobu in the past year was too short, and I decided not to part with her and take good care of her growing up. Sister, I'm already a ghost slayer, so I don't need to take care of it. Yes, a 12-year-old swordsman of the Ghost Slayer team, Xiao Shinobu is really a genius. Uka-chan, don't talk to me in a childlike tone. Haruto watched the sisters laugh at each other, and a smile crossed her lips. About wisteria flower poison, I contacted a friend in Asakusa. Haruto sent a letter to Zhu Shi, and Zhu Shi's answer was also clear. She is interested in participating in all the things that have the opportunity to kill anime Suji. Is the other party also a pharmacist? That's right, a very skilled pharmacist. Zhu Shi is a ghost thing, there is no need for King Gren to explain, and they will naturally know when they meet. He wasn't afraid that Chini and Shinobi would draw their swords to Zushi. After all, Chini learned swordsmanship with the idea of redeeming ghosts, and she should be happier than anyone else when she saw a ghost who suppressed her desire to eat people. At the foot of the narrow fog mountain, Xianmi is carrying out today's body training with the rabbit. Yiyang injured his leg from the previous mission, and now he can only sit on the rattan bed where Haruto has slept. Tighten your abdomen and tense every muscle in your body as much as you can. Ho ha, ho ha. Genmai gasped for breath. Almost every pore was dilating and sweating, and even the coxcomb on his head was soaked with sweat. His toes were clasped to the ground, and the log he was holding onto was staggering with the trembling of his body. Come on, Suinmi. Rabbit looked at him with a smile. When the birds on the branches come home to forage, you can put it down. Branches. Ha! The little bird. Swanya's eyes widened, and he squeezed out words from his throat like a breathless, it's not your morning. Ha! Glued to the tree. Aha, you know. The rabbit looked at the little bird woven with velvet thread, and the smile on the corner of his mouth deepened a little, then hold it up for another half an hour. Or, if you really can't hold on, just put the log down, don't push yourself too hard. Although Brother Yiyang said warm words, he had that poker face and dead fish eyes. It looks like a mockery no matter how you look at it. Suinmi, who was originally resigned, bit her sore gums and held on to it, no matter how you have to survive this half an hour. Tomioka Yoshi set his eyes on the rabbit with an innocent face. I'm really trying to persuade him to take care of his body, why is he training harder? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. All the muscles were screaming in pain, and it was as if the heart was about to jump out of the throat. Genmai blinked quickly, and the marquee was already flashing in his head. Mother and brother. The people who were important to him flashed quickly in front of his eyes, and finally fixed on the delicate and handsome face of the teacher. Ha! Ha! He gasped like a bellows. Ha! Ha! The teacher also gasped with him, but it was much more decent than him. Isn't it a marquee? Haruto looked at Suinmi's demented eyes with amusement and gradually became shocked, and then raised his hand and slowly lifted the weightless log and threw it on the ground. Hey, you guys are too much. As soon as the weight on his body was removed, the uncontrollable sweat wet his clothes like a stream, and then gathered under his feet. Xianmi gasped violently, his hands trembled so much that he couldn't even hold the water cup handed over by the teacher. So King Gren put up a cup and fed him water, drink in small sips and swallow a little bit, otherwise it will not be good for your health. After a few sips, Genmai took the cup, and Haruto pinched his waist to scratch the lower abdomen of the rabbit who was still training. Don't make a fuss, don't make a fuss. The rabbit hurriedly carried a log several sizes larger and galloped up, and the white-haired boy chased after him. I asked you to take care of my little apprentice. Haruto poked the rabbit's ass with the scabbard of the neon knife. Children are about to become fools. It's Yiyang. I made an appointment with a red face and a white face, he made a straight face, so that Xianmi couldn't get off the stage. Yi Yang pursed his lips and looked very innocent. I am indeed talking well. Roar, even this sentence is very thin, no wonder Xianmi misunderstood. Several teenagers were making a fuss, and Haruto suddenly raised his eyebrows and glanced up the mountain. What's wrong? Noted his righteous courage as he sat up straight and looked in the direction of his gaze. Something seems to peep in the dark. Haruto thrust the Hinawa knife back into his waist. I'll take a look. I'll go too. The rabbit dropped the weight of his body and held the knife aside in his hand. One of them is exhausted and the other leg is inconvenient, you stay here and take care of it. Haruto shook his head in refusal, didn't say anything more, and ran in the direction he sensed peeping. Since so many swordsmen have lived in the narrow fog mountain, there has never been a demon who does not have long eyes coming forward. And the peep that I just perceived. There is no obvious malice, it is more like a peeping with some concern than secretly plotting evil. Haruto frowned. Who could it be? Chapter 42. Hey! Immortal Kawa Minoru was patted on the shoulder. He quickly turned his head, and said with a sigh of relief, "Oh no, Kuong is near." "It's Kuong near." The black-haired boy sat down beside him. "It's really rude to call someone by name with all beards and tails. I don't know what politeness is." Shaimai turned her head and looked at her scarred arms and the chains wrapped around them. "Moreover, you can't even call Kuongjin in the future, you have to call me senior, brother Kuong." "Yeah." Kuongjin patted him on the shoulder with a smile. "Master has promised to accept you as an apprentice, and this chain used to bind ghosts can also be thrown away." Lose. Shaimai looked at the chain that had been following him to hunt evil spirits since he left the house and left Jinya, and suddenly felt a blank in his heart. After her mother turned into a demon and disappeared in front of her, Shaimai left home and vowed to destroy all the ugly demons in the world. But he didn't know how to breathe, and he didn't have the same long knife in the white-haired swordsman's hand as he could ignite the demon's body. All he could do was release his unique blood to lure the demon according to the swordsman's superficial point, and hang the demon from a tree with chains until the sun rose. This way of dying was very painful, but he no longer had the slightest sympathy for these ghosts. Soon after wandering, he met Masashi Hiroshi, a young man with 2 deep scars under his eyes and a smile like a little sun. It was also from his mouth that Shaimai learned that the demon-killing team that had been hunting evil spirits in the shadows was called the Ghost Slayer team, and saw that he was wearing the same team uniform as the white-haired boy's inner lining. Masashi Isano is warm and kind, though Shaimai doesn't feel the need for this quality to exist. He recommended Shia to his master, giving Shaimai, who was alone a ghost killer, a chance to participate in professional training. But when he was about to go to the Quasi-Master's mansion, he inevitably remembered Suanmi, who he had left at home. How is he now, with the white-haired swordsman? He knew that his uncle had passed away, and everything he said was just an excuse, and he hoped that Jinya could stay with that powerful swordsman and probably live a safe life. So Shimi did not refute Kuongjin's words about calling senior brother, but hesitated, and finally spoke. "How many swordsmen are there in the ghost-killing team?" "Including the logistics troops, there are probably hundreds." "How many do you know?" "Dozens of people, the same period, the healers of the Vine House, and some hermits." Shaimai took a deep breath. "Maybe you know such a person." He described the appearance of that gentleman and Kuongjin, thinking that he was looking for a needle in a haystack, but it turned out that he only mentioned his excellent appearance and white hair, and Kuongjin nodded dryly. "I know this gentleman. But I haven't said anything yet. Extremely good-looking, white shoulder-length hair, pale blue tails, blue feather weave, and a white parrot as a crow, right?" Shaimai stared at him and nodded silently. Kuongjin Ming smiled and said, "It's Mr. King Gren. I saw him when I went back to the headquarters a few days ago. He has become the new pillar of the ghost-killing team, and his strength is very strong." "Column?" Shimi looked sideways. He heard Kuongjin say that Zhu was the most powerful swordsman in the Ghost Slayer team, and only among the hundreds of swordsmen of the Ghost Slayer team could produce 9 pillar-level swordsmen. The gentleman. Is it so powerful? Able to kill 50 ghosts, or one of the 12 ghost moons that gentleman could actually cut off his mother's head with a single sword, but he didn't do that. He fully showed the warmth of human nature in front of the demon's son, and even in the end, he put his mother into his own hands. Shimi looked at Kuang approaching with some urgency, and bloodshot crawled in his eyes full of whites. Where does he live? Is he accompanied by a small child? Kuang-jin was not annoyed by his tight grip on his arm, but just gestured blankly with his hand in the air. Is it a child with a coxcomb hairstyle? I did hear that Mr. Haruto originally planned to take him as a stepson, but it seems that he gave up because he couldn't learn the breathing method. Sure enough, Shimai's eyes widened. Where do they live now? Narrow foggy mountains. Minoru crouched in the grass, staring at the few people who were practicing at the foot of the mountain. He knew that the senses of good swordsmen were very keen, so he didn't dare to get too close, and tried to close the distance as far as possible within his line of sight. The flesh-colored haired boy was holding a Nichiren knife, and the uniform of the Ghost Slayer team was drying outside the house, and it looked like he should be a member of the Ghost Slayer team. The little Hyunmai was standing next to the boy doing weight training, and it seemed that he was doing well, and he had grown a lot taller. Shimai put his mind at ease. He could see that the two teenagers liked Genmai very much. As long as they were alive and had enough to eat, such a life could be regarded as heaven. He had planned to stay here for a while, but he didn't expect to stay until noon. The gentleman returned. The gentleman took off Jinya's weight, fed him water to drink, and rubbed his coxcomb. These things should have been done by Shimai, but unfortunately he could only hide in the bushes as vilely as he did now, watching them with a dark gaze. The gentleman noticed the look in his eyes even when he was so far away. Minoru immediately got up and ran away, bypassing the row of wooden houses and running down the hill from the other side. Is it really a pillar? Even the ability to perceive is far beyond ordinary people. Shimai leaped through the mountains and forests, and he ran as fast as he could, like the breath of the wind about to learn, and his clothes led the gusts of wind. But that gentleman is faster. Just as Shia was about to reach the other side of the mountain downhill, a cyan figure swept by, and he saw a familiar look in his fluttering white hair. It was a very incomprehensible expression. Haruto's hand lightly propped up on the ground that was speeding by, and his whole body jumped lightly, blocking Minoru in front of the road. His knee pressed against Mia's chin, and with a slight knock he changed the direction of the silver-haired boy, kicking him to the ground. Minoru shook his head and quickly got up after falling to the ground. The kick wasn't heavy, and his body didn't hurt from the fall. "Sir! Mr. Haruto!" He gritted his teeth, but still said hello seriously. Although he has a short temper, in the face of this delicate-minded gentleman, Shimai still put away his bad temper 100%. Haruto's arms were clasped to his chest, his gaze slid over the messy wounds on Minoru's body, and he raised his head to the side of the wooden house. "Are you going to take a look?" "No," said Shia immediately, and then swallowed his saliva with difficulty. "Genmai. I'm relieved if I'm doing well, my presence will only make him angry." "Still don't." Haruto looked at Minoru with a blank expression. "Angry? Genmai must hate me. Leave him in a broken home, our brother." Shimai took a deep breath, bloodshot eyes filled with whites. "Feelings are broken." "Broken fart." King Gren looked at him expressionlessly. "Do you have a tendon in your brain?" Chapter 43. Shimai's eyes widened. Hey, good guy, this guy looks a little weird. Especially when the eyes are wide, the entire whites of the eyes are covered with bloodshots, green tendons, plus the scars on the face, and the cold eyes are. I really don't know if the ghost is more scary or you are more scary." Haruto cleared his throat. "I asked you, did you ask Genmai in person if he hated you?" "Nope." "Did he say anything that hated you when you peeked at him?" "No." Then why do you think he hates you so much that he wants to cut off brotherhood with you? King Gren looked at him with hatred. What are you imagining every day? Minoru's fists clenched tightly, and he suddenly jumped to the side and attacked the trees on the side of the mountain road like rain. Bang bang bang! Taken aback, Harukoto frowned at the silver hedgehog's crazy hair and reached out to catch a fallen persimmon. Yay, an unexpected surprise? King Gren broke a little persimmon skin with the tip of his teeth, and spit it out, but it was still astringent. How can I not hate? How can he not hate me? I abandoned him, when he needed his relatives the most. Shimei roared angrily, his fist smashing the skin of the tree and opening the skin of his own fist. How can he accept that he is abandoned so easily? Is he a fool, the immortal Jinyakawa who has a problem with his head? Boom! A thrown green persimmon smashed on Minoru's head, and Haruto clamped his neck. I said. You're weird, hey. Obviously, I can't rest assured that I can't go down to Suinmi, and I secretly ran to see it, but now I say such excessive things, it's really contradictory. I don't feel at ease with him, said Shimei, I'm relieved that he's with you. Ha, are you complimenting me for thanking me or are you reprimanding me? For the first time, I met someone stranger than Yoji Tomioka. Isn't it said that Genmai is a waste who can't learn the breathing method, then let him grow up well, and when he can support himself, drive him down the mountain. I will work hard to earn money to pay you back the child support in the past few years. It turned out that he was worried about this. King Gren turned his face sideways and said with some displeasure, how can you say that your brother is a waste? You obviously care about him, why do you say such hurtful words? Who do you want to hit with these mean words? Do you want me to think that Jinya, who has worked hard to practice and exercise, is it really a waste? Shia waved his hands eagerly, but he didn't know how to explain it, and his excited face looked even more terrifying. Let me tell you, your younger brother and my apprentice Suinmi, not only is he not a waste, but he is also a genius with a very rare ghost eater physique. He will have an infinitely bright future, stand with you, me, and all the good swordsmen of the Demon Slayer team to take revenge on the evil ghost who caused his mother's death. Some harsh words fell on Haruto's ears, and finally broke down Shimei's psychological defenses. I don't want him to be a genius. Shimei roared and twisted his body to grab Haruto's hand. I don't want him to join the Demon Slayer. The silver-haired boy struggled and fell to the ground. He crouched on his stomach and refused to look up, roaring and slamming the ground with his fist. Suinmi, you should learn a survival skill, get married, and have children at the right age, and then run around to earn money for your wife and children instead of sinking into hatred like I did. The boy seemed to be crying, but he stubbornly didn't want others to see his tears. I'm going to kill all the demons in the world just to keep them from getting close to Jinya. My mother died, my younger siblings died, and I was left with only Genmai. Haruto was stunned. It turned out to be because of this? It's not to belittle, it's not to dislike, but to use sharp words to stimulate my younger brother to stay away from himself and away from the ghost-killing team. Haruto let out a long breath, trying to dispel the depression in his heart. But that's impossible. Minoru looked up and looked at the gentleman and shook his head. He was there when that happened, wasn't he? That's right, that night Jinya felt the death of his younger siblings even closer than him, and his face was just like his own, leaving the scars of his mother's attack. When your mother was demonized, he saw it with his own eyes, didn't he? Haruto's mood was a little low, although I don't believe in fate, but Shimei. He squatted down and patted Minoru lightly on the shoulder. Many people embark on the path of ghost hunting, and it is a matter of foregone conclusion. Shimei's throat squeezed out an irrepressible wail of pain, and the blood and tears on the fist seeped into the same land moistened by his brother's sweat. Aren't you going to see him? After a few moments, the silver-haired hedgehog-headed boy straightened his clothes and prepared to leave. No, Mr. Haruin. Shimei hesitated for a moment but shook his head. I'll be satisfied to know that Genmai is doing well now. He didn't want Genmai to see so many scars on his body, that kid would definitely be worried that he wouldn't be able to eat. Do you have a place to stay now, or do you have a cultivator now? Thinking about his now idle position as his stepson, King Gren moved his mind. Although Shimai's personality and emotional intelligence are hard to describe, he is not a bad-hearted child. He has outstanding talents, has a rare-blooded physique, and with Genmai, the two can also take care of each other. What's more, people with low emotional intelligence who can't speak are not unseen. Isn't there still a lame one over the cabin? Shimai's dry words interrupted Haruto's calculations. No, someone I know. Masashi Onino of the Demon Slayer team approached, and he introduced me to his cultivator. Please don't tell Jinya about my appearance, I'm afraid he will be distracted. Well, that's good. King Gren flattened his mouth and watched the figure of the silver-haired boy disappear at the end of the mountain road. Cut, I'm not short of stepsons, why did I refuse so quickly? He touched his nose and snorted angrily. Back at the cabin, the three of them looked at him together. What's going on, why did you go for so long? Seeing that nothing happened to him, the rabbit breathed a sigh of relief and put down the Rylung knife in his hand. Oh! Haruto raised his head at Genmai, I saw your brother. Suinmi's sweaty hand was stunned. Brother. Yes, my hair is blown up like a hedgehog, and I just hid in the mountains to peek at you. He should go. The coxcomb clenched the towel in his hand, but the corners of his mouth raised a bright smile. He must be gone. He came to see me to see if I was suffering. Are you so happy to go? King Gren looked at him puzzledly. What kind of brothers are these? He shook his head as he walked towards the kitchen, leaving him alone to fill his stomach first. As for the boy who rejected my refusal, and you want me to help you keep it a secret? Chapter 44. Ever since Shimai had been to MT Sashimi and was deliberately leaked to Jinya by Haruto, this kid's expression was obviously much more cheerful. To relieve the burden in his heart, his expression is no longer bitter and hateful, and he even occasionally shows some smiles. Yu Yang stood behind the door without saying a word, looking at Xianmi who was smiling and brushing the dishes, and a trace of emotion appeared on his poker face. It turns out that Jinya will laugh. Haruto passed by him slowly with a bowl. It turns out that there is only one person who can't laugh in narrow foggy mountain. Yu Yang turned his head slowly. You shouldn't be talking about me, right? Who knows? Haruto shrugged. I've seen Mr. Scales laugh anyway. So Jinya, who had finished washing the dishes, walked out of the kitchen and saw the following scene. The teacher walked in front, and brother Yiyang jumped on one foot and chased after him, explaining with a serious face, I will laugh. I just don't feel the need to laugh. Genmai yawned and went to the house to take a nap. Enough sleep is the only way to grow taller, that's what the teacher told him. As for the farce in the yard, this happens from time to time. The teacher likes to tease the cold-faced brother Yiyang, and he teases one accurately. After the beginning of winter, the number of demons active in various places increased as usual. Yiyang and Mahashi are so busy that they barely have time to spend in the narrow foggy mountains. Although Haruto doesn't do much on missions after being promoted, he is responsible for patrolling the narrow Sagil Mountains and a large area around him every day. This was originally the jurisdiction of Mr. Scale, and after Mr. Scale, he was divided into it by Yaya after he left office. I'm sorry, although the area is a little bigger, but with the ability of the Haruko, it's enough to take care of it, right? Harukoto listened to the sky that fell on his fingertips and relayed the words of Yaya Sanyashiki, it's really insincere. The tip of his nose was slightly cold, and snowflakes fell from the sky. Let's hurry up and inspect it, and go back early to drink hot tea. He wrapped his feathers around his body and ran quickly. But the heavens always like to shatter those spoken wishes, and when they leave the mountains and enter the plains, the stars beating in the sky indicate the presence of evil spirits around them. southeast. He held the hilt of his knife down, and before he could get closer, he heard a commotion. Are there any victims? His heart skipped a beat, and he quickened his pace. At the end of the noise were a few wooden houses nestled side by side in the wilderness, where the Harado passed by, where 3 or 4 families guarded the tombstones of their ancestors and made a living from farming. The ghost aura is getting heavier and heavier, and the stench of such a strong evil ghost. King's heart sank. Maybe it was another 12 ghost month. Suma, Makiyu, Hinatsuru, take them away. Tianyuan. What are you crying about? Cheer up. Now is not the time to cry. Umaro Tianyuan turned his head sideways and looked at the 3 wives. I said that this is not the time to quarrel, quickly take them to retreat first, I will block her. In front of his line of sight, a white-haired female ghost with 2 horns was standing in the treetops, licking the ghost's claws slowly. Damn, what the hell is this? Although the facial features are a little gorgeous, the whites of the blood-red eyes are really unlikable. Why did I encounter such a thing as soon as I left my hometown? Is this the retribution that the gods have given me? Condemn me for not leaving my hometown? Upulp Tianyuan gritted his teeth and urged the 3 wives with some eagerness. Suma was already in tears, and Makiyu was angrily scolding her, and Hinatsuru was gently soothing the crying children in the farmer's house. Even in such a chaotic situation, the 3 of them did not let go of what they were doing, and even dragged away the ordinary people with weak legs in the farmhouse. Okay, it's worthy of being my Tianyuan's wife. It's boring, it's really no meaning thinking. They. White-haired female ghost looked at her sharp claws and smiled mockingly at the tense essence tension. Do you think this will save them? She jumped from the treetops high and landed lightly on the ground, the subtle barely audible sound of the landing that made Umi Tenjin, who was a ninja, shudder. Such a tall tree! Such a light landing! This is a terrible opponent. He pulled out his 2 knives from behind his back and placed them in front of his chest, shaking his ears in an attempt to grasp the weakness of the other party from the sound. Ordinary people who don't even know how to breathe dare to draw a knife against me. They. White-haired female ghost raised her head and tugged at the corners of her mouth sickly. Facing the moonlight, Umaro Tianyuan saw the 2 words engraved in her right eye. Down. The next string. King Gren's heart was shocked, and the boiling battle intent instantly ignited his body. Another undercord. He fell as quickly as a swallow returning to the nest, and the Rylung knife in his hand was horizontal, dragging out a dazzling knife light like an aurora. Star breath, 1 type, bright tears. It's as fast as a thunderbolt, but it's even more powerful. His figure turned into a flash of light, shuttling through the night sky. Rolled up her sleeves, and countless blood-colored shoots erupted from her sleeves, attacking King Gren like a wild snake. Blood demon magic, bud greed. These blood buds, made up of people she had eaten, would be filled with erosive rot when they pierced the human body. Wow! A clear sword roar sounded in mid-air, and the sword light of the Qing people flew around him, and the flickering silver light danced into an impermeable barrier, tearing all the blood buds to pieces. What a flashy move, good a gorgeous man. Umaro Tianyuan's eyes suddenly brightened, the flying blue-purple sword light, the green shirt and white hair, it was simply gorgeous and crazy. Compared with the kind of gorgeousness that blends in temperament and body style, his diamond-encrusted headdress, golden armbands, and red radial makeup painted with his heart, it's not worth mentioning. Xia Yan frowned suddenly. Your sword moves are extremely powerful. Are you a column? What about you, what are you? King Gren raised his lips and sneered, after the death of the sick leaf, you didn't promote it. Are you the guy who killed the sick leaf? Her eyes shrank suddenly, and her expression at this time was completely different from when she faced Umaro Tianyuan just now. King Gren nodded simply, report the name, and the subordinates of this pillar will not kill the nameless ghosts. What gorgeous lines, I have to write them down. Hey! What a column is not a column of? He shouted loudly, what if you kill the sick leaf? She rolled up her sleeves, and her surroundings vibrated constantly, as if something was about to burst out of the ground. Hey! Haruto turned his head to look at Ukatenjin and looked away from the colorful fingernails where he held the knife. Can you take care of yourself? Gorgeous friends, of course you can. Umaro Tianyuan raised the two short knives in his hand, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Dark night, clear stars, evil ghosts, and gorgeous performances. In such a suitable scene today, the god of the festival, who is in charge of the gorgeous gods, will shine brightly. Come on, let's fight together. On this stage, the music of blood and pain is played. Chapter 45. Something roared under the dirt. In a moment of breathing, a giant flower composed of countless leaves burst out of the ground. The giant flower spun very fast, and under the command of the hand movements, the blades quickly scattered and attacked all the targets around it. Blood demon sprouts. The blades are so sharp that they cut off trees, smash houses, and destroy everything around them. Harukato gripped the hilt of his sword and threw out a blue-purple shield in front of him, and the blades splashed a series of sparks on the shield. The pompously dressed boy was as agile as the three ninja-dressed girls, and he moved through the gaps in the blade attack, but he saved his life. Don't force it, take them down the mountain, I'll deal with her. King Gren turned around and drank lightly. It was difficult for such an attack to cause him substantial damage, but these ordinary people. No matter how skilled you are, you will inevitably make mistakes in an airtight attack. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. There was a convergence of power in Yumi Tianyuan's eyes, and his hearing and vision were fully mobilized. Take the enemy's move as a note, and draw his own beat map based on it. Beat map is his original combat calculation formula, which allows you to read the rhythm of the enemy's attack in a match, record it, and write it into your score. When the reading and analysis is complete, all the habits and blind spots of the target will be exposed in his beat map. Time. He needs time. The giant flower in the center of the clearing was still spinning, and the leaves restrained the movement of Haruto and the others. I didn't let go of this great opportunity, and I pounced on King Gren. Just kill this little guy with a beautiful face, and the others are not worth mentioning at all. Ha! The demon slayer swordsman who slaughtered the sick leaf should be able to get the high opinion of that lord. Maybe he can be rewarded with more noble blood. Even if the diseased leaf died in his hands, what would it mean? After eradicating the diseased leaf that controlled the plant like her, she still had to thank the swordsman in front of her. Come, let you die without pain, and it will be my greatest mercy to enter my belly. Her face was full of extreme excitement, and a suspicious black light shone between her claws, and she slashed her head and covered her face and grabbed at Haruko. The annoyed figure of King Gren, who was suppressed by the blade, swung his figure, avoided the unbridled claws, and quickly swung out a knife. Bright tears. Bang! The blood buds immediately converged around the underworld, forming a shield to block the King Gren's attacks. Bloody magic, evil potato apple. It's not big, but there are a lot of to do. Haruto muttered in a low voice, and the Nichiren knife did not make a metal collision sound on the shield, but made a tooth-aching creaking sound as if it was stuck in some flesh. He took a step back with a muffled grunt, and the blood-colored flesh sprouts quickly returned to his body, and even the giant swirling flower stopped spraying the leaves and burrowed back into the dirt. Umaro Tianyuan, who did not suppress the indiscriminate attack, breathed a sigh of relief, and in his sight, the unbridled attack was more and more in line with the beat map. Xia Yan's face was a little heavy. All the power of the shield she condensed just now came from the human flesh and blood she had eaten in the past. In the previous time when she faced the demon slayer swordsman, even the pillar swordsman had not been able to almost slash her evil potato apple with a single sword. But in the battle with this white-haired boy, he was able to swing his knife so calmly and steadily without being affected by the spinning ghost buds, almost cutting the evil potato apple in half. The chill welled up in my heart, and the unbridled heart suddenly had the intention of fleeing. Will be noticed by that adult. This thought came to her mind, and she was immediately shocked. Yes, if it is discovered by that adult, let alone live, I am afraid that it will be killed in an instant. Haruko's expression was cloudy when he looked at the female ghost in front of him, and he didn't stop the move in his hand. The current ghost of the lower string can't bring him a big crisis. Since defeating the sick leaf, his breathing technique application and swordsmanship have taken it to the next level. Even if he encounters the sick leaf again, he won't win as embarrassed as he did that time. The soles of Haruto's feet stomped heavily on the ground, splashing a layer of dust. The power fed back to the soles of his feet, and his body flew down with a rapid pace. The knife in his hand dragged a blue-purple afterglow as it swept through the air, and the starlight poured into his chest, bringing a mint-like cool touch. In the unbridled line of sight, his figure suddenly flashed. It's that flicker again. It's that flicker. The white-haired female ghost turned her head suddenly, and a pair of misty blue eyes suddenly opened beside her. Star breath, type 2. Whispers rang in the ears of the unrestrained, and the starlight in the sky seemed to become piercing. Sparks burn the prairie fire. The blade grazed her limbs gently, causing no more pain than a mosquito bite. What is this? Mistake, or is it the swordsman's mercy for demons that shouldn't exist? The white-haired female ghost suddenly distanced herself from the swordsman and opened her arms to Haruko. Hide. The syllables sounded, and the unbridled movements danced on the beat map that Essence Tenjin had already completed. The most gorgeous beat map of the gorgeous god has been completed. He shouted a reminder to Haruto, and the moment he got the prompt, Haruto used the tears of light and quickly dodged behind him. Countless fleshy sprouts with heavy blood erupted from the holes in the rib cages of the mouth, nose, and clothes beneath the unbridled mouth, and pierced the area where the heroine had been like cannonballs. Blood demon magic, gluttony. Hit the air. Xia, who had lost her beauty, turned her head blankly, and the sharp pain in her limbs made her quickly understand. What a mistake, what a so-called mercy, but the swordsman's determination to kill the ghost. The scorching stinging pain flowed in from the limbs, as if someone had been nailed to the gallows, and the fiery heat hidden under the flesh was like a grass snake grey line lying in the veins for thousands of miles, and they attacked the neck through the veins. The unprecedented sense of crisis rushed straight to the brain, making Xiaxian make an astonishing move at the last moment of his life. Before Spark was about to blow her neck off, she unscrewed her own head. Boom! A bang sounded, and her entire torso exploded straight out. But the head that was dripping with blood and tears quickly crossed the night sky like a streamer, and escaped as if it was fleeing for its life under the protection of the floating blood buds. Hey! Yumero Tianyuan, who found her intention to escape, threw her twin knives out with all her might, and the strength was so great that the twin knives were nailed into the head of Xiaxian, and she was coerced and fled without a trace. Bastard, give me back my sword! Uchimi Tenjin's eyes widened and he jumped to his feet in anger. That knife is specially made by me, and it is an exceptionally gorgeous blade of the god of festivals. I also didn't expect that Xia, who was one of the 12 ghost moons, would run away, and Haruto held the Hinawa sword in a daze for only a moment, and couldn't catch up with her footsteps. No, the first step. The demons who have lost their torsos will have to recuperate for a long time before they can regain their strength, and during this time, they should step up their patrols and remind Yaya of the maternity ward, so as not to cause turmoil on the occasion of the new year. Haruto breathed a sigh of relief and turned around. The pompously dressed and bejeweled young man was standing beside him, looking at him energetically. Gorgeous friend, I'm Uchimi Tenjin, thank you for your help. Chapter 46. Haruto quietly looked at the young man in front of him, about 17 or 18 years old. He was unusually tall, the tallest person Haruto had ever seen, except for sorrowful Minjiu. He has white hair and is very luxurious, and all his jewelry is adorned with various jewels. But King Gren's eyes were on the 2 pairs of relatively inconspicuous golden earrings on his ears. When he played against the lower 3 sick leaves, he also saw this style of earrings on the ears of the sick leaves. Is it a coincidence? King Gren remained silent and stretched out his palm to him. Ghost killing team, little bird you King Gren. Demon Slayer. Omiki Tenjin was confused, but could understand the literal meaning, just like the ninja family, the night watchman hidden in the darkness. No. Compared to the ninja clan that has come to an end, perhaps your existence is more meaningful to this world. Demons. He glanced in the direction of his departure and sighed, it's really a thing that isn't gorgeous. Gorgeous. That's right, gorgeous. Uchidon Tenjin pointed at his nose with his colorful fingernails, and then at Haruto, this, and. He pointed to the 3 female ninjas not far away, and showed a bright smile. My 3 wives are all gorgeous representatives. Haruto looked at him blankly, and then turned his head to look at the 3 female ninjas with different styles but hot bodies. Wife, you mean? Wife. You mean all 3 of them are your wives? Is there still a heavenly principle? Is there still a royal law? At the same age, some people are married, have children, and are happy, while others have 3 wives, all of whom are slender and every night. Every time some people go back to visit their relatives, they have to be beaten on the head and ask if they are married. Is this reasonable? Absolutely. I must not let Gotogawa see this man wearing nail polish. Otherwise, Haruto will be directly packaged and sold. With the help of Yin, who arrived in the city, they resettled the farmers who had lost their houses. In between, Harukoto got to know this obsessed with gorgeous Cosmo Tenjin. So, how did you see through her flaws and movements in the end? Haruto soothed his jealousy and focused on the previous battle. I mean, it was almost impossible to do until you learned the breathing technique. Essence Tianyuan happily explained the beat map to him in concise words. As long as you have enough time to see through the enemy's flaws. King Gren was surprised. If such a skill is paired with a front row that can withstand the fight, it is simply a nemesis against evil ghosts. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was already preparing to write a letter to Yeya, asking Yeya, a natural leader with the aura of an overlord, to recruit Essence Tenjin. Time flies too quickly, the demons continue to grow, but the progress of the Demon Slayer team is not fast enough. It's not enough to rely on Soro Minjayu in him, the Ghost Slayer needs to inject more powerful young blood. Otherwise, do you have to rely on just 2 pillars to tear ghosts and dance Suji without misery? This kind of thinking is inevitably too indifferent to the Ghost King who has lived for thousands of years. Infinity City. After a clanging pipa sound, the next string suddenly opened his eyes. After escaping from the sword of the pillar, she ate several people in one go, and hid in the old mansion to recuperate. Because she had consumed too much flesh and blood nutrients in the battle, her recovery took longer than she thought. But with the sound of the lute, her nerves tensed again, even more panicked than she was when she faced the sword of the pillar swordsman. The wooden house in front of you has a strange structure, which seems to have a life of its own, and is constantly arranging and turning. In the labyrinthine interior of the Infinity City, Naruto with a pipa in her arms sits silently on a high place. All the rooms in Infinity City are twisted around her, and the first glance can make people dizzy. Ling Yuzai looked up, and in front of him was a slender woman wearing a purple cherry blossom kimono and a blood-colored flower. She lowered her eyes slightly, looking weak and deceitful. But Zero Yuzai knew that everyone who underestimated her, whether it was an ordinary human or a ghost swordsman, would become a nourishing fertilizer in her belly. She is the one of the lower strings, and she gets the bird. In addition to Guzaniao, the second wolf with a military uniform and hat, the little ghost with a low head and a tired head, and a brazen face, she also saw 2 other figures who were also standing in a panic. Is the winding coming too? Her gaze quickly swept over the space around her, but apart from these figures and Naruto, who had been bowing her head and silent, she didn't see any trace of the upper winding lord. A huge sense of crisis came to my face. It's... What kind of place is this? Kama's voice was a little confused. His voice echoed empty through infinity, but no one answered. All the demons were silent, even shivering. Ling Yuzai swallowed his saliva, as if someone had clenched his throat and couldn't breathe. Bang! There was another sound of a lute, and several demons gathered together. Zero Yuzai lowered her head, she already felt the breath of that adult in the air. Sweat slid down his forehead, and a pair of polished shiny leather shoes gently fell into everyone's sight. The coercion of the terrifying high-ranking ghost swept through the infinite city, and the remnants immediately pressed their foreheads against the ground, and the ghost body that had not yet healed even had a tearing pain under this coercion. It was a gentleman in a black suit, with slightly curly hair, a thin figure, fair skin, and a pair of eyes with pupils like a blood moon in the sky. Ghost King Anime Tsuji is not miserable, the master of Infinity City, and the bloodline of all their evil ghosts. Zero Yuzai is not ashamed of his humility, on the contrary, among all the lower strings, except for the tired little ghost, almost all the ghosts knelt down at the same time. The silence in Infinity City didn't last long, and the man's deep voice rang out above. What a humility! The miserable leather shoes clicked on the wooden floor, making a crisp popping sound. Another meaning of humility is incompetence. Ling Yuzai was shocked, and large drops of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Sikya died at the hands of a ghost slayer, and the rest of the... His voice was full of coldness. The matter of you running wildly with your head has spread to everyone's ears. I'm so sorry. It's the swordsman. Did I let you defend yourself? Interrupted her in a cold voice. In the duel with Zhu, I have repeatedly felt like fleeing. Isn't that you? The remnants shrank, cold sweat pooling into a stream on the floor. The scarlet eyes of the miserable stared, but the eyebrows moved, and he turned his gaze to the side of the newly promoted Lu Cam. When you encounter a powerful swordsman, it is normal for you to want to escape. That's what you think, right? The cauldron shook all over, and covered his mouth in disbelief. Human nature. Do you still think of yourself as a human being, and after receiving my blood and eating so many people, do you still attribute yourself to being an inferior species like human? Wu Miao's expression became gloomy. Why can he spy on the secrets of my heart? You think so, right? Bloodshot crawled all over the whites of Kama's eyes. Please forgive me, Anime Tsuji-sama. Snooping? Your mind is not yet worthy of my prying eyes. It's just a plate of fish on the table, the veins are clearly visible, and he still thinks so highly of himself. Wu Miao sneered and stretched out his hand to the kettle. A thick ghost claw full of eyes broke through its sleeve, and with a neat claw, it crushed Kamba's head. Blood mixed with grey and white brains spilled around Ling Yuzai, and all the ghosts trembled like a sieve. Zero, you know, he died for you. Wu Miao brought 2 new ghosts. If it weren't for the first time this guy saw Wu Miao, I didn't know that he could read the ghost's mind. Then what is lying on the ground now is more than 0. Yes, Anime Tsuji-sama, I'm going to kill that swordsman. No, no, no. There is no rush in this matter. Wu Miao lowered his eyes and pointed to the 2 new ghosts. This is the mirror. A beautiful young woman in a bright white kimono bowed her head. It's the cat again. A cat-like demon with 2 tails wags its tail. They will be the new third and the next one. Wu Miao looked at Ling Yuzai. As for your... Blood burst out from Zero Yuzai's right eye, and she covered her eyes in a muffled voice, not even daring to scream. When she raised her eyes again, the underbelly in her eyes had been erased, and the words Xylo were re-engraved. Before you have the courage to start a bloody battle of transposition, honestly take the title of Downland to do things for me. V. Zero Yuzai lowered his head. Wu Miao snorted coldly and snapped his fingers. There's one thing. All the demons straightened their backs. The Ghost King's eyes alternated between light and dark, and some bad memories came to his heart. Don't bother with those ghost killer ants. In addition to looking for the cyan flower, concentrate on finding the person with the sun wheel flower paper earring. Find him, and come back to report to me." The demons bowed their heads. "As you wish, my lord." A miserable gaze swept over them, drifting beyond the Infinity City. "After so many years, why do you still have descendants left in the world? Why don't you die cleaner?" Following the National Edge 1. Chapter 47. Shortly after the new year of 1910, Yaya Sanyashiki summoned the pillar-level swordsmen to the headquarters and held a semi-annual meeting of the pillars. When Haruto arrived, there were 3 swordsmen standing in the courtyard. The rock pillar is sorrowful, the butterfly Chini who is about to accept the name of the pillar, and the Ulsai Tenjin, who he introduced to Yaya 2 years ago and has now completed the task of becoming a pillar. "Amitabha, King Gren, you have become tall again." Sorrowful Minjio clasped his hands together and sang a Buddhist verse, "Powerful bodies are the swordsman's best friend, and they will never betray you." The 18-year-old King Gren jumped up a wave of height before the end of the growth period, and his height has reached 180 plus. Tall stature gives great physical strength, which can also slow down the speed and reflexes of a swordsman. Fortunately, Uchiki Tenjin is also tall, and with his help, Haruto has successfully controlled his current body. Umaro Tianyuan's first concern was still on Haruto's gorgeous appearance, and he was a little puzzled by his hair tied up to reveal a smooth forehead. Chini was a little nervous and smiled lightly at Haruto. "What about the other pillars?" asked King Gren with his head sideways. "Mr. Shangcheng was killed 2 days ago, Amitabha. I will carry on his legacy and sweep away the evil spirits in the world." Mr. Matsueda retired. "Mr. Purgatory. I still don't want to come today." Bai Minjio shook his head. "The pillars who are active now are only these few people here. Pillar Swordsman Reserve of the Demon Slayer team. Has it been depleted to this extent?" A trace of worry flashed in Haruto's eyes, and then he thought with relief, Mr. Shangchen's departure was an accident. Mr. Matsueda and Mr. Purgatory were expected, and now that Omiji Tenjin and Kane are here, the team of the Ghost Slayer team should be said to be even stronger. Among the swordsmen, the rabbit and the righteous warrior have already killed the number of ghosts, and the conditions are almost met, and the situation of the ghost-killing team will get better and better. While he was thinking nonsense, 2 twin white-haired girls dressed similarly opened the door, knelt under the eaves and said in unison, "Your Excellency is here. It's Hina and Haika, and when the sisters are older, Yoya takes them with her." Hearing this prompt, the 4 of them fell to one knee in the room and bowed their heads. Fortunately, he only knelt on one knee, and if he asked for both knees, he would definitely beat the boy in the delivery house first. The sound of footsteps walking on the floor was heard in the inner room, and Yaya Sanyashiki walked out slowly, looked at the 4 young pillars and preparatory pillars under the hall, and smiled with relief. "Good morning, pillars of the Demon Slayer. My lord, I wish you a beautiful body as much as your appearance." "My lord, the Buddha will bless you." "Your Excellency." Everyone opened their mouths to send their sincere wishes to Yayashiki, and even Haruto said sincerely, "I wish you good health." "Wishing you good health." That's the only thing he can do for Yoza right now. Yaya's scar has spread again, and even his eyesight has been affected to a certain extent. When they met and talked about it before, Yaya was still smiling, but Tianyan turned his back to wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye. The spring sun is so warm, and the good news is coming. Yaya gently stroked Hina and Haika's heads. Butterfly Chini, who has been running the butterfly house for more than a year, has completed the goal of 50 ghosts, and under the notarization of the Ghost Slayer team, she will become a pillar from today. Uchiki Tenjin completed the goal of 50 ghosts when he was deeply studying the beat map skill, and under the notarization of the ghost killing team, he became a pillar from today. You are all the pillars of the Ghost Slayer team, and you will lead the Ghost Slayer team to a new journey. If I had participated in the promotion meeting at that time, would I have been boasted about in front of so many old-timers like I am today? Haruto licked her lips and quietly looked at Omiji Tenjin and Kane. Chini's shredded hair on her forehead fell down and covered her cheeks, making it difficult to see her expression. Only the gorgeous Divine Universe Maro Tianyuan really enjoyed such a scene. He held his head high and looked eagerly at Yaya Shiki, and there were words in his mouth, probably saying something like incomparably gorgeous. Of course, there is always something sad behind the spring. Mr. Kamijo Ry died in a battle with the upper string Oni, and he fought against the demons before he died, and his legacy will be carried on by all the people of the Demon Slayer. Amitabha, Mr. Shangchen's face is still there. Tears fell from the sorrowful Minjayu, and soon wet his chest. How's your body? Haruto rubbed Hina and Haika's supple white hair, and looked at Yaya worriedly. Honestly? Not very good. Yaya shook his head. I always feel like a film is covered in front of my eyes, sometimes I can see clearly, sometimes I can't see clearly. Hina and Haika sat on their knees, looking at their father with blank eyes. But it's not like you're going to fall down and die right now. Yaya chuckled, I'm still waiting to lead the Ghost Slayer team to defeat Wu Miao in this generation. His voice lowered again, no matter how old you are, ghosts will never disappear out of thin air. So it's all the more persevere. Haruto tried to keep his sigh from being so heavy, curled the corners of his mouth and smiled, Yaya, Hualia is still young. Yes, Huaria is still young, and he doesn't want his son to repeat the mistakes of the past. After chatting with Yaya, Haruto left the headquarters room and saw Jinya and Kane waiting outside. Suanmi's height has also grown a lot, and now he is carrying the back that originally belonged to Haruto, and he is looking at Haruto with wide eyes. Aren't you going back? Said Haruto to Kanawai, isn't Butterfly House busy? The Butterfly Sisters are amazing. Butterfly House, a medical institution that was originally conceived in Seisachiyama to treat and provide rehabilitation training after recovery, was established a year ago. As the attending physician, Chini endured the preparation of potions, and the stepson that the two of them had taken in the past 2 years. They actually kept the Butterfly House in good order and helped many swordsmen who were injured in battle. So I'm going back now. Chini bent her eyes, Mr. Haruto is going, you haven't been to the Butterfly House for a long time. It's a good thing not to go to the Butterfly House, it means that I have always been in good health, Haruto muttered, shuddering in Suanmi's bright eyes, what are you doing? Teacher. Xianmi scratched the coxcomb head in embarrassment, Lord Huazua said that my brother. He is being treated at Butterfly House. Oh, the hedgehog-headed kid who quickly turned down my stepson's invitation. The white hairs and the coxcomb head are wide-eyed and staring. Chini watched the pair of masters and apprentices play treasures, raised her hand to cover her lips and smiled, but today Shinobu seems to have prepared a sumptuous lunch to celebrate my promotion to the pillar. King Gren pulled his legs and left. Teacher. Where are you going? Suanmi panicked. Didn't you say your brother was in the Butterfly House? I'll go and comfort him. Haruto had run a long distance in the blink of an eye, turned around and used his hand as a megaphone and shouted, still not keeping up. Chini and Jinya glanced at each other, and the corners of their mouths were quietly hooked. Chapter 49. Brother. Brother. A small gap opened in the treatment room of the Butterfly House, and a teenager with short black hair and 2 deep scars under his eyes met the gaze of Jinya at the door. It's Xian. Hiss. He seemed to have been kicked from the inside, and immediately stopped talking, curled his eyes and smiled, Child, who are you looking for? Genmai's eyes widened, and there was no expression on his face, is the immortal Minoru here? The young man didn't answer him, but just said to him, this is a confidential place, so let's leave quickly. Jinya just stared straight at his dodgy eyes, may I ask if the immortal Kawa Minoru is here? He is a first-class swordsman of the Ghost Slayer team. The young man helplessly raised his eyebrows, retracted his body, and stretched out his head again after a while. Shimai said he wasn't there. Squinting eyes and triangular eyes looked at each other. Kwano Kuang is near. A roar like a beast sounded from the room, and the silver-haired hedgehog man reached out angrily and grabbed his senior brother's collar. Can you speak? Brother. Xianmi raised his eyebrows. Are you injured again? Kuang Jin frowned and reached out and gently patted Shimai's arm. You also know that I won't lie, let it go. Shimai opened the door, scratched his unkempt hair a little irritably, and said in a rough voice, No. It was a fight with this guy Kwano Kuang. Don't slander me, Ming Ming Hum. Shimai covered his mouth fiercely. If you say one more word, I will hammer your head. I'm a senior brother, hey. I'm a rank A swordsman. Brother. Haruko withdrew his gaze from the bustling treatment room, watched several young girls walking around in the courtyard very busy, and turned to Chini to ask, Are they all your stepsons? Chini nodded lightly. No matter where you come from, no matter what your background is, in short, she is now the stepson of Butterfly House. Are you still clinging to the idea of redeeming ghosts? Of course. Everything I do is to get this done. Chana's words were gentle but firm. Miss Zushi, Yoshiro, doesn't their existence just show that I am not alone on this road? Miss Zhushi is a special being, and Yoshiro is even more special. He is the only ghost in the world who is not transformed from the blood of no misery. Only these two ghosts have been born for thousands of years, and they are really not representative. Haruto still doesn't believe that there are evil spirits who can restrain their desires, and even Zhushi has only repented after eating it for a while. Shinobu and I, as well as the children of Butterfly House, are working in this direction. What if you feed a ghost with your body? I don't regret that. Facing the daylight, Chane's iris blooms like a magnificent pink of cherry blossoms. The belief in her eyes was as dazzling as the morning glow, so that King Gren had to avoid the edge. Yeah, Kyojuro, Kana Megami. Haruto laughed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Maybe you're right. In his misty blue eyes, the BARRAGE boiled. If you feed ghosts with your body, then you will never regret it. Even if my body is destroyed, I will definitely kill the evil spirits. Dotted question. The Ghost Slayer swordsman really has to have great perseverance and great wisdom. Give my husband and wife a loving hug. Husband and wife, dare you love you, the extra one, the little thing is quite flowery. Forcing me to knock the star flower. The small ninja emoji in front is infested, please check. Haruto raised his eyebrows and looked at the door. Whew. Hoob. There was a faint heavy gasp sound coming from outside the Butterfly House, and Chini immediately turned her head. Is it Shinobi? A girl with a single ponytail on her side and baby fat on her face came in with a dumb probe. Sister Chan Ahui, please come and help. It's Chanel, what about Shinobu? Endure. Is stubbornly dragging a cherry tree as tall and stout as her body, and walks towards the Butterfly House with a breath. Even after 2 years, this little girl has not grown much taller, and it is estimated that she will not exceed 1.6 meters when she becomes an adult. Unlike the tall who has not changed much, her temper is becoming more and more stubborn, and with the careful thinking of her often black belly, the little girl has slipped more and more into the abyss of Tsundere. The already tired and pale-faced butterfly ninja was about to nod, when he suddenly saw the white-haired swordsman fifth elder brother probe. It's not heavy at all. Shinobu bit his bloodless lower lip and held his head high. When did Brother King Gren come? Haruto walked forward with a smile and picked up the cherry blossom tree. Okay, let's go drink some water. Anyway, why buy cherry blossom trees? The stepson named Chanel had already run to bring the water and handed it to Shinobu with an expressionless face. Thank you, Chanel. Butterfly Shinobu moistened her lips with water, and watched with envy as King Gren carried the tree effortlessly. Ah! It was before my sister said that she wanted to plant one in the yard. Your sister should be talking about. Haruto circled his fingers and compared, such a small sapling, but you carried back such a big one. Butterfly Shinobu looked at her sister, who was pursing her lips and smiling, and explained weakly, "My sister said that after this tree was planted, it was named Bishan, and when it danced with cherry blossoms, it would be the day when we defeated and won. So if we buy a mature tree and come back, we can win faster." Haruto's eyes widened, and he gave her a thumbs up, and praised her sincerely. "Xiao Shinobi, you are so smart." Poof! Chini still couldn't hold back, shaking her shoulders and turning to the side to laugh. Butterfly Shinobu lowered his eyes. "Mr. Little Bird, let me do it myself." "Are you angry?" "Nope. You must be angry when you call me Mr. Toriu." "I'm not angry. I really think you're smart." Haruto and Kanawai, who was smiling and suffering very painfully, quickly glanced at each other, and then quickly put her face in front of Butterfly Shinobi. "Are you angry?" Crunch, crunch. This is the sound of clenching the back molars, and the girl finally couldn't bear it anymore, and clenched her fist to King Gren's waist. "Is a down percut, I know, and ask." King Gren, who had been beaten by a pink fist, was unharmed, and asked Chanel to plant a tree with a shovel for him. As for Genmai, forget it, that kid can't be relied on. As soon as he saw his brother with a scar, he turned into an old mother and chattered, and now he is probably drugged him. Butterfly rubbed her wrist with a puzzled expression. How did Brother King Gren's muscles grow? Whoever becomes his wife in the future will suffer, holding a big iron lump at night. No, I don't have a love partner at the age of 18, and it's hard to say whether I can find a wife in the future. She snorted at Haruto, who was planting trees, which made Chini a little confused. Chapter 50. After lunch, the stepsons of the butterfly house, including Chanel, stared at the mountains of bowls and pans on the table, and their eyes fell into a daze. Chanel smiled and stroked their little heads. "Let's play, let's clean up here." Jinya took the last bite of rice to her mouth, stacked the bowl on top of the teacher's pile of bowls, and carried the bowl into the basin with her cheeks puffed. "Gotta help." Chanel's eyes always looked dull, as if the author had forgotten to highlight something. "Go ahead, go to bed if you don't want to play. At this age, you need to sleep more and grow taller." Haruto rubbed Genmai's head. "You go to find your brother." Suinmi's eyes lit up suddenly, but he hesitated to look at the basin full of bowls. "I'll brush the bowl first." "Oh, go, go, go." Drove away Suinmi. Haruto rolled up his sleeves and found a maza to sit down and wash the dishes, his long legs propped up on the side. "What's the matter with that child?" Chanahui, who was handling the leftovers, looked up. "Chanel." "Well, slow talking." Shinobu rolled up his sleeves and squatted next to him to help wash the dishes, and said softly, "Chanel. She didn't have a happy childhood, so she may be more wooden in terms of personality, but she is a good child. It's like Genmai, although his appearance is always misunderstood, but he's a good boy." Chini didn't want to talk too much about this, and instead turned the conversation to something else. "Miss Zhu Shi is developing a new potion in an attempt to strengthen the physical fitness of the swordsman." Haruto raised an eyebrow. Zhu Shi has been in contact with him a little more recently, and there are indeed letters mentioning new potions. However, this potion does not only have the effect of enhancing the physical fitness of swordsmen, but also uses the blood of Jinya after the demon transformation, and wants to research a transformation drug that can maintain human nature while also healing quickly like a ghost. In her vision, once the drug is successfully developed, the Demon Slayer team members can also maintain sufficient combat effectiveness in the face of evil spirits, reducing combat attrition. But this is not easy to say, not to mention the difficulties in drug research. It is very difficult to experiment with drug properties alone. Clinical trials require the participation of swordsmen or ordinary people, and Yaya will not let Zhu Shi test on the body of a swordsman. This drug is very dangerous, and ordinary people may not be able to bear it. Zhu Shi's letter was full of helplessness, but he was helpless. The plan can only be put on hold for the time being, let's focus on developing a medicine to deal with no misery. Because of the danger, Harukoto didn't want her to hit the swordsman of the Demon Slayer team. Why, Miss Zhu, she discussed this medicine with you? He asked, pretending to be inadvertent. No, I just talked about this when I was talking about the poison ratio of the shinobi Hinate wheel knife. Chini denied, although Shinobu may need to complete the potion, Miss Lianzushi admits that the risk is too great, and she will not continue to study. At the mention of poison, the butterfly who helped to wash the dishes lowered his head slightly. As soon as Haruto's heart turned, she knew what she was thinking. It's nothing more than everyone else can easily cut off the ghost's head, only I need to use poison and something like that. So he didn't see it, and asked Chini instead, how is the flower breath move perfected? Chini has been researching a new breathing method based on the breath of water, and a year ago she gained something and named it the breath of the flower, and the title of her pillar was therefore set as the flower pillar. At the moment it's 6 moves. You've got it all right, he asked, Butterfly Shinobi. What's more? Chini chuckled, her words full of pride. Konobu has not only mastered all the flower breathing moves, but even deduced the breathing moves that are more suitable for him. Oh! Haruto gasped and looked at Butterfly Shinobi, so you're also a genius. The purple-eyed girl gently wiped the scattered hair on her face with her wrist joint, and her expression was a little unnatural. It's just a little bit of an idea based on the breath of the flower. Go get a knife and show me, I'll get you the strength of the breathing. After Haruto quickly cleaned all the bowls and poured out the sewage, Butterfly Shinobu walked out with his own Nikiran knife. Her Hinakura knife was made by Taiji Heiwan Tetsujin, the head of the forging knife village who is good at creating special-shaped blades, and the shape is strange, slender, and sharp, a bit like a thin thorn with a hook. The knife contains a poison box, which can inject wisteria flower poison into the demon's body when attacking. Butterfly Shinobu stood among the flowers in the courtyard with a knife in his hand, facing his sister's soothing smile and brother King Gren's inquiring eyes, and her constricted heart gradually relaxed. The girl's momentum suddenly changed when she held the knife. So, what is the goal? The corners of her mouth raised slightly. The dance of insects without a goal can't exert its maximum power. The tip of Haruto's tongue swept the corners of his mouth, and he turned to take his own Nikwe knife. That's it. Aim for me. Shinobu suddenly opened his eyes, and in those deep purple pupils, there seemed to be a dexterous butterfly. Brother King Gren, be careful. Butterfly Ninja's hand quickly shook out a brilliant sword light. The speed of the butterfly is very fast. Before she finished speaking, she flew lightly, her slender body leaping in the air, and the feather weaving similar to Chini was like a fluttering large silk butterfly. Butterfly Shinobi's speed is very fast, and her body advantage is used to the extreme at this moment. Whoosh! Haruto caught a faint voice, and he quickly turned around, but didn't spot the butterfly in his field of vision. Breath of the worm, dance of the butterfly. They. Sound of fluttering sounds reached the ears, and a cluster of flying butterflies appeared in front of me. The swooping butterfly ninja stands out from the flock of butterflies, carrying the sword like snow. Teasing! King Gren's hand immediately twisted into a strange arc, the blade lay in front of him, and with a ding sound, the tip of the knife collided with the blade, and he was shocked by the trembling of his mouth. So fast! If it weren't for the sense of crisis cultivated in the battle, if he reacted so quickly, he might have to lose face in front of the butterfly sisters. One hit missed. Butterfly Shinobu immediately turned over and jumped behind King Gren. Butterfly sleeves flew one after another, and quickly stabbed several times in a row. Dragonfly dance, compound eyes hexagonal. Wow! The corners of King Gren's mouth twitched, and he turned around and held the end of the knife stem with his backhand, and threw out a blue-purple sword shield in front of him as he had done last time. The extremely fast sharp knife slammed into the upper sword shield, and the butterfly's eyes dimmed, and quickly pulled back. The slender and short figure shuttled among the flowers, which made Harukin frown. Star breath itself pays attention to speed, but I didn't expect Butterfly Ninja's speed to be faster, and when she studied the breathing method, she took her speed advantage to the extreme. What else is Shinobu good at? Haruto remembers, yes. Spike? With a flash of lightning in his mind, the sharp knife immediately came to his eyes. Dance of the Bee Fangs, Thorn. Haruto's heart tightened, and he could have turned around to dodge it with the help of muscle power, but he saw the tip of the knife in Shinobi's eyes at the same time as he saw it. In those clear purple eyes, there was a little bit of unconfidence, a bit of determination, and even the face was tense. King Gren's mind moved, and he reacted in an instant. He twisted his body and narrowly dodged the sharp knife. With the sound of the fabric tearing, Haruto's chest was torn open by the tip of the knife. Chini said oops, but her heart seemed to let go of 1,000 pounds of burden. King Gren clutched his chest and pretended to be angry and said, "Why are you so fast? My clothes are my family's ancestors, you have to compensate me." Xiao Shinobu nodded to the ground on his toes and stood firmly, his face showing some confusion. "I have. Is it so fast?"